Hello, good morning, and welcome to the MIDAS Ireland Conference 2020, which this year, of course, is coming to you as an online event. We're delighted that you're joining us today. We believe we're going to have numbers far in excess than we typically would have at our conference. So it's great to see you all. If you're not from the MIDAS organization, you're also extremely welcome. My name is Leonard Hobbs. I'm the General Manager of MIDAS Ireland, and going to take you through a review of our year so far just in a minute. But before I do, I'd just like to say that please do interact with us today. We have a number of opportunities for you to do so. You'll see there on the just below your screen, you'll see there's a Slido input, so you can input questions, comments, or indeed if you're calling in from some strange part of the world like West Cork and you want to say hello, please do so. Also during the day, and we'll show you this in a little more detail in a little while, we're going to have lots of breakout sessions so that with specific topics, and we'll encourage you to break in there, to meet some of our MIDAS members, our MIDAS committee members, have a chat, do some networking. And of course, if you're a Twitter person, then please do tweet today. We're delighted to see people tweeting of this event as well. And the handle today is #MIDAS2020. So to move us on, so for those of you who may not be that familiar with MIDAS, or perhaps even if you're a MIDAS member but you're not that familiar with what we do, it's just a quick picture of what we do. So networking and meetings is a big part of what we do, and this is what we're doing today, obviously, with our annual conference, which is our sort of flagship event for the year. But also during the year, advocacy and publicity is a big activity. So it's important that our sector is well represented in government, is well publicized to the public, and indeed to the third level sector where we're looking for students to choose electronics, etc. So we're very active in that area. Skills and education, a very important aspect for our members, in particular how we skill up our members, and we're going to see here a lot about that during the day, including the SkillNet, which is the dedicated SkillNet to the sector. We also have some exciting news this year on European engagement. We've got very active in Europe this year. I'm going to tell you a little bit about that. And finally, something else we've done this year is we've started a collaboration to get our member companies collaborating with each other with a view to putting together a very challenging project. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about that. Some of the statistics there that you can see on the side, which were refreshed this year, and I'd like to thank my colleague Fergal Hanaway, who's put all this material together for us this year. But there's over 20,000 highly paid professionals, or highly professional people, like I'm sure you're all very well paid, in this sector in Ireland, which represents quite a large portion of the ICT industry in general. Which I think we all know is a very important sector to the economy. It's a high-tech sector, or a deep tech sector, as I like to call it, with over 450 million of R&D spend during the year and over 13 billion in export revenues. That really gives you a feeling for the size, the impact of this sector. Here's a picture that I just pulled to get ready, and if you're looking at it, you probably have the same reaction I had when I looked at it and said, oh heavens, where are all the masks, and why are people not 2 meters, and they're actually, I think they're less than a centimeter here. But of course, this was an event that we had way back in February. It's one of our first events that we held in partnership with Qualcomm, one of our members. And I just wanted to show, because it certainly had the effect on me when I looked at it. It just felt so long ago, and it just is an indication just how deep now we've been in this COVID. I'm going to talk a little bit about that today, in some of my material here about how we have adjusted as an organisation to COVID, and here we are today with a virtual conference. And indeed, as well, reflect a little bit on how our member companies have adjusted during this pandemic crisis. And I suppose the bottom line is, from a business perspective, business has done really well, although of course there's been many personal challenges. But anyway, we've travelled quite a journey to today. So today, of course, this is now the format that we're using in our MIDAS meetings, which is the monthly meetings that we have. Well, we went virtual with those back in June, and I'm delighted to say that they've been very well attended. In fact, we've had higher attendance at these meetings than that we would have had at our regular meetings. We also had very positive feedback of these online events. Over 85% positive response. So our online meetings have done really well. Just to show you then where we went this year, and again we'll be repeating this next year. So for those of you who are not familiar with what we do, we'll be having these monthly events next year with various different topics. So we had 3 meetings in Cork this year. We started off as in my photograph there when we did the meeting with Qualcomm in Maryborough House in February. We then went to our first Zoom, actually it was a Skype meeting that we did, the very first one on March 12. In fact, I think that was the day actually of when the lockdown started, right around that time. And then we went back to we had a gap then for a while because we were waiting, actually, like everybody, I guess we hoped that this pandemic was going to pass and we could go back to meeting face to face, but it didn't. So in June we started the virtual meetings and went on then to have one in August, which was an unusual date for us, but we wanted to make sure we were able to engage our members right throughout the year. We went into September, on to October, and here we are in November. So I'm looking forward indeed to doing it all again next year. And we'll be talking more about that at our annual general meeting in January, what next year's events will look like. Just to give you a flavour for the sort of events that we did this year. So as I mentioned, we started, there's another photograph of Cork with lots of people in a room. Again, it looks a very alien thing in the current environment. But then we had our first meeting by Skype. We talked about a grand challenge, and this was the start of the activity where we're looking to find a project that we could engage a large number of our members in it. And at the time, we were looking at the 1,000-kilometer battery. Could the members come together to take on that challenge? And the conclusion we made actually was that it was the wrong challenge, and we morphed that into a different project, which I'll talk about in a little while. So then we went on to June and we talked about skills, and we were looking at our SkillNet, and later today you're going to hear more about the SkillNet from Jerry Byrne, who's the SkillNet coordinator. And indeed we have a breakout session today specifically designed for people to engage with the SkillNet. We were joined by Learnovate, which is the Education Technology Centre from Trinity College, to talk about working in a remote working and working through COVID. And then we specifically looked at COVID in our August meetings. We talked about future challenges. Again, we had a very interesting talk from Trinity College from a professor there about how to engage with people in this remote environment. Then in September, we talked about Europe. And I'll tell you about the really exciting project we've now become a part of, Asset Plus. In Europe, for the first time, MIDAS is engaged in a project. And then we went on to October when we had our student competition, very successful this year, and had I think almost a record number of entries, and all done again remotely. So it's really been very successful. And finally, then we did our biggest meeting we had on realizing the promise of artificial intelligence. We hosted that back in November, and again, we had over 50 people at it, and some really, really good conversations on the day. So another item this year that we've been very busy working offline is we've refreshed our brochure. Now it's in hard copy, so we'll try and get them sent out maybe early next year. We were hoping to have we have it for the conference, but there's no point in giving you because you're online. So, but we have refreshed the brochure, and we'll make that available to people should they find it of use. Also, as I mentioned, we had a very successful engagement this year with the student competition. This is a competition sponsored by Analog Devices, and it's where those students in their final year of their level 8 or level 9 enter their project essentially to a competition. And I'm delighted to say we had quite a few entries across 12 of the institutions, universities and institutes of technology, many of whose are actually quite active members with us indeed. We've shortlisted the 3, and the winners emerged from I'm trying to remember now. There was a second place from Maynooth. I think it was, I'm going to say Galway and Sligo, but I probably got that wrong. I'll be in trouble for that now. But anyway, we had some great winners, and it's great to see that the quality of the work that the students are doing in electronics is really exciting, and it's great to see it alive and well right across our university sector. So moving on then, So the project then that we started out with to look at batteries ended up with this project, which we've called Trident. And what we went after in the end was the affordable, sustainable battery technology to enable a green economy. And so what it's looking at, and it's looking to either develop a new technology, which would be a sodium-based battery, as opposed to a lithium-based battery, and also potentially to recycle existing lithium batteries. So there'll be a lot of those coming online in the next number of years, we believe, due to the automotive industry. And so can they be recycled? Can they be reused in a fixed battery environment, essentially in the home environment? That's the first piece of it. And then there's a pillar on looking at sensing the lifetime of the battery, very important aspect, the management of the battery pack, and then finally how to integrate it, how to build a business plan around it, how do you make it all work. So we believe it's disruptive. We're delighted that a number of our member companies have joined this consortia, including TISA Labs, who became a new member this year. Empower are not a member company, hope they will become one, but a very important member of this particular consortia. Semicon, another member, ISRG, another one, and then two of our academic groups, Limerick, who are leading this initiative, and Tyndall, Analog Devices, one of our multinational members, also a very, very important member in this consortia. So I'm delighted to say the team are currently writing up the submission, and we'll hope to be submitting it now to the Disruptive Technology Innovation Fund call, which closes in December. So it's really exciting. I'm really delighted that we managed to do this. I think in many respects it was almost helped by the lockdown, because it sort of focused minds. And so now we've been able to demonstrate, at least, even if we're not successful with the submission, we've been able to demonstrate that we can, as a industry industry group, we actually can bring consortia together to solve difficult problems. So because of the success of this particular one, our success to date, we're going to see if we can repeat it next year, this year coming. And indeed, one of the breakout sessions we're going to have today is going to be on that topic, or indeed what topic that might be for next year. So I'll talk a little bit more about that later as well. So, or actually, we'll talk about it now. My next slide. So these are the sort of ideas that we're thinking about that might lead to interesting projects, again, to build a consortium through MIDAS. And these topics were brainstormed during our October meeting of our MIDAS meetings this year. So things like, this is not an exclusive list, these are just examples: leading electronics for energy harvesting, wearable sensors for infectious disease risk control or risk measurement, addressing food sustainability. Sustainability, of course, and climate is still a huge challenge for the world, and indeed it's just waiting out there until we can get through this COVID thing, and still knocking on the door as a problem that needs to be solved. Food processing in the digital age, including traceability, was one of interest, and a kind of almost related one was the health and well-being of livestock, a very important challenge for this country. Food security, as ever, is a topic. Artificial intelligence at the edge. Again, we did very interesting talks on that particular topic at our November meeting, and the challenges that are involved there. It's very much a growth area, I think, figuring out how to do this processing at the edge. Promoting the circular economy, improving the water quality, and using technology to improve biodiversity. These are all the ideas, and we're going to have a breakout session later today on that. It's going to be right after this. The first breakout session this morning, actually, which we'll show you in a second, will actually be brainstorming what topic we might pursue the next year, and hopefully you'll have a few of you will join us for that breakout session this morning. So, sorry to move my slide on here. So another one this year was we've become involved in a European project, ASM Plus. We're now a member of that consortium, and will be funded by that consortium. So it's the first departure for MIDAS in that regard. I'd like to recognise Jorga Fagus, who's one of our committee members based at Tyndall, who not only is a committee member for us, but also is the leader of this particular initiative in Europe. And it's a European-wide program that is provided to give access to particularly smaller companies, but not excluding large companies, to a wide network of R&D facilities across Europe, including Tyndall and Cork, but also Leti in France, the Fraunhofer IMEC, and many others. It's looking at three particular areas of focus: advanced quantum devices, or quantum solid-state platforms. So that's a really advanced one. And then there's a sort of a Moore's, kind of a more Moore and a more than Moore one. Let's put it that way. Low power, energy efficient, high performance computing is kind of a more Moore. And then a more than Moore, if you like that terminology, is looking at increasing functionality through advanced integration. So they're the themes. As I mentioned, there's 11 key partners that can offer these technologies. And then there's 4 business clusters across Europe. We're one of them. And there's also DSB Valley, which is based in around Belgium, Silicon Saxony in Germany, and Minilogic in France. And all those business networks, including ourselves, will be offering this capability to our members. So look out for some events we'll be setting up next year, where we'll be inviting you into these events to see how your company could benefit from running a project, developing some technology with one of these technology centres. And indeed, one of the things I like about it is that you can't use Tyndall if you're from Ireland. You have to go outside of Ireland. So that's really interesting, because you get to participate and collaborate with somebody in Europe that you mightn't have come across before. And finally, then, another major piece of work we did this year, and this was John Blake, who's a former chairman of MIDAS, led this one for us. And we're not ready to publish this quite yet, but we're getting very close to it. So John did a major piece of work, sponsored by the SkillNet, to look at resourcing and skilling for this sector over the next number of years, including staffing numbers, future trends, training, graduate education, international perspective, and new skills for the sector. So quite a broad and deep review, and we look forward to publishing that in the next number of weeks, and using it indeed to build our strategies and plans going forward. Membership-wise, we're doing really well as an organisation, or despite the difficulties this year, our membership income went up. So really delighted with that. So thank you to the members, actually, for your continued support for this organisation, because we couldn't do it without our membership, obviously. And you've seen since 2016, we have been growing our membership income. So that's been really great. Lots of new companies joining, and we've had a number of new ones this year. And they're listed there on the bottom of the slide, and there's been, I think, 1 or 2 more since I created the slide. But if you are, again, if you're joining and you're with us today and you're not a member of MIDAS, we'd love to hear from you. So with that, I'd like to thank actually the committee members who give up of their time to help us to drive the agenda and the various topics that we do here, including Brian Coffey, who's our Deputy General Manager for Manual Devices. Fergal Hanaway manages our publicity. Patrick Lynch has been running our education programs. Damien Walsh has done a super job along with Jerry in putting together the SkillNet and really growing that. Tara from IDA has been really helpful in getting us the right connections to people, and indeed getting some of the speakers you're going to hear from today. Jorgis, I've mentioned already, has connected us to Europe for the first time. So thank you, Jorgis. Nicola has been representing us, and sorry, there's a typo there. Nicola is the MCCI representative, keeps us connected to that very important research centre. Alan from Enterprise Ireland, again, has been a great source of connections to companies outside of MIDAS. And Mark Smith has done a super job in building our CPD modules. We've 2 now, and heading for a third and the fourth for the next couple of years. So thank you, Mark, for that. Also, I'd like to just thank the advisory board on a personal capacity for providing the guidance that I need in my role, and the support. And in particular, I guess if I could call out John Quill, who's the secretary of this organisation. John puts a lot of his own personal time into keeping us out of jail, so to speak, keeping us legal, making sure all our paperwork and our accounts, everything else is in shape. So special call out there to John. Also, just like to recognise Jerry Byrne. Jerry, who's our network manager for the SkillNet, really's done a fantastic job in building up a really impactful SkillNet now, and you'll hear more from Jerry actually later today. And again, if I could give a special thanks to Siobhan, who's my partner in crime. Siobhan is our MIDAS coordinator. We wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for Siobhan. So really do want to recognise Siobhan for doing not just with this event, but doing a fantastic job all year long, and bringing everything together and making sure that we've got a well-run professional organisation. So just a quick few words then on the business world. So business, as I mentioned at the start, continues despite the difficulties with COVID. The electronics business is gone from strength to strength. Indeed, this year alone, we've had job announcements from a number of our member companies, including Microchip, Maxim, and Qualcomm. Qualcomm with a very recent announcement there. So congratulations to them actually for announcing a big investment in Cork there just the last number of weeks. And also there's been a lot of activity on the merger and acquisition side. Modesto, one of our member companies that was S3, has now been acquired by Dialog. That merger is continuing. Decawave, as we're going to hear from later, we have a speaker from Curvo, who are the company that acquired Decawave. So that's been a big success. Congratulations to them. Cyprus have been merging in with Infineon. I think that's a great future for Cyprus with merging in with a company like Infineon. And Maxim Integrated and Analog Devices are coming together as well to form a larger company. So some really positive mergers there. Great to see, in particular, the smaller companies now being connected to a larger company, giving them a great future. But certainly lots going on in the business and exciting times. And if anything, it seems to almost been helped by the technology, has been almost helped by this COVID. It didn't look too good starting out. This is some slides that we looked at back in our August meeting. We looked at the business environment, and it didn't look too good. The stock market took a huge hit, obviously, in around March when the crisis started. I think it's been recovering since. But another sector, of course, doing particularly well, the pharma sector. So if you shares in Roche or AstraZeneca or Pfizer, well done you. So they're certainly doing really well in what's now looking like a vaccine. Looks like there's a third one has already been talked about, and there's two that are ready to be produced. So that sector is doing particularly well. However, the world economies, when we looked at it back in mid-year, were not in great shape. Unemployment rate here was looking bad. Now again, not this sector, mind you. This sector seems to be doing really well. And LinkedIn were projecting at the time again that the jobs market had gone really quiet. But I think it was probably not the sector that was really seeing these big impacts, because certainly what was being said by other consultants, and here's one for a report from the Kinsey company, was that they saw the recovery as being digital, and actually what we're doing today is a really live example of that. Here we are with having a digital event, but not only this conference, but businesses right across all sectors. Their move towards the digital world is accelerating now because of this environment, and this is what these McKinsey were predicting. It's going to become critical to every interaction in the health, farming, hospitality. No matter what sector you look at, people are going online. It's becoming digital, and that is all enabled by this sector, by this electronic sector, and that's creating new ways of agility. A simple example again. Here we are at home, calling into a conference, and people are getting used to working from home. It's creating more agile work environment. And also it's bringing people close to their customers, because you're beaming into people's houses. And so it is creating a whole new world. It certainly does look to be a very bright future for the industry, this industry that is supplying the electronics into this enablement. So the next slide there just shows you a forecast actually specifically for this business, the semiconductor business, again from McKinsey. And they were reporting that this year was going to be quite soft. There might be negativity in 2020, but that things would improve considerably into 2021. The PC business wasn't going to do too good, they reckoned. But automotive, they were forecasting was actually going to perform strongly, because they reckon governments would start supporting the automotive industry. And of course, wired communication then, or wireless communication, anything to do with communication is going to be really, really strong, because the world's going digital. People need to be connected, and they need to connect to each other. So that was what was forecasted there. So looking ahead a little bit then into 2020, or it should be 2021. Typo there, top of the slide. So what will we be looking at MIDAS? Well, we'll be certainly taking the paper that we've done on resource skills, and looking at what it's telling us as to what we need to do. And it has some, without going into today, there are some specific recommendations which we'll be working through as an organization around skills and training, resourcing, and indeed the image of the sector. Is also something we believe we need to work on. And we'll be going through that in some detail with you at the AGM, which will be on the 25th of January 2021. But the kind of things that we'll be looking at for next year, we'll probably be looking at, again, continuing this kind of hybrid model of engaging with our members. So hopefully next year we will be able to have a face-to-face element of it. We would hope to return to Dunboyne Castle. That's where we're supposed to be today for the event. So we've moved that booking into this time next year. So we would hope to be there this time next year. I mentioned publicity and perceptions and marketing. I think we need to have another look at that. And then look right across the skills base, how to reach out more to the students as well in coming through the universities, because we do know that a lot of them do not choose this sector when they get into engineering. Soft skills is going to become something that we look at. These are these interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary skills they're often called. That was called out quite strongly in the report that John has done. So we'll be looking at that. Looking for opportunities with the European program I've mentioned. How can we now connect companies to that? And then finally, I'm looking forward to putting together another consortia in 2021 on a new topic, and see what we can do what challenge we can take on as an industry group. So moving into today, so again, delighted that you're all here. The theme for today is from bits to qubits, and we've got some great speakers lined up today right across that spectrum. Again, I would encourage you to use Slido to ask us questions and any kind of comments you might have. We will have breakout sessions as well, and would encourage you to please do join those. And if you are on Twitter, then please use the hashtag MIDAS 2020 handle so that we can track your comments. That would be great. So just to say, this is the fourth in a series of our conferences. We started out in Dublin some years ago when we had Josh Walden, who was one of the keynote speakers at the time of Intel. Then Liam Madden of Xilinx joined us for our event in Cork, along with many other speakers in 2018. And 2019, we were in Limerick. And Liam Quinn, who was a senior CTO VP from Dell, was again one of our keynote speakers last year. And and we're very much conscious of the fact that if you look at these events, and if those of you were at it remember them, that there were, we also of course had a dinner in the evening, and we can't do that this year for obvious reasons. But so we do really miss the networking piece. I know people do miss that. And we're doing our best now today, and some of it's quite experimental as to how we're going to try to do the networking with the breakout events and the comments and the chat. So please do participate in that as well, because I know people get a huge amount of value from this, from MIDAS in that. So hopefully you can make some new connections today, maybe through one of these forums. So I'd like to say thanks as well to our sponsors today. So not only are these member companies and member organizations, but also they've been very generous in sponsoring this event today, including the MIDAS SkillNet, Analog Devices, Intel, Infineon, Xilinx, IDA Ireland, and indeed Enterprise Ireland. So thank you very much for your sponsorship of today's event, and indeed your ongoing support. So just have a quick look at the agenda, as I wrap up here. So we have two sessions. We have a morning session and an evening and an afternoon session, and a big break in the middle then, so that people can get off and get their lunch or do some emails or whatever, and then hopefully come back for us in the afternoon. And so this morning, I'm going to introduce you very quickly now to Pat Falvey, who's an explorer. He's going to take us through a talk on resilience. Then we'll be joined by Professor Bogdan Staszewski, who's an expert on quantum computing, which of course speaks to the theme of the conference. Then we'll do into two of our breakout sessions. And one will be on technology trends. That'll be led by or moderated by Brian Coffey, my colleague from Analog Devices. And I'll take the session on lessons learned from the COVID-19 year. What have we learned? How are people working? And we'll see what lessons we can gather there. Then we'll be joined by Ronan Quinlan, who's from one of our very successful Irish indigenous electronic companies, Towglass, going to tell us their story. Then we're looking forward to Professor Seamus Davis, who's going to tell us about superconductivity, and on to Jerry, who'll take us in then to more breakout sessions for the lunch break. And then we'll return in the afternoon, and we'll hear from a very interesting talk from Professor Huvi Kahan from Trinity, who's going to tell us all about the arts and how the arts what technology can learn from the arts. before we hear from Hans Schwartz, who's joining us from California today to tell us about Curvo, who is the company I mentioned that have acquired Decawave. And we'll finish with a panel with a very interesting topic, and it'll be moderated by Dr. Patricia Moore. Patricia will lead a very interesting panel there to talk about startups and why don't we see more of them in the sector, and we'll unpack that to close out the day. So with that, I'll finish, and I said I look forward to seeing lots of your comments today, hopefully meet some of you in the breakout sessions. But now I'd like to move on and introduce our first speaker. And I'm really excited, actually. Pat Falvey, who's an Irish explorer, I met many years ago, and absolutely was enthralled by his story that he told at the time, and being a fan myself of the Shackleton stories, and I was just absolutely taken by this modern day explorer in Pat. And so I was delighted to invite him today to speak to the audience on this topic that on resilience, which of course is a real challenge for everybody right now as we work through the COVID. But just in introducing Pat, he'll tell you his story far better than I can. But as I said, he's an Irish explorer. He has climbed the highest points on 7 continents, quite unique in having done that. He's been to the North Pole. He's been to the South. Sorry, he's been to up Everest a few times. He's been to the South Pole, and he's been to right across South Georgia. And those of you who know the story with Shackleton will know that one well. And also, he's written many books, including The Summit, You Have the Power, and The Accidental Rebel. So, with that, I'll hand over to Pat.
Pat Falvey's life story reads like a movie script. A millionaire by 21, but at 29 he had lost everything. A chance encounter took him hill walking, and mountains became his obsession.
I'm really proud of Everest. Whether you're the first or the 10,000 person to climb to that summit, you are on top of the world. It's taught me a lesson that no matter what I do in my life, people have their own Everest. And I understand what it is like to have that goal, to say, yes, I have done it. The exploration that I would be known for is the inner exploration of man. And the one thing that I try to bring out in people is that is where is still left to be explored, is within you. And what is it that drives you to be who you are? Some people say I'm a self-publicist. Some people say that I can be very arrogant. Immediately I think of something, I'd say it. I'm going to climb Mount Everest. I'm going to become a millionaire. I'm going to be the best motivational speaker in the world. People think, how can he actually say that? There's no harm in dreaming and dreaming big. Well, today what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring you on a journey of my life. Well, thanks very much, Leonard, and I'm absolutely delighted to be here today at the MIDAS conference. And I'm here talking to you, which is amazing, here in Kerry, in the Kingdom, overlooking the lakes of Killarney. And when else could I have done that to hundreds of people that are now listening in? Now, we're going through a very rough time at the moment. And, you know, for a lot of people, uncertainty looms everywhere. Millions of people have lost their jobs. You know, hundreds of thousands of people are dead. But the one thing that we have to do at this point in time is to be positive. Now, a few weeks ago, I got a phone call from Leonard, and he asked me if I would come along here today to talk a little bit about my story. And I was intrigued at what I should talk about. So Leonard said to me, he said, could I give something that would be uplifting, motivating, colourful, entertaining, and different from the standard types of talks that we get at these events? And then I said, no problem. And then he said, could I talk a little bit about my earlier life, about the ups and the downs, about the fact that how life has treated it in relation to having what I would always call monastic patience. I've had lots of successes and failures. Monastic patience, I learned from my Buddhist mentors, is about having faith. And this now is what we need more than any time in our life. Now, as an adventurer, I have completed over 150 adventures as a leader around the world with my teams on mountains, deserts, polar regions. Believe it or not, 50 climbers that I have worked with have died trying to fulfill their dreams, and I'm still alive. I've also had an exciting life as an entrepreneur, a coach, a mentor, speaker throughout the world. I have been fascinated about what it is that drives people like us, people like you, to be, whether they're leaders, good managers, good team players, good parents, great innovators. Why some people in life succeeds and others fail, doing exactly the same task, selling exactly the same products, doing, everybody, there's a difference. My intrigue is why some people have great lives and other people's have miserable existence. I believe that we as human beings are extraordinary, but life can destroy our geniuses. All of us have the same ability when we're born to succeed if we have the right mentoring, the right coaching, the right opportunities to succeed in our goals. Well, people often ask, what did I do? Well, in reality, I'm a bricklayer. That's where it all started. My dream as a bricklayer. I became a developer. Then I started up a bank with no money when I was broke. After trying to take my own life, I became an explorer. And then without being able to read or write in my 30s, even though I had over 300 people working for me, I became an author, filmmaker, speaker, mentor, and coach. Now, I have had lots of challenges and lots of changes in my own life, and that's life. That's what it's about. And to get through all of those, my greatest attribute of all, and indeed, I know as I'm doing this virtually is yours too, every one of us are survivors. Yes, we're survivors. It's innate in us to try to survive. All of us, no matter who we are, will be thrown, as we are now, curveballs. COVID-19, the .com, the 2008 banking crisis. I've been through a lot more than that. To survive, we need resilience. And from my life learning, I know from the time we are born, this is a natural trait that's ingrained into the DNA that we have. If it's a case, we have help. You know what? We have the power to survive troubled times. It's innate for us to fight to survive. Yes, to fight to survive. Sometimes, however, we do need help. Therefore, it's important to ask. I had a great fondness of Charlie Chaplin, and he has a quote: "Nothing is permanent in the world, not even our troubles." Now, I know there's no use in not saying it, and so you will know some people too. It's okay not to be okay, but it is not okay not to be okay all the time. When that happens, it's important to talk, to seek help, and to believe ourselves. We have the power to survive no matter how bad things get if we have monastic patience. Monastic patience is having faith. So today, I'm here and I want to bring you on a story. Yes, a story of success, failure, fear, pain, selfishness, passion, victory, the debt, reflection, and the drive to live life as a dreamer, doer, achiever, and an explorer. Do you know why? Because we have only one chance in life. I'm 63. On average, by the time people at my age, by the time they're 80, 50% will be gone. 50% will be geriatric. So I'm going to live every minute that I can. So I know you all know and would have heard of the Dalai Lama. And can I ask you to consider this problem? Because I'm here today, just for a few minutes, to explain to you about my life and resilience and the teams that I work with. Can I ask you to think about the fact of what the Dalai Lama has said? I'm here as part of your team. Of course I'm nervous, but I'm asking you now for the next 40 minutes to come into my team. And what I want you to do is, if it's a case, and there's a saying goes, our minds are like parachutes, and unless they're open, they don't work. I just hope you get something from it as I take you on my story. My occupation, my occupation, I even think about it as a bricklayer. I run expeditions all around the world to the most remote, unusual, beautiful, and indeed most dangerous and challenging places on planet Earth. As an entrepreneur, I meet and I work with amazing, driven people. I get the opportunity to come on, conferences like this. Now, I know it's virtual. Lots of times I will meet you. But multicultural, multi-talented, and passionate people going what they want. And you know what? Believe it or not, it's that what ignites and energizes me. Now, I'll never forget, I tried to take my own life when I was 29. We were going through a similar, things like that. 86 was terrible. I tried to take my own life, and I decided to go to find myself in Nepal. I met these Buddhist monks, and I learned that life isn't a rehearsal, it's a performance. I was going to become a dropped-out hippie, and they said, Pat, because I was a capitalist, so they said, go back and be the best that you can be in no matter what you are. And that's what I did, and tried to help others. So life isn't a rehearsal, it's a performance. So if you have a dream or goal in life to do, just go for it. The greatest reason why people don't go for it is the fear of failure. And that is absolutely terrible, because 90% of what we fear does not occur. Now, for over 30 years, I have traveled the world. It's 30 years. For 7 months of every year is on my adventure. I seek out challenges that stimulate not alone myself, but the teams that I work with. And I know you people work with teams too. Then for 5 months of the year, I go around the world and I talk about what I do, filming and writing books. So I know I'm constantly rejuvenated and energized by looking forward to the next day of my life, even when things go wrong, as I constantly reappraise my goals and the objectives that I have set myself. My story is a story. Yes, it's a story just like yours, of living on the edge. It's about success. It's about failure. It's about setting goals, staying focused, and following what I want to do. Now, what I have learned at 63 years of age from my experience is that life itself is a mountain. And you know what? As I'm looking here, and I know you're all out there, you have all your own mountains to climb. I know ever before I say a word that each and every one of you have things that you want to achieve, problems that you have. Now, I'm going to bring you on a journey of a lifetime for me in these next few minutes, a journey of challenges, dreams, aspirations that I have set myself, by the way. Yes, that most people, most of my friends, family, and critics, these meaning-minded people that put down people that have dreams, said were impossible. I'm going to bring you to a place you all know. And every time I even mention it, sends a shiver up through my head. Mount Everest, Chomolungma, the Antarctic, one of the most coldest places on planet Earth. So you might ask, what is it that I have to say that might be of interest today in these challenging times? The fact is that climbing Mount Everest, crossing Antarctica, or achieving anything that we want to do, whether it's personal, emotional, or in business, every single one of us have an Everest. There's not one person on this virtual reality presentation today that don't have dreams, aspirations to fulfill in their own life. Now, as you see, I have been to amazing places. I have seen beautiful sights. I have witnessed terrible tragedies. But no matter where I've been, I've been fascinated about what it is that motivates people all around the world as human beings to go for what we want in life, our need, to lead, to explore, to conquer, and be the best that we can be in no matter what we do or who we are, whether it's family, businesses, companies, teams, a country. Now, let me tell you a little bit about myself, right? I'm 63 years of age. By the way, that's my family. And I have 2 children, 2 grandchildren. My wife, who I'm separated from the last 21 years, but we love each other. And I've paid a huge cost in relation to family. I'm blessed to have my mother and father still alive. Now, the most important thing to me in my life and my avatar is to become the best family person that I can be. In the past, yes, I have. I had followed my dreams. Yes, I was selfish. I was ruthless. I was arrogant. And to succeed. And yes, I'm proud of my achievements, but don't let that fool you. I have paid a huge cost in the most important part of my life, family. Now, what I want to do is I want to take you back in time. And I want to introduce you to where my drives and ambitions come from, because everyone has a story. You have a story, I have a story. My success in life have been influenced by mentors. And as I talk here, I know as you look at the screen, each and every one of you too are indeed mentors. We are all mentors. And what I would say, being a mentor in your company, in your family, or anything else is like these 2 glasses. If you look at these 2 glasses, this one, you could say is half full. This one, for some people, is half empty. Now, what I do know in life, I have learned from my mentors that I will always look at the glass as half full so that it can be topped up. Cheers. It's thirsty business. But what I want to do is I want to tell you about my initial mentors, and I want to tell you about influence of mentors. This is Mary B. O'Callaghan. If you look at it, I went to live with her when I was 6 years of age. I was her first grandchild, and her husband had left her. She was a professional carter. She used to sell second-hand clothes here in the Coal Quay in Cork City. Believe it or not, I became her apprentice. I used to run around with a pram collecting second-hand clothes in the north side of Cork City, 5,000 council houses. I'd collect the equipment or the second-hand clothes, bring them to the Coal Quay that you're looking at there, and in turn, she'd sell them. Believe it or not, it was my first collaboration, and it was my first business. And I remember my grandmother, and this is, something she left to me, and I'm passing to you and the people that you work with. If you think you can, you will, son, she said. And if you think you can, she won't. But she baited into me. So by the time I was 12, with that collaboration, my grandmother had put £750 in the bank. At the time, a house was 4,000. So being from the north side of Cork City, I became the first door-to-door salesman, they say, not in the country, but in the world. But I also, I had this money in the bank. So it gave me huge confidence because she taught me, if you think you can, you will. If you think you can't, you won't. Then one day, there I was, and I was wheeling down this poor kid and to the Coal Quay, which you're looking at there, with a pram full of clothes, all tied down. And these Americans were along, and they were taking pictures of poor Irish children. And they took my picture, and they said, can we take your picture? And I said, grand. But of course, I knew they were Americans. I put my hand out like this, and I got sixpence. Believe it or not, that was my first modeling job. And they took the picture. But you know what happened is they started talking about us poor Irish children are far better off poor. So can you imagine, my grandmother was training me to be an entrepreneur and work hard. So I went back to my grandmother here in her house in the north side of Cork City, and I said this to her, but by God, and some of you will remember this because I know we have a great span of ages, she gave me a clatter. She caught me by the ear, and she brought me down steps, and she brought me into this small room where there was 4 pictures on the wall. 4 pictures. Most of you will remember what they are if you're from Ireland. If not, you probably have pictures in your own country. So she stuck me by the ear, and she put me up, and she said, see that was the Sacred Heart. This is the person that she loved. She was very religious. Then the next one she put me up was the Pope, and she said he's the leader of our church. Then she put me onto the 3rd person. It was Eamon De Valera, but she had an influencing factor on the 4th person she put me up to. She said, see this guy here? And I said, yes, Nan. That's when you would not actually disobey your grandmother, like I was afraid cropless of her anyway. But anyway, she said, that's JFK, and my grandson is as powerful as them. And in her own way, she said that we were never meant to live in an anthropological museum for others to come in and stare at us. So on that note, with such a great belief that she bait into me, by the time I was 15, my father's business was gone broke. I was really mad. I was angry with him, even though he's my greatest mentor, let me say, now that we look back at it. And I left school to become a millionaire. Everybody laughed at me. And basically, I thought myself, right, okay, this is terrible. So I became an accidental rebel. I said, up yours, in relation to them putting me down. Now, by the time I was 18, I wasn't a millionaire, and I was disappointed that I hadn't achieved my goal. My father, who was my greatest mentor in life, turned to me and he gave me this advice. I said, should I go back to college? But I remember he thumping me like when he hit you like this. And he said to me, he gave me some wise counsel. He said, son, you're streetwise, you're clever. Most of all, you're a dreamer. So dream and dream big. Remember this now. Dream and dream big. But remember, it's in the following of your dreams where the success lies, not in achieving them. Let achieving them be a bonus. Now, what I learned from this, as I'm speaking to people here, most people dream too small. Most people in our organizations don't believe. So therefore, this dream and dream big, remember, it's the starting your journey that's important. Those early days, I was voted their council on many occasions. I was a millionaire. I had over 200 people. I was raised over 72 million pounds a year. Now I thought, and it's the first time I heard of MIDAS, that I had the MIDAS touch. I had a team of people working for me who believed that my vision, my passion, I was so hyped up, self-belief. I thought I had the MIDAS touch. I don't realize who MIDAS was. Now that I'm looking back in it, I was at that particular time, right, because overconfidence of myself and asshole. My success was driven by people I had around my team, and I really appreciate it. People like early people that believe in something like in organizations, and else the more plastic in the building team is your people. No, what I did then is and so I will remember my core business, and then I expanded the area.
Sorry, Pat says that we're getting feedback. Okay. Let's try switch your microphone, maybe. Try there again. Can't hear you now at all. And you're on mute now, Pat.
Stop share. Okay. Can you hear me now?
No, I'm getting really bad feedback.
Okay.
Barely. That's fine.
Choose video filter. I'm just sorry there now. This is the technology we had built earlier. Microphone built in USB, so we're on USB. That worked will go. Sorry about this, lads.
I think is there a speaker on in the room? Can you turn it off?
No, there's no speaker on. Everything is as it was will go. You know what I'll do is I'll just come out and I'll try the speaker and I'll come in close. Is that fair enough?
All right, let's try that.
Okay, how are we there now?
That's good now, actually. Yeah, that's clean.
Okay. So technology at its best, and even though we did every check that we could do,
no, that's okay. So we're looking at the live stream is still showing it's back a bit. Richard or Jeremy, are you there? It's still look at the live stream here. I don't have it on sound, but I'm looking at it. Still looking at the Cold K pictures.
No, we're good to go.
Good to go again. Where do we pick up?
Okay. I'm just trying to think where I was now. Okay, I'm just going to come in here, right? Is that fair enough? Can you hear?
Yeah, that's about the right spot.
That's good. That's good, Pat.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, sorry about that, lads, but technology at its best. We did all the trials and things like that, but still. But no, that's about resilience. It's about being able to deal with it. But at this stage, I was building, okay, here I go. Everything okay? You can see the screens and things like that?
Yeah, we see
Feedback?
your screen.
Okay. Well, here I was now. I was building over 200 houses a year. I thought I had a Midas touch without realizing who he was. But you know, in all of that, in 1986, I was borrowing 2 million a year. The banks came after me. My wife had personally guaranteed our house and my confidence in the business. And basically that was being turned down. I started to blame everyone around me for my downfall. I lost my self-esteem, confidence, and I got depressed. Yes, depressed, feeling I was a failure. One evening, I spent hours driving around Cork City, and I decided to take my own life through suicide. And as I was about to enter the water in the quays in Cork, in front of me came a picture of my two sons. I slammed my legs on the brakes and I stopped, just 4 inches from going into the water. I put my head in a cradle. I cried uncontrollably. And lots of people are going through this at the moment. For a long time before I headed home, I told Marie, my family, and the banks that I was in trouble. And you know what? They did something that I couldn't believe. They had my back. And what I do know about this is, you know, everybody goes through these different feelings: anxiety, fear, pain, depression. But when this happens, it's very, very important to ask for help. Well, a few weeks later, this guy came into my office and he asked me, would I go hill walking? Now, I was a workaholic, not a walkaholic. And therefore, I ended up saying I wasn't going to go. He persuaded me to go 2 weeks later, I climbed what we call my first small mountain. And this is very relevant because, you know, from the turmoil, I had to get away from that pressure of the banks of my head. So I took on a challenge to climb a small mountain. I went up Mangerton Mountain. And when I came down, it opened my eyes to the beauty of nature around me. And that's very important to get your mental mind correct. So I went for a walk. Next week, even though the banks were taking me to court, I actually decided that I would climb Carrauntoohil. It was the highest mountain in Ireland. And when I got to the top, I was so excited, even though the banks were taking me to court. At that point in time, I thought I was going to die. It was my Mount Everest. And that's the thing with life. Your Everest keeps changing. I was so stimulated and excited at that challenge that I lost 3 nights sleep in fear that I would die on that mountain. The following Sunday, on reaching the summit of Carrauntoohil, I was as excited as I've ever been. I remember putting my hand out like this, shaking Val's hand, and he said, "What's wrong, Pat? What's wrong?" And I said I was going to climb Mount Everest. My new ambition to climb Mount Everest gave my life a sense of purpose and objective that I would strive toward. On the way, like life, I would achieve a lot smaller successes. And this is very important, which would give me the opportunity to rebuild my business, but most importantly, at this point in time, which lots of people now are feeling, self-esteem. At this stage, I set up a bank with no money, which is, I can't go into today. I became a financier, rebuilt my business, and like the phoenix roses from the ash, I actually refocused and then went on with my businesses, and I retired from the business world to take up adventure when I was 40. I learned that no matter how many times we fail in our objective, the most important aspect of failure is to learn from them and try again. You have to think like a rebel and become a maverick. I learned the skills of monastic resilience, having faith. And from my mother's belief in me, I learned to never give up in relation to my life as a roller coaster. And she gave me this. When times go tough, as they sometimes will, and the road you're trudging seems all uphill, when funds are low and debts are high, it's then you must not quit. Success is failure turned inside out, with a silver tint of cloud of doubt. You can never tell how close you are. It may seem far, but be so near. So stick to the fight when your hardest hit. It's when times go tough that you must not quit. And you know what? I did, and I rebuilt my businesses. I retired from the corporate world at the age of 40. Now, I find life has been good for me because I've had constantly to change on numerous occasions. I see change and challenge as in one, and I love the challenge. And now more so than ever, 98% of my businesses have closed in this COVID because I'm in tourism, I'm in speaking all around the world. Now, more so than ever, I have to see the bright side of life and see that glass half full. Now, you might say, wonderful. Now, whereas I was focused on a lot of other stuff, and I just want to throw this in the caution, I was not focused on one of the most important aspects of my life, and that is what you're looking at is my family. And now that I look back at it, I should have had a little bit more balance, and I could have still achieved that. So I'm just throwing that in as a cautionary tale. Now, my life has taken me right around the whole world, the highest, the coldest, the loneliest, the most remote places on planet Earth. I have crossed deserts, glaciers, and jungles with my teams and I. I have lived and I have studied over 30 amazing tribes of people and have experienced their way of life, from modern man, like me and you, to the Stone Age tribes, nomadic tribes in Africa. Throughout the course of all of our lives, and this is what I've learned, we're all faced with many challenges, no matter who we are. We set out goals, targets, and ambitions. Since the evolution of the species, people have set out to explore, conquer, and endeavor to do their best, no matter what they're doing. As motivated human beings, we are constantly challenged to take risks, and we need to fulfill our full potential. Become a first, plant the flag, be the best father that we can do, win a match, succeed in our business. We all want to belong to a winning team. We all want to succeed because success stimulates the energy within us and the people around us, even like within organizations and teams. They say yes, because it's in the nature of man to strive towards set out ambitions and goals. Now, I'm sure if you thought that your company or wherever you're working with or organization that you belong to, that they were losers, you wouldn't be part of them. And I had to learn at a very early age about building teams. Very important to build teams. I remember my father telling me about John F. Kennedy, yes, walking through NASA. And there was a guy sweeping a floor, and he stood in front of him and he said, "Excuse me, sir, what are you doing?" And this is what we should be doing with our teams. He put his hand on the brush, and this doesn't happen in all organizations. And he looked up at the president and he said, "President, I'm helping put a man on the moon." Well, if we can do that within our family organizations, to say that we're all helping, collaborating together to bring each other across. But we know, and I know I'm speaking to lots of people here, we're not all the same. A story, in relation to how I build my teams is about the Special Olympians that I heard years and years ago. 8 Special Olympians had spent 4 years trying to win gold, silver, and bronze. They started at the starting line. They got down on their knees, and your marks, get set, go. They went off. One little girl fell. 68,000 people stood up. Oh! The second last little girl went back, and she picked up the girl. And everyone was in shock. There was tears flowing in their eyes. Then the other 6 girls stopped, and they went back, and the 6 came across the winning line together. And believe it or not, they all got a gold medal. And in relation to what we're part in organizations, that's what it's tried to do. Collaborations, people coming across the winning line. I've heard it earlier, trying to help people all get that gold medal. So anyway, I'm here in the course of my own life now. I found great similarities between climbing big expedition mountains and my everyday life. For instance, to get to the top of a mountain, you start in a low point, and then getting to the summit is not always guaranteed. So we come down and we restart again. And maybe that's where we are. And I know we all have mountains to climb. Now I'd like to tell you about climbing Mount Everest, and I will attempt to tell its raw natural beauty and ferocity. Essentially, she calls the shots. Yes, if I get things wrong, I lose. If I get it wrong in my business, I go broke. Survival for me is in the detail, the planning, the training, the communication, the execution, and direction. I now use these lessons that I have learned in my own career. Essentially, Everest, when I'm climbing Everest, calls the shots. She changes the rules daily. In business, if we're sloppy or complacent and we don't move with the changing times, then that's what happened to us too. We die. Like on Everest, we've got to be focused on the challenges and adapt, not alone to ourselves, but the teams that we work with. Let me tell you a little bit about Mount Everest. She stands at 29,035 feet. Every time I look at it, I get excited. The summit is 5.5 miles high in the sky. You have not reached the summit until you get to the top. It's the size of a snooker table. You play a game of Russian roulette. When I started first, 1 in 4 would die. On the day we stood, my last time on Everest, 15 reached the summit, 4 died. So what makes it so dangerous? Avalanches, hundreds of thousands of tons of snow and ice cascading off its summit, blizzards, gale force winds coming off the mountain itself. Then you have massive seracs the size of 5-story buildings overhanging like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, crevasses, sometimes over 500-foot depth, and you have to cross them on flimsy ladders and you're afraid in case you fall in. High altitude cerebral edema, sometimes like when the actually pressure is on your brains and actually shove the sockets of your eyes out through it. And then I talk about cold. It's so cold going down to minus 60 degrees Celsius. I've seen horrific results, of teammates of mine losing fingers and toes from mere seconds of exposure. To carry a 10-pound pack in your rucksack is equivalent, according to National Geographic, to carrying a man, on your back step for step here at sea level. Then you have to deal with the mental pressure. The pressures are enormous when you're dealing with stuff like this. You have to deal with death. This here is a friend of mine who was just 1 hour from the summit who didn't come back. We're walking in the footsteps of dead men, which can cause uneasiness above 26,000 feet. Then people ask, how do you climb a mountain like Mount Everest? How do we get out of problems like we have when crisis occurs? You do it the same way as if I was to bring an elephant onto the screens and say, eat the elephant. The way we do it is we take it out bite by bite. Every morning we get up, we adjust our plans, taking into consideration the problems our teams are having. As we get higher on the mountain, day after day, we keep the summit in focus, but each step is like an Everest. It's not just like we leave Ireland. On my first time to Mount Everest, it's not all about success. Sometimes you have horrible times. On this occasion in 1993, I had a friend of mine, he was an American astronaut who had died, and we had to leave him there. But yet we knew we could get to the summit. In his honor, I came back the following year and got to the summit of Mount Everest. When I got to the summit of Mount Everest, it was for me. Then I decided, yes, I wanted to go back. And I wanted to actually help others achieve their goals. And I went back a few times, after that. One was to have the first Irish female reach the summit of Everest, and the first Irish team to get to the summit of Everest from Nepal. And believe it or not, I then became the first person in the world without realizing that I had doing it. So in 2003, I went back to Mount Everest. I was 1 hour from the summit and failed. And this was devastating to me. But what I did do is Claire O'Leary, who's going to become the first Irish female, asked me would I go back, and I did. And this is it. 17th of May, even though we had failed, we were back again. We had learned the lessons that would now take us to the summit. Here is our tent, and inside in the tent, we are freezing cold. We're in a godforsaken place. Our tent is pitched awkwardly, as you see, on the downsloping rocks of Everest. I could not help but think of what was going on in Claire's mind, right? Because she was now in the death zone. We had pushed ourselves to the limits. We're tired of the physical fatigue of living in that small, cold, smelly tent. Outside our tent is a body which has been sliced in half, that had been sitting there for many years. Imaginations can be a curse in situations like that. Do we go for it, or do we retreat? Well, I looked at Claire and she just put her thumbs up. That day as well, and I'm not going to get a chance to do it because usually these lectures are longer, there's the unsung heroes, the Sherpa people. And I never forget that night at 9:15, I was on the radio to Pembegalji Sherpa, and he said, Pat, are you going? And we said, yes, we are. A short pause, and we were outside our tent heading for the summit of our dreams. By 12 midnight on the 26th of May, temperatures were minus 35 degrees Celsius. We were freezing, clapping hands and feet. Our emotions were running high. We were now on our way to the summit of the world. At 1 a.m., we were ahead of time. And here we were now at the balcony. But as we got to the balcony, we knew the summit was in sight. And below us now, all the high mountains protruded through puff clouds. We were in the most dangerous place on planet Earth. Just below us, a friend of mine who had passed away in 1996 was lying there. And when we passed, we blessed ourselves, knowing that getting to the summit, just like having a business, it's not, about getting to the summit, it's about holding on to it. For us, it was about getting back. Then twilight turned to sunrise. We were crossing the highest gangplank on planet Earth. There was capped mountains all around us. And this was amazing. The summit now was in reach. This was it. The summit was achievable. There were thousands of feet fall off as I walked on the narrow ridge with the world below my feet. I tried to comprehend at this point in time the power and the nature involved. It was my 4th time on Mount Everest. I had already been to the summit. Fossils of sea creatures are encrusted onto the rocks there. This was part of our deepest ocean one time. As I looked ahead, I could see Claire approaching the last 50 meters. Step by step, by lingering step, we inched our way to the top, stopping every few minutes, taking the greatest views on planet Earth. Glaciers for hundreds of thousands of years coming up through the Khumbu. At this point in time now, we had reached the summit of the most mystical, spiritual, and dangerous place on Earth. Now, I've been to Everest 4 times. I failed twice. I've nearly died in the mountain in 2003. So as I was there, I took my camera out, and what I did is I pivoted right around the world, north, south, east, and west. I remain conscious of the fact that this was not another climbing exploit. This came from the depths of depression. In 1986, this dream began, and basically I had something to look forward to. The undertaking, which subconsciously began that very first day in the Kerry Hills, was yet once again a reality. I looked around and I seen the unsung heroes, the people that worked with me, the Sherpa people. I looked here and I could see we had a mascot. He was called Freddie T. Bear. And he had failed. He had stopped me in 2003 and come back because I was dying 1 hour from the summit. And then at that point in time, I was on the summit of the world, and I did something very, very unusual as a Corkman. For anyone that's not from Ireland, hurling is our biggest sport. And basically Cork is very proud of it. But I took a hurley from my pack. The footage that you're about to see now, you know, 4 people died just after this. The jet stream winds came in. Oh, oh. That's the highest backfella in the world. I fucked. I'm sorry. That's the highest backfella in the world. I'm breathless. I can barely breathe. It wasn't the most majestic. It was gone off the top of the world. Ooh. Well, there we are. As I looked at Claire, I remember what my father had said and professed. Dream and dream big, son, he said, but remember it's in the following of the dreams where the success lies. Well, we followed our dreams with conviction and passion, and this is most important. And we had now collected a bonus. We were standing on top of the world. It was quite peaceful there. No television crowds, no roaring crowds. You know, I was so proud. I was so proud to be an Irishman and Claire, an Irish woman, with her team on top of the world. And I never forget, I put my hand in my pocket. I took out from it the tricolour and I said, yes, we have done it. And then I turned to Claire and I said to Claire, we better get the effing well hell out of here because the storm was coming in and later 4 people would die. But I remember at this point in time that failure isn't an option. It's the same as Gene Cernan had said. He was the last man to go on the moon. But on the way down the mountain, I never forget what happened next. Even though 4 people died, Claire said, what's next? And I'll ask you, what's next for you? Then I said, how about the 7 summits? We got the 7 summits. I became the first person in the world to do that. And Claire became, even though she started with the 15th woman in the world only. Then after that, coming off that, she said, what's next? Later we went on and I said, how about the South Pole? One of the greatest adventures of mankind, one of the hardest. You know, we were burning 6,900 calories a day, equivalent 24 megajoules, 2 marathons a day for 60 days, 120 consecutive marathons. And you know what? We got to the South Pole, went beyond Shackleton and reached the South Pole. Now, we got to the South Pole, and I'm going to come out here because we worked as a team. We came across that winning line together, just like those in the, you know, the Special Olympians. And even though we have done all of that, right, and this is what's most important, we are organizations, we are companies, we are family people, we are leaders, is to ensure as mentors, as coaches, as people that have responsibility, it's very important to have, you know, be a good mentor, to have a vision, to see that glass as half full, even now, and that there's always a what's next. Now, on that, the most important thing to me now is the what's next. It's my family. I want to become the best grandfather that I can be because I wasn't the best father. Then on top of that, right, okay, I went on to become a filmmaker. I'm a bricklayer. And my last film, 72 million people had written or had seen and won Sundance and lots of awards. I also went on to write 7 books. My new legacy is that I've set up Forever Young Club, which we hope to have 2 million members. So even though everything has stopped for me, I keep dreaming. I keep wanting. I keep moving forward. I keep on having that monastic belief. What advice I have to give at this point in time from the 63-year-old looking back and now looking forward is, and this is a bit of advice, slow down, keep calm, be positive, take it easy, unplug, enjoy life, have fun and breathe, relax and meditate. The things I have learned about, you know, attributes of success and monastic patience is have a goal. Dream big, have pride, make and have a backup plan. Believe that you can achieve. If you don't, by the way, you won't. Take action, make the decision and follow them through. Be a leader, but more important than that, be a self-leader. Don't leave your destiny to others. Build and be part of great teams, which I know you are. Alone we are limited. Teams and collaborations will succeed. Have a passion. Yes, have a passion. Love what you do. Life is too short. Enjoy the journey. Don't quit and always have a what's next. Dream, dare, do, and achieve. And I'm going to leave you with a verse. And if we just bring me back on screen there, Richard, right? And I'm going to give you this, the attributes that my mother gave to me. And if you think about what you want, right, okay, in your life, and I'm going to give you this, and sorry, I'm now a minute over, It's one of the most powerful thing that you could give to anyone, and my mother gave it to me. It's about want, right? If you want something, right, then just go and get it. But this is how you get it. If you want something bad enough, you must go out and fight for it. You must give up your time and your peace for it. If your life is so lonely and useless without it, but all that you do is you dream and you plan is about it. If gladly you fret for it, but then you sweat for it, but then you go for it, but go for it with all of your capacity, your strength and tenacity. If you simply go after the things in life that you want, go tired, gaunt and lonely, and if day after day you besiege and beset it, let me assure you this, you will get it. And that's Pat Falvey over and out. Sorry about being a minute late coming out, but that's Pat Falvey over and out from the Mountain Lodge here in the beautiful kingdom of Kerry, overlooking the Lake of Learning. And I just want to say thank you, Leonard. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Dermot. Thank you to all the staff that's at the back room with this, because this couldn't be possible without the unsung heroes, the people behind the scenes, and Siobhan. Thank you very much. Namaste.
And thank you, Pat. Pat, that was great.
Sorry, yeah.
It's certainly, as you said, it certainly makes life today seem that bit much more easy. You know, when we complain about COVID and the difficulties of it, or what I call first world problems that we experience, like I can't go for a pint. It certainly brings that into context. Pat, thanks very much, and apologies for folks online. We had just that little technical difficulty in the middle, but hopefully that didn't take too much from it. So we're going to move on now to the next speaker today, and delighted to introduce Professor Bogdan Staszewski. I met Bogdan several years ago, actually, during a previous life, and he was only starting out, but in UCD that time, he certainly wasn't starting out in his career, because he's had an extraordinary career in this industry. He's worked with Texas Instruments, he's worked with Alcatel, he's been a CTO of the digital RF processing group, actually, in Texas Instruments. He went on to Delft University in 2009, and he joined UCD in 2014 as a full professor. He has over 200 patents to his name, many publications, and I guess what's most interesting of all, actually, it's certainly in the context of the conference today, is he has a startup company that he started in Ireland called Equal Labs. I'm sure Equal One Labs, a big part, which I'm sure he's going to tell us about. But in this area of quantum computing. So quantum computing, as I think everybody knows, is very new. It's new and shiny. It's one of the exciting things of the future. And now we're looking forward to Bogdan's talk today to tell us what it's all about. So over to you, Bogdan.
Okay, thank you very much, Leo. So good morning, everyone. I would like to present my own Mount Everest, which is to build a quantum computer on a CMOS chip. It's truly unfathomable goal. So quantum computing, as you probably know, is going to change the way we compute, communicate, work, and live. But first, I need to make a full disclosure. I'm not a mountaineer, obviously. And despite my two affiliations, I'm also not a physicist, a quantum physicist, but I'm just a modest electrical engineer. So, but I believe that now is the time for quantum physicists to step aside and let the engineers do the job of building a quantum computer. This is similar to a rocket science. As an engineer, I can say rocket science is easy. All the related physics equations you can put on a single A4 sheet of paper. However, it takes an army of engineers to send the rockets to the moon. A single mistake, for example, by a material science engineer, and the rocket is blown up. So this is very similar to going to Mount Everest. So let me start with my engineering background so that you can appreciate that the current state of the art in CMOS quantum computing goes back to almost 30 years ago. I got hired into Texas Instruments back in 1995 as a mixed signal designer. TI was a very famous company, very innovative company, known for the innovation of invention of IC chip, calculators, speak and spell. While there, I have witnessed the fantastic pioneering work behind the digital signal processor, DSP, digital light processor, DLP. So I wanted to add my own contribution, which I did in the form of a digital radio processor, DRP. It's all about the middle letter. So TI back then was an incredibly pioneering company. The spirit of Jack Kilby, who invented the IC in 1958, was very strong, and everybody was excited by his Nobel Prize in Physics in 2000. Jack Kilby was not just lucky. He was not a one-trick pony. After he invented the IC chip, he led a team to build world's first small-size computer based on his inventive IC technology. When I joined TI back in 1995, my first job was to work on a rechannel for hard disk drives. Back then, it was the most exciting area in mixed signal IC design and attracted me by its mathematical complexity and sophistication. A signal received from the rotating magnetic media of a Lorentzian shape in the frequency domain has to be shaped using analog techniques, continuous time filter and analog FIR filter, into this special partial response for PR4 target, so that analog Viterbi detector can detect the stream of bits, stream of data waveform into a stream of bits. Then in 1997, we started the digital intensive approach that converted most of these blocks into digital, and operated in digital logic at the rate of 750 mega samples per second. Back then, it was incredible speed, and it was breaking pretty much all the tools available. So just like climbing Mount Everest, building some new product, digital radio, requires a bunch of crazy individuals. In 1999, I moved to an RF group within TI, but noticed that techniques there were very much analog intensive. So I have decided to borrow the techniques from digital rechannel in order to make digital radio. So a group of these crazy individuals was created with a mission of digitizing the traditional analog RF design approaches, and you really need some interesting individuals in order to conquer Mount Everest. So within a couple of years, we were able to put into production, why did it move? Sorry. Into production a new digital architecture of Bluetooth radio. At the heart, we have digital controlled oscillator generating 2.4 gigahertz signal. The phase detection is done by the time to digital converter. Amplitude was being converted by this digital power amplifier. The receiver chain was half digital, half analog. Of importance interest here is the DCO. It has, instead of having one analog input, it has hundreds of tiny varactors, each individually controlled. The varactors are so tiny that every time we turn it on and on, we are entering and leaving 200 electrons. Even with this countable number of electrons, the resolution at the output at a 2.4 gigahertz was not enough. It was about 12 kilohertz. So we had to resort to dithering in order to get the resolution about 100 hertz at the RF output, which corresponds to a single electron. You know, you can imagine, single electron is required in order to meet Bluetooth specification. But the system worked, and it caught the industry like a wildfire. So these are some of the early customers that used our chips. Then we started working on a single chip GSM radio. The architecture was basically the same, but the specs had to be much tougher. The world's first single chip cellular radio went into production in 2006. And Here is the version with Nokia's baseband. Our digital radio processor is over here. Again, it caught the cell phone industry like a wildfire. Here are some photos of early customers' phones and some more, but the biggest volume production was by Nokia, the cheapest phones you can buy. So that was part of my PhD thesis. I was a full-time circuit designer in TI, and I simply claimed that work as my PhD thesis, then wrote a book. It published in 2006, which was translated into Japanese. And now this book, not this book, is being used in UCD and Texas Instrument and Dublin University of Technology to teach graduate level courses. So while we were busy putting into production high volumes of radio chips based on advanced CMOS technology, which we have noticed that the devices there were getting so small that we could count electrons. So an interesting question was raised. Can we build single electron devices using the standard CMOS process and employ them in cellular phone? But how does the single electron device work? You need to have a very small capacitor over here. And if you inject an electron, that delta V equal Q divided by C will give you a voltage change on the order of hundreds of millivolts. The electrons are brought in via quantum tunneling. The other electrons will be repelled by so-called Coulomb blockade. So in TI, we were thinking to use them for current references and current and high-speed quantizers. So that's how we would implement them. The green is the active area. We have polysilicon above. There is a little bit overlap over there, such as 5 nanometer squared. And we have some metal nearby, and by changing potential of this metal, we would attract electrons going through this thin silicon dioxide into this quantum dot. So the energy would be enough to attract the electrons. Once the electron would get in, it will create a potential which is large enough to repel other electrons to go through. And if you build very small overlap area, then electrons' Coulomb blockade energy will be 10 times larger than the thermal noise at the room temperature. So we started the physics modeling at absolute zero temperature, which is lower than what you have at Mount Everest. We have to deal with these kind of temperatures. The input voltage had to go beyond 200 millivolts. That's the voltage on this quantum dot versus this is the charge, number of electrons, versus voltage on this capacitive electrode. You need to exceed that voltage by 200 millivolts in order to tunnel the electron from the reservoir of these electrons, which is ground. And then you have to go to another 800 millivolts in order to attract another electron, because it creates this Coulomb blockade. At room temperature, unfortunately, you don't have this staircase, but you have less distinct staircase. But still, you can differentiate these individual electrons, right? The trick is that the electron's energy is higher than the thermal energy due to temperature. So it's all about how small we can make the capacitor. On the x-axis, we plot the capacitance values that could be realized in advanced CMOS technology. We are talking about attofarad. Here is this energy of the electron. We can plot a similar thing of the kT thermal energy, excitation energy of that electron versus temperature. So this energy has to be at least 10 times higher than this energy. and then you can reliably operate at whatever temperature you want, at cold temperature 4 Kelvin or room temperature 300 Kelvin. So this single electron device was realized as a differential structure shown here in the top layout and here with a cross-section view. And here we have a schematic of this. There was no cadence symbol for this, so we had to all hack it out. So we tape out a large number of these structures. You can see these arrays in TI back in 2006 in 45 nanometer CMOS. So CMOS, that process technology, was back then the most advanced low leakage technology in the world. So TI was the leader in low leakage technology. Intel was the leader in high performance technology for microprocessors. So here is the transmission electron microscopy photo of one of the structures. So you can recognize this differential single electron device. Here is the zoom in view. We can clearly see the desired overlap over here, but missed overlap on this side. So we absolutely have no way of controlling this, right? Process technology, we are dealing with dimensions which are small fractions of the wavelength. So you cannot really control this. You have to rely on OPC and other things to try it, to do it right. So the solution was to build a large array, large number of these devices, right? Some of them will have no overlap. Some of them will have 2 overlap, but lucky few will have enough overlap to give us this small capacitance such that we can develop enough Coulomb blockade voltage even at room temperature. So here is the measurements. When you look at this V out versus V in of the Coulomb blockade, you don't see anything particular. You need to zoom in. You see some negative resistance, negative transfer function characteristics, but they were not large enough for TI to put a big team of engineers working on products. So in 2005, I decided to try luck in academia. I got tenure at TU Delft in the Netherlands, which is ranked 12 in technology worldwide. This is half of the engineering building. The other half is a fab. So we had 60 full professors working on electrical engineering back then. Since I'm an IC designer, my student did lots of chips. Here is the selected 30% of what we did in the 5 years when I was there. In 2009, I moved to University College Dublin to work on IC design for IoT devices. As you probably know, there are supposed to be trillion of these devices. They are supposed to be dirt cheap, consume almost no power, scattered around, and serving humanity by sensing the environment, doing some processor, and maybe actuating. They are so small that they have to operate on the extracted energy from the environment, such as solar vibrational energy. So I've employed more than 20 PhD students on UCD based on my 6.3 million euro grant from Science Foundation Ireland. And we did pretty much all these blocks here to realize a small, low power, cheap IoT SoC, system on chip, right? So we're working on energy management, harvester, ADCs, DACs, you name it, frequency synthesizer, and so on. We did lots of chips. Several times per year. Our process technology was 28 nanometer CMOS from TSMC. And here is chips from 2016. Every quarter, we had several chips taped out on a single die, which we sent to TSMC. Here are the chips from 2017. So in year 2017, I got together with my former colleagues from TIs, these bunch of crazy guys that were trying to climb Mount Everest. And we decided to try it again to resurrect this single electron device effort. And now the CMOS technology is much better for single electron devices, simply because it's all about size. The dimensions have been shrinking according to Moore's law. So we are looking at new applications, and we have discovered that in the last 5 years, which is only 2 CMOS nodes, the data growth was 18,000 times. Imagine, 18,000 times. This is mostly because of videos, multimedia, but also lots of data from these IoT devices. Somebody has to process them, right? They are not being processed at edge. They are being processed by central computers. So how are you going to handle these 44 zettabytes, which is going to keep on increasing? It's simply too much. We cannot process it. Too much power is spent on this. So we need quantum computing for that. So the envisioned applications for quantum computing are shown over here. They are simply enormous, and this will change once the quantum computers are practical. This will simply change the world as we know it. We will be able, for example, to predict climate. All the equations for weather predictions are there simply because there is no power of existing computing structure to do that, right? We cannot synthesize drugs. We cannot simulate drugs simply because we cannot solve these Schrödinger equations of anything more sophisticated than just an atom. So before that, before I go forward, let me talk about some basics. So quantum computing is different from classical computing. In the classical world, the basic piece of information is a bit. It's a digital binary digit, which is bit. It can be either state of 0 or 1. A qubit, on the other hand, can be in the state of 0 and 1, but also it can be in the superposition of the states, meaning that it can be, when it is in this equator, it can be in the state of 0 and 1 at the same time, right? And we don't know that until we measure it. So we describe it in the so-called Bloch's sphere, which is 3-dimensional. Just like you would not build a classical computer with 1 bit, in quantum computing, you go for a qubit register. Here, for a 3-bit qubit register, there are 8 simultaneous states. They are all at the same time with varying probabilities. And each time you add a qubit to the qubit register, the quantum computing power doubles. And this is where the amazing quantum computing power lies. Just like in a classical world, you invert a bit. In a quantum world, you invert this qubit in one of the 3 dimensions. So you can do it in Z dimensions, X or Y dimension. Other single qubit gates, such as Hadamard gate over here, have no equivalency in the classical world. The Hadamard gate moves the classical state, either 0 or 1, into the superposition state, where basically we are in both states at the same time. The 2-qubit gates can also be constructed. Here's a classical, here quantum CNOT gate, but the number of inputs and outputs has to be the same because this is reversible computing, meaning that we can always go back to the input based on the output. So for example, if the input is 1, 0, output is 1, 1, and then we feed 1, 1 back to the input and we get back 1, 0. This is simply because we all know that information is energy. So here we lose energy, right? We are in a state of 1. We don't know what the input is. It means we are losing energy. And that is not allowable in quantum computing. We can build more complex functions. For example, QFT, quantum Fourier transform, is equivalent of FFT, fast Fourier transform. Instead of processing one input at a time to this engine to get the frequency, we can process all the inputs in parallel at the same time to get the output. And this is where the power of quantum computing is. So the first software algorithm that was proven to offer an exponential speed up was Shor's algorithm to find prime factors of an integer n. The QFT simply is at the core of this Shor's algorithm and finds the periodicity of this. So if we have 21 is equal to 7 times 3, right? This is the best thing that quantum computers currently can do to factor out, to tell us that 21 is 7 times 3, then this engine will give us the periodicity so that we can find these prime numbers. And the QFT consists of a bunch of simpler gates, Hadamard gates here, to put the outputs in the superposition state, and bunch of rotational gates, pi over 2, pi over 4, pi over 8. And it can be proven that any quantum algorithm can be realized using these gates, just like any conventional computer can be realized with NAND and OR gates. That's it. You don't need anything else. So now we all appreciate the power of quantum computing, I guess. So why is it still so difficult to build the first practical computer? We want something more to tell us that 21 is equal to 7 times 3, right? Well, qubits are very fragile and easily to decohere. The larger the quantum computer becomes, the more classical it becomes. So it loses its so-called quantumness. And lastly, it is extremely difficult to control qubits since they are nanoscopic, not microscopic, but nanoscopic on the size of nanometers. So the most of the commercial quantum computers are based on transmons and Josephson junctions. Here are some qubit implementations. These transmons are small, but they have to operate at 20 millikelvin. So they require lots of cooling mechanism. And here's an example from IBM Q. The quantum structure is here. You need to have lots of cooling equipment, measuring equipment, so on. So the total size of this quantum computer is like a 2-story room. A dilution refrigerator is required to cool qubits to 20 millikelvin. It is extremely expensive, costs millions of dollars, and requires days to reach that low temperature. Despite pumping kilowatts of power into the system, the heat extraction at the lowest stage at 20 millikelvin is only 15 microwatts. So you cannot realistically put any circuits, IC circuits, because it will burn more power, and hey, your 20 millikelvin is gone. So as an electrical engineer, I've always been curious what kind of circuits I use there. So here is an electrical schematic of a commercial quantum computer. The transmons are tiny, are in the middle, but they require huge microwave components, such as magnets, few Tesla magnets, circulators, amplifiers, oscillators, and so on. So you need lots of space, and they all operate at room temperature. So my TU Delft colleague, Lieven van der Zippen, gave a keynote speech at ISCC in 2017, where he predicted, so this is equivalent to Moore's law, number of qubits over time, that it will take decades to reach usefulness, meaning that you will do something that the classical computer, supercomputer cannot do. It will take decades. This is a cause for concern, so he proposed to speed up this by going exponential. But hey, notice the y-axis is already exponential, so he was proposing exponential of an exponential, which has never happened before, right? Not even Moore's law is exponential of an exponential. But despite of this, there are many companies and research groups that are working on solutions. And we have been pioneering of this special type of qubit called position-based charge qubit, which I will discuss a bit later. So what we are bringing to the field is that we have proposed to use advanced but standard CMOS to implement qubits and all the necessary electronics around it. The CMOS is used for a standard process, so we are not asking for any isotropic free CMOS, which exists only in very small volume. But advanced CMOS, such as built for microprocessors, that can be used to create high-quality single-electron devices of nanometer dimensions. And if we can build one of these qubits meeting all the rules, then we can meet millions of these qubits on the same die, because they occupy a very small area, right? So that's the goal in order to break this threshold, to get from here to there instantaneously. If we can build one qubit on traditional CMOS, we can build millions of these qubits. So here is our dream, holy grail of quantum computing, super Mount Everest that we would like to achieve. So we are on one single die of CMOS chip. We are putting thousands or millions of these qubits integrated together with the drivers and detectors for single electron electronics. Cooling has to be modest, so the whole thing can operate at 4 Kelvin. And if you go to, you can buy these 4 Kelvin coolers of liquid helium. You go to Montana Instruments, you can get this coffee size cooler for maybe tens of thousands of euros. And you can put it on your desktop, right, which is much smaller than big multi-story room used by the current quantum computers. So our qubits are position-based qubits. We have quantum dots or quantum wells separated by gates to control the electrostatic potential, so we can raise the barrier up and down here, here, and here. And we are injecting an electron over here. And of course, electron is not a ball, it's not a cannon ball, so it has to satisfy Schrödinger equation. That's the waveform shape. And if we lower the barrier, it can oscillate, can go to another well. And the presence or absence of this electron is detected by the single electron device, right, connected to each quantum dot. And then we know whether we're operating on the block sphere up or down, whether it's logic 0 or 1. To achieve quantum computing, besides the superposition, we also need to be able to entangle the electrons. So here, how it is done. The entanglement area is in the middle. We first inject an electron at the bottom left quantum dot, lower the barrier, allow oscillation, then raise the barrier when the electron whose wave function is split in half, and then inject another electron into another qubit, and then lower the barrier, and then voila, we have this electrostatic interaction that causes entanglement. So let me quickly repeat it with few animated cartoons. So we are injecting the electrons here, lower the barrier, let the electron oscillate, close the barrier. When the electron split in half, inject another electron, lower the barrier, and now we can realize C0 gate by having this entanglement between the two electrons. So to realize this idea, we have formed a company called Equal One. So since my former colleague from TI, with whom I have several patents on quantum single electron devices, he became a CEO. He lives in Silicon Valley, so the headquarters are there, but the design center is in Ireland, in UCD. We have Atlantic Bridge and Enterprise Island as investors. We are also part of the IBM Q network. So last year, we got the Disruptive Technologies Innovation Fund from Enterprise Island as part of an Irish consortium led by IBM and these companies. The objective is to integrate the 2-qubit technologies being currently developed in Ireland. So one position-based qubit and another one by Tyndall, which is qubits based on photons. So equal one name stands for entangled quantum aperture logic one-dimensional. So we are converting this 2D into 1D structure in order to be able to model it better, because it takes lots of signal processing to model these quantum interactions. So these bright areas are quantum dots or quantum wells. The dark areas in between are gates. So these are the polysilicon or metal gates. And by lowering the barrier, we can let the electrons go through. And the entanglement area for C0 square quantum operation is right in the middle, where the electrons are brought in, the electrons are injected here, they are brought in, and then allowed to interact. And these capacitors are small enough so that one electron corresponds to about 4 millivolts, which can be easily detected by a single electron device. So we taped out 2 of these chips. They are 3 by 3. They have 28 cores, 32 qubits, lots of digital, tens of millions of digital gates, bunch of analog electronics. Here is the chip, right? Chip photo, we flip chip into this daughter card. That's the photograph of this flip chip from the bottom. Then we put it in the mother board over here, and then assemble on the cool head over here, which gives us 4 Kelvin operation. And the whole thing goes into 19-inch rack. So it's a very small rack. And it has its own computer over here, all FPGAs, computers on the right side. Of course, they are operating computers operating at room temperature. So here are some results. So here,
sorry, Baldwin, just to cut in there, we're just very conscious of time. We're running over. We do need to keep a tight schedule today. So you might just wrap up for us.
Okay, a few slides. So thank you. So we have this quantum shift register. We are lowering the barrier. You can see the electrons wave function. This is a modeling, very accurate modeling that we did in COMSOL. Lower the barrier over here. You can see the voltage is higher, then the electrons basically tunnels over here. So if we have 3 quantum dots, lower the barrier, the electron here would oscillate between this well, and this well, right? It will move to the second quantum dot, then we do another oscillation, so it will go to another quantum dot. So we can do electron transport. We can also create Hadamard gate by splitting the electron wave functions into 2. Here is the electrical diagram, some measurement plots. We have a bunch of DACs that control the state of the gates, and if the barrier is lowered, then the electron can tunnel from this quantum dot to another quantum dot around, and when it is being transported, it undergoes certain operation. So here is the comparison with the commercial superconducting bits. What we can see that the decoherence time is not very high, but they're all based on spin of electrons, meaning that they need microwave to process, to turn on and process the quantum state, whereas we can read the state electrostatically. So we can do that much faster, from 50 to 100 picoseconds, whereas they need 1,000 times faster time. So when you divide the decoherence time by the number of quantum gate operations, you can get the same number of thousands of these gate operations as they do here. So it's a commercial effort. right, we have a company. We are dealing with customers now, but also because this is a new approach, so we are publishing it. So here is our book chapter publications. We have six journal publications in IEEE and physics journals, and we have 18 conference publications. So to conclude, so quantum computing is the next step in the computing resolution. The real world is fundamentally quantum. So in order to do things like simulation, SPICE equivalent simulation of drugs, for example, we have to go to quantum computing. There is no other way. The classical computers simply cannot do that. The quantum processor unit operates right at the subatomic level. The QPU is faint and decoheres quickly, so we need to operate at cryogenic temperatures. The lower, the closer to absolute zero, the better. The physics of quantum computing is very well known. All the papers can be put in a few sheets of A4 papers, but building it is extremely difficult, right? Companies are spending hundreds of millions of dollars to do that. So it's time for the engineers to gather forces and work towards this implementation. In our opinion, the background in microelectronics is key. So that's why I started from the microelectronics history. We are standing on hundreds of millions of dollars already invested in the IC infrastructure in order to follow this Moore's law. So to build the first practical quantum computer, we need to integrate all the classical control write and readout electronics, cryo together with qubits that operate at 4 Kelvin. And Equal One hopes to, within the next couple of years, to demonstrate the world's first practical quantum computer. Thank you very much for your attention.
And thank you, Bogdan. That was quite a tour, Bogdan, from up and down the mountain, I think. So unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but just want to thank you for that. I just, on a personal level, I just think it's really exciting to see a quantum computer being built in Ireland. I just think it's incredible, and so well done. And I hope the whole quantum, we'll hear later from Seamus Davis about what he's doing in Ireland. But I really do hope that the ecosystem now builds out in Ireland, because it's something we need to get involved in as it's going to be the next big thing. So thanks for that, Bogdan. We are now entering to our breakout sessions. So, and indeed, one of those is called Technology Trends, and that will be hosted by Brian from Analog Devices. And I'll take the one then on the future of work. So if you look at your screen now, you'll see further down the screen, you should see an option to hit into a Zoom call, and that'll take you into one of those breakout rooms. So we will leave it there for now then, from the main stage, so to speak. And we look forward to seeing you all back here for our next speaker, which will be at 11:45. And so if you join us again at 11:45, hopefully you'll enjoy the breakout rooms, maybe have a chance to grab a cup of coffee, whatever, and we'll see you back again at 11:45.
Maybe it's something in the water, something in the soil, something in our can-do attitude, but good things happen here. Imagination grows, inspiration grows, life sciences, technology and financial hubs grow. Tended by a highly skilled English-speaking workforce, our pro-business philosophy, and our commitment to the EU. A land where opportunity and resilience grow side by side in a safe and stable environment. This is Ireland, a natural place to put down roots.
what if we were all connected? Not just some of us, but all of us. What if every story, discovery, idea, or cry for help could be heard by everyone, everywhere? And what if all this were possible because of our next-gen communications technology, connecting all of us to each of us, analog devices, where what if becomes what is?
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
Hello and welcome back to the second half of our morning session in the MIDAS Ireland 2020 conference. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to our next speaker. This is Ronan Quinlan. Ronan comes from Towglass, which is a very successful Irish Indigenous company. I know they've been done particularly well through this particular difficult era, and their business is in around Internet of Things, a great sector to be in. Ronan himself has been with the company since the start. He describes himself as an entrepreneur, and indeed, interesting fact is that he can speak Mandarin. So hopefully we won't have any Mandarin questions today, but please do load your questions to the Slido. As Ronan is talking, we collect them as we go, or we can catch them at the end. But please do join us in the conversation as Ronan is presenting here. So over to you, Ronan.
Thank you, Leonard, for the kind introduction. If you want to speak Chinese, we can try. But thank you very much. My name is Ronan Quillen, alongside Dermot O'Shea. I'm the co-founder and co-CEO of Towglass. I'm going to chat through my journey today, developing a global IoT business from Ireland, the hurdles we faced in starting up our business, the lessons we've learned in the innovation, and where we see the future developments in IoT. So just to talk a bit about who is Towglass, what do we do? So Towglass, we're an Irish headquartered global company. We're an enabler of digital transformation through IoT. Our philosophy and ambition is to win and succeed in business while having some fun along the way. We work with organizations big and small to help them transform their current business, getting the market ready through IoT. So this slide here talks about the different phases that we approach that kind of IoT project and IoT scale out. So we start from the left here around a kind of strategic discussion first, because often you find with technology and IoT, if you don't get the strategy right, the project will fail. So we actually step back and look at the bigger picture with the customer and look at, okay, what are we trying to achieve here? So the best way to look at this would be take a connected health device, for example, a COVID test machine, very applicable for today. You want to roll that out worldwide. You want to have a connected solution that gives you the results immediately. And so we will talk about, okay, which markets do you need certification for that in those local markets, what network you're going to connect to, what technology you're going to use to connect those devices, what extra features you might want to have, and what price points, crucially, and what costs are involved. So then once that's figured out, we would move into the design phase, where we figure out how to design the hardware. There's a cloud aspect to this, the cloud management of the devices. And we would work to get a prototype proof of concept, actually functional proof of concept built. We usually would do that in a local facility in Ireland or in the US, and get those first few hundred pieces trialed out, make sure you get the user feedback and everything works well. And then crucially, you move into the deployment phase of the technology, where you have to scale it out to maybe tens of thousands of units per month, hundreds of thousands possibly. And then we work with our own factory in Taiwan, or with our network of large contract manufacturers worldwide to scale it up. The tricky part with a lot of technology projects and IoT solutions would be around deployment. How do you actually make sure those products, when they get into the local markets, for example, in the US, you need to have a different SIM cards and provisioning for those systems, make sure they're working locally. And the same then for the final management of the system, you might need different apps. And at Towglass, we try to deliver a full stack of solutions. And it's acknowledged that no customer maybe needs all those solutions, but we would endeavor to offer them. And then next step really around what we do is around this guiding principle of being smarter, faster, and cheaper. And we refer back to these principles when we're developing our policies and our products. Really, it's about accelerating our customers' time to market, to be on time the first time. I think it'll be acknowledged in our technology industry, if you don't hit these points, it's very difficult to scale. So an example of being smarter isn't just around the technology. I think we all agree you have to have smart technology, but also around the processes that you bring in. And of course, in this year, COVID, online processes. So for us, that would be for years now, we've been the leader in our area around our customers can order and customize their products directly online compared to previous or our competitors' solutions where you need to engage with a sales team, an engineering team, you need the drawings, quotes, the old style of business. We computerized all that through an online platform so our customers can get samples and products within a couple of days rather than weeks. And again, that faster aspect would be similar. The speed of progress worldwide in terms of technology has allowed us to deliver solutions within 48 hours anywhere in the world in terms of our component side, but also we must be faster in the way that we work as a team globally. So we would have daily calls rather than weekly calls that would have been the norm a few years ago. And that's because the speed of business has accelerated. Customers won't accept getting an answer in days. They need the answer immediately. If they call in the morning, they'll be calling in the afternoon again. And so we need to be ready for that. Cheaper is a controversial phrase for some people, but I spent 15 years in Taiwan, and the Asian culture is around being frugal and delivering value, and especially as you scale for this technology business, you need to hit price points set by the market, and we want to offer solutions that really are cost effective and hit the price points that we can scale. Onwards into the actual innovation side of things, we believe in continuous evolution of our products and services. On the bottom left slide here, you can see a little white thing there. That's a ceramic GPS patch. That's the first product that we launched way back in 2003. And it was for GPS navigation devices, the likes of TomTom in a truck in the UK. But we haven't focused purely on that technology over the years because one of the things I learned before we set up Taoglass when I worked for another technology company called NXT was around the need for diversification of products and solutions. And we've often seen companies fail over the years because they had one focus on one technology. In the case of NXT, this was an AIM-listed company which had a wonderful flat speaker technology. They developed the solution to transducers to vibrate the actual screen of your TV, of your notebook, of your mobile phone, to create the sound directly coming from your screen. It's a wonderful technology. However, their business model was and technology focus was a bit flawed because they wanted the customer to integrate that technology. It wasn't as simple as just putting in a couple of speaker nodes. And you needed to have technical abilities. I was the country manager in Taiwan, and I would go into these giant billion-dollar notebook companies and ask and say to them, please try out this amazing technology. They said, sure, please integrate it for us. And I had to tell them, no, that would be your job. And they would turn around and say, well, why would we pay you for that? So in the end, the lesson from NXT, which unfortunately blew through 100 million pounds sterling of money and actually quietly disappeared about 5 years ago. And their technology actually got taken up by Google and is now used in the latest Google Pixel phones. It's actually used in the Sony TVs as well now. Wonderful technology, but it was a lesson that we needed to diversify in our business. So that's, as you see the screen here, you can see a dome solution there in the middle. That's indicative of where our antenna business has gone. We started with one antenna for one application, and now the latest 5G solutions, for example, gateways for police vehicles or for live broadcasting need 17 antennas when they used to need one before. And we're very proud that we can deliver those multi-antenna systems for the worldwide market. It's very complex technology. So you now have 8 5G connections, 8 Wi-Fi connections, and the GPS for tracking. And that's where we are in 2020, 2021, 2022, could be 16. So a huge, very fast evolution of wireless technology. On the right-hand side is where our company is really focused on now, is around the idea of a full stack of IoT solutions. That bottom right-hand corner device there is a gateway solution. That's the connection to your application. That includes all the sensors, like it could be temperature, light, vibration, humidity, CO2 readings to make sure your employees in the building are breathing quality air. That's your connectivity to the network. But that itself is a dumb device unless it has a software platform to manage it. So, of course, we have a cloud management system called Edge Insights, which connects to our customers' systems, and all of that works together to provide a seamless service for the end user. On the top right, we have a millimeter wave antenna system there. So we continue to develop our wireless core technologies and integrate them into the IoT solution. So that delivers gigabit per second data. That's real 5G, called 5G new radio. And we're one of the leaders worldwide in that for the use of in your home or in business. You'll be seeing these kind of box solutions appearing soon over the next couple of years, and that will be delivering your low latency, your fast responses for autonomous solutions and for gaming. Onto the commercial side of things, I think sometimes the one lessons that we've learned over the years as we've scaled is that as a business, you have to constantly adapt your business strategy, especially to the size of your enterprise. So you can see an image here of a shark really gobbling up a fish. This is from an actual book called The Myth of Capitalism, which is a very interesting book to read. And it talks about the fact that the large corporations are dominating verticals in the US now. In fact, 18% of the market cap of the S&P 500 is now due down to 5 companies alone today. So when we initially started, our approach was a more appropriate to a smaller company, which was around delivering products online, that we didn't need huge teams. It's what's called the long tail approach. So we still, in fact, deliver massive amounts of products through a pipeline of continuous innovation. So 5 to 10 product releases per quarter. And you can't always predict which ones will have the demand. So that long tail approach is nice if you have a pilot customer, and then you can replicate that solution, get it up online, and then other customers worldwide, typically another 10 to 20 will appear and will also want that same solution. Now, the issue comes when, as you scale and you now have larger engineering teams, you've got a factory you need to keep fulfilled, you've got logistics centers worldwide with millions of dollars of inventory, and you've got this need to scale through growth through larger projects, and hopefully your business will be larger and be able to maintain a solution for larger business. So we've started to gradually strategically focus on those larger companies in the US and China and Germany that have the need for bigger solutions. So we would work strategically on projects for those kind of companies to maintain our growth. So how do we do that? We have a diversity of operations worldwide, and that's where you really need that when you're dealing with these global businesses that already have those operations worldwide. So we have 9 engineering centers worldwide, spread throughout the US, Europe, and Asia, and that allows us to maintain development and support of projects with those large enterprises. As often, for example, they might have an autonomous project that starts off in Silicon Valley, but the actual development, the actual hardware development might be in Taiwan, manufacturing might be in China, and we at Talgas are able to support those from right through from concept design in right through to manufacturing and local supply. And this is the key advantage as you scale up, is to really think about those operational aspects of the business. Now, another big thing that has happened with COVID was the fact that the market's disruption, logistics disruption, production disruption. And again, because we had that diversity, and you know, if you have enough diversity, you can get lucky in Taiwan, which is a great country with a very sophisticated health management system. They have one of the few countries in the world which hasn't had to need to go into lockdown. So our operational facility in Taiwan was able to continue supplying manufacturing while most other countries in the world had some kind of lockdown. And that's really helped to support our business. So on to other aspects of the technology business. We often get focused on the products and the technology, and they're key, but really what becomes clear over the years is that it's not really about the actual hardware or software. It's around other areas of the business. So the first one would be around the cash management as an entrepreneur. If you want to maintain control over your business, or you want to keep as much equity in your business as possible, you need to really focus on the cash management. How do you set up your business to maintain a cash flow that is positive? So myself and my co-founder Dermot came from the sales background, and we were able to work with our customers to really, with the right type of customer, to get cash in advance or deposits so that we could fund some of our products. And then on the back end, we worked with our suppliers to make sure that we got the credit terms, so we had a positive cash flow. So as our business scaled, we did not end up in a cash crunch, or we were not subject to the misfortunes of one customer not paying. And that's where a lot of entrepreneurs do suffer, is because they have to end up then with the external financing or go bankrupt. And then the second issue that we come across would be, as we scale, is around quality and the need for consistent quality processes. So I learned that again from Taiwan in manufacturing industry. And you start off with something like ISO 9001, which is a quality system I'm sure a lot of us are familiar with, but really it's do as you say as you do. You write down your processes, and we make sure our quality processes are clear in Ireland. I think that's something in Ireland we can be proud of. We have a very good attention to quality in the private sector. And we write this down, we then deliver that and we copy that quality system to the rest of our operations. So we have a consistency of approach, and then we develop on towards higher level quality systems applicable for industry, whether that be in automotive or healthcare. And then finally, the most important thing is around people. As we've seen, as your team grows from 10, 20 to hundreds of people as we have today, it's around the investment in the people, in the best people, and people that have an ambition to be world class and to maintain that consistency that our customers expect, but also to have fun in doing it and are excited about that. So in the last few years, we have really invested in our people and talent organization to find those best people and who enjoy that kind of culture that we're trying to create at Talgas. And here are some of the people from around the world that work at Talgas today. So back to the fun stuff of the technology. So what's the future for for us in technology world and the Internet of Things, our particular focus will be to leverage our core technologies around wireless systems, so around centimeter level positioning, around satellite GPS positioning, and on machine vision as well. So we basically, we see ourselves as an enabler of this autonomous future that's now creeping in, and in particular in such applications as micro-mobility, which is the emergence of light electric vehicles, such as e-bikes, as you see on the left there. There's a little box that sits at the top of the handlebars of that scooter. That's one of the systems that we developed, which is using a combination of GPS positioning and cameras to really locate that e-scooter so that it's precisely positioned within a parking slot. One of the issues with rollout of these devices is that they're being used illegally on sidewalks or not parked properly. This solution solves that. That little blue device there is a robot delivery service. And in the middle, you have one of the quite ubiquitous now robot lawnmowers. The Towglass would be a leader in GPS systems for those worldwide. Hovering above there is the Google Wing drone, which is one of the new drone solutions. Of course, there are other companies around the world we work with. On the right there is a connected horse. So that is great to see these new kind of applications coming through. So we work with really visionary entrepreneurs and leaders. This particular application here is coming from Horseware, who's a fantastic Irish company, leader in horse apparel worldwide. And the vision of Horseware is to develop a horse palm, which is a connected solution for the horse. And Towglass enables some of aspects of that solution, and really inventing new applications that are really beneficial for the owners of the horse as well as the horses themselves, of course. So on to an example of one of these machine vision solutions. This here is a container cargo optimization. So this is fun. So we developed a camera system that can figure out how well packed the container is, because one of the issues they have in the logistics industry is some unscrupulous delivery companies don't fill the actual containers fully, so they can get twice the truck visits to a hub. This system sits in the background in the container and alerts the control center if the container isn't packed properly. And it doesn't need a real-time stream. It just sends back the percentages back to the control center. So it's very low on bandwidth and on power. It doesn't need any power. It can work off a long-term battery. And this is really what we enjoy to do at Towglass, is these new types of projects. So that's all, folks. Short and sweet. So I'd love to hear any questions that you have. And also here are my contact details. You can get me here or on LinkedIn. Thank you.
That's great, Ronan. Thank you very much. That was it's just encouraging, Ronan, to see an Irish company doing so well. You know, I mean, it's I think it's probably fair to call it a global company, actually, based on what you described there. So congratulations. That's just encouraging for any younger people who might be online today, you know, who are considering starting up their own companies. Or you wouldn't encourage it, no? So looking at there's some questions coming in here, but let me just start with one from myself, one if I could. IoT was a real kind of a hype technology maybe 4 or 5 years ago. Everybody was moving in that direction. Is it living up to its hype? Has it become its own sector, or is it just enabling other sectors? I mean, are there IoT companies emerging, or is it really just becoming something companies are doing?
Yeah, it's definitely. When we started off, there was no such thing as IoT, Leonard. You know,
right?
It was all machine to machine, end to end, and it was very hardware focused. And it was hyped up even back in 2003. It was going to be the next big thing, M2M, M2M. And for over, I'd say until 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and then there was a kind of a take up of these ideas and an emergence of cloud platforms. Really, it became picked up by the likes of the large Silicon Valley companies that became transformed to this IoT. So the building blocks and the speciality companies have been, like Taoglas, have been out there for years. What's really changed is that the large enterprises are really focused on it now. So every large enterprise, whether it's Amazon, Apple, Google, to name some of the leading companies, they all have huge specialist IoT teams and projects always in the background, and they're really pushing it, and they're leading, with all kinds of new applications, but they're making real solutions rather than talking about it. It's becoming part of the backbone of their solutions, and you actually don't hear about it that much because the large enterprises purposely don't want the wider market to know exactly how they create these solutions, but it's all in there now. So yeah, it's a real thing, and it's a very exciting time to be in technology. There's never been a more exciting time than now. And I think the other big aspect that I've noticed is open source, the rise of open source, machine vision models, the fact that a young master's or undergraduate could actually come up with an application. A Raspberry Pi, a model from OpenCV, and play around with it and actually come out with something nobody else can come out with. I think that's fun and incredibly exciting for people coming into the industry.
Yeah, there was a big maker movement, wasn't there, a few years ago? It seems to have gone quiet a bit. But
it's funny because hasn't the maker movement actually created things like the Raspberry Pi? The funny thing is a lot of people have developed their applications around things like the Raspberry Pi now. Don't use it in production, but they do their proof of concept. So it has become part of the industry as well.
Yeah, the question here from Brian around robotics. Ronan said, any insight into the future of robotics, tracking, positioning technology? And if I could add to it, actually, something that I don't think you mentioned on the way through was edge processing, which is becoming a big issue as well, that there's too much data being extracted that's trying to process at the edge. I know there's like Movidius next to you there and up in Dublin, you might be interacting with them, but maybe combine those two in that question, the future of robotics and is edge processing part of that?
Yes, it is. So in fact, our gateway is called an Edge Connect gateway. Our platform is called Edge Insights. So, I think again, that diversity of approach, you need some applications that work on the edge, because edge processing means you don't need to stream gigabits of data back to the cloud to do the crunching in the cloud. And you also are enable like 5-year battery life. So for example, that horse example there, had to be done at the edge. You couldn't stream all that data back from the conditioning of the horse back to the cloud and do it all there, because there isn't enough bandwidth, affordable bandwidth to do that. So so edge is extremely important, but so is the cloud. And it's the combination, of what do you need to do here? Do you need a device that lasts, that doesn't need to be charged for years? Well, then the edge is the way to go. Or can you afford the bandwidth? So it really depends on the application, but it is vital to the future of robotics.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Ron, we'll leave it there. Thanks very much. That was great. And I completely agree with you. I think it's a great time to be an engineer. I just wish we'd see more of them. So thanks, Ronan. We get into some of the topics you mentioned actually later in the day as well, about startups and ecosystems and cultures and so forth. So hopefully you stay for that. And so we're going to move on now. And I'm delighted to introduce to you a very distinguished academic indeed, Professor Seamus Davis. Seamus started out life, I guess, with humble beginnings, like someone like the rest of us in UCC back in the early 80s. When he worked with, or he studied under the very famous, perhaps even in his day, infamous Frank Fahey. And I was scared of him when I was an undergrad. But Seamus went from there then to really build his career internationally. He spent a lot of time in California, in the University of California. He studied in Cornell. And also now he's a joint appointee between the University of Oxford, or Oxford University, and now back to his alma mater in UCC. So over to you, Seamus. Really looking forward to your talk.
Thanks, Leonard. Thanks to everyone for inviting me and having me here today. And a special thanks to Professor Staszewski for a brilliant introduction to quantum computing, which will save me a lot of effort, I think. So let me just launch into my presentation about superconductive quantum computing and the principles behind it, present performance, and what we hope the future could look like. So here is, everyone knows the history of these mainframe classical computers, starting in the middle of the Second World War, building up over 20 or 25 years, until eventually they became commercialized and widespread. So it's been a long time now, 80 years later, this is a world-leading classical computer. And for physicists, classical means non-quantum. So this is a world-leading classical computer. It's about 150 petaflops, I think. Incredibly powerful, capable, amazing performance. And yet, there are a very wide variety of extremely important scientific, societal, and security and business questions that really are intractable to a classical computer, just because the scale of the problem you're trying to solve grows too fast. And many of these problems, for example, this biomolecule here is the spike on C19. Simulating that a priori is completely impossible using a classical computer. Personal genomics, finding new materials, logistics for billions of people, climate, ecosystem prediction, and then investment and data security, national security. None of these are tractable computing now, and in the foreseeable future, they will not become tractable. However, enter quantum computing. It holds the promise to exponentially speed up our capabilities and give us the power to address, if not solve, many of those fundamental problems. So underpinning quantum computers is quantum mechanics, which was originally developed to describe objects on the scale of an atom, the internal structure of atoms. It's incredibly successful theory, the most successful physics theory ever. And now we use it to describe physics and chemistry, materials science, small molecules. And into the 21st century, it's beginning to play its role in information technology. So it's based on the idea that every object, is not a point-like particle. It's some kind of a quantum mechanical wave, a Schrödinger wave. And that immediately leads to the following possibility. If you add two waves, take two identical particles and add their waves together, well, you'll get twice as strong a wave. That doesn't seem to be too strange. But if you add them together out of phase, you get zero. So that's quantum destructive interference, a non-classical phenomenon, but one which definitely exists in nature. Another key phenomenon is quantization. If you take a classical object, let's say a violin string or a bell or something, a mechanical oscillator, it can have any energy. If you hit it twice as hard, it can have twice as much energy. Okay, if you want to see me, there you go. If you hit it twice as hard, you can get twice as much energy. But in the quantum world, that's not possible. The quantum mechanical solution is only a specific set of energy states are available, and the system, which I'm going to represent by one of Schrödinger's cats, can only be stable in one of those states. So that's quantization. Third key idea is quantum oscillations. If you have quantum states, and this was a philosophical mystery, how do you jump from one state to the other? Well, Isidore Rabi solved that problem. If this was a charged particle, you could send in laser light at the correct frequency that links the energy of those two states, And when you do that, the system will cycle between one state and the other. You can control what's the probability of having it in each state. And finally, quantum entanglement. This is John Bell, Ireland's arguably greatest physicist of the 20th century. And he showed that if you have two separate systems, two different cats, one is blue and one is green, if they don't interact, well, their states are separate. But if they do interact, their states become entangled. The overall state of the system requires you to keep track of each cat being in both of its states and then continuously evolving between them. So as a cartoon, here are the 4 key physics principles which are underpinning quantum mechanics, and now they're underpinning quantum technology and quantum computing. If you want to see this in terms of devices, many of you are familiar with what we call classical devices, the field effect transistor. It's either open, it's either conducting or not conducting, okay? And logical gates are Boolean logic based on digital inputs. And our IC system is now based on this logic. But in quantum mechanics, you would have solid state devices. I'm going to describe one in detail. But the state of each device is a mixture of at least 2, let's say typically 0 and 1, but you're in a mixture of both. And then the logical gates are driven by the dynamics of these qubits. But eventually they have to produce a classical result, either 1 or 0. And now that's all fabbed into a modern quantum IC system. Okay, so now I want to tell you about superconductive qubits, the ones that I'm familiar with and interested in. So first, superconductivity. Superconducting metals have absolutely 0 resistance. They're infinitely conductive. They allow perfectly dissipation-less electrical and electronic systems. This is the superconductor. It's at a low temperature, and this magnet is floating over it by virtue of the fact that there are perfectly dissipation-less electrical currents flowing in the superconductor. So how can that happen? So, you know, if you're at a high temperature, all the electrons in a piece of metal are in random energy states. But as you cool down, more and more of them fall into the lower energy states. And then the miracle of superconductivity is that at a low enough temperature, all of the electrons in this macroscopic object fall into a single macroscopic quantum state. So it goes from being a classical object to being a very large quantum mechanical object. So this is a superconductor here. There are thousands of superconductors which are known. And at the time of discovery and up to the 1950s and 60s, they all only operated at temperatures. This is a temperature scale. Room temperature is here. Liquid nitrogen is here. Liquid helium is here. Temperature of outer space is here near 2 Kelvin. This is absolute 0. So most superconductors only operated near absolute 0. But now we have dozens of them that operate at temperatures well above 100 Kelvin. And in fact, just 4 weeks ago in our field, there was a historical breakthrough. Mikhail Eremets reported the existence of superconductivity, which is at room temperature. It's actually above room temperature. And before you rush out and invest in this material, the problem with it is for it to superconduct, it has to be at 2 million atmospheres. So it's not yet ready for applications. But as a matter of principle, it's very important. It proves that there's no barrier to room temperature superconductivity, no physical barrier. It will happen. So now how do you make a qubit from superconductivity? So aluminium is a very good superconductor below 1 Kelvin. So you take use fab. This is a sapphire substrate. You fab 2 aluminium wires with an insulating tunnel barrier between them. If these were semiconductors, this might be like a part of a FET or maybe a diode or something. But here it's 2 superconductors with a tunnel barrier. But because each of these is in a macroscopic quantum state, the electronics of this device are completely different. The current which travels through the device is controlled by the quantum phase difference between the 2 superconductors, according to this equation. And the voltage across the device is controlled by the rate of change of the quantum phase. So it's a purely quantum mechanical device, even though it's a macroscopic object. We can calculate, there's some charging energy of this capacitor, so we can calculate the capacitive energy of this device. And there's some energy associated with the quantum mechanical phase. We can also calculate that energy. If we add those two energies together, it's the total energy of the device. Then we use quantum theory to figure out what would be the quantum states. And here they are. These are, for the mathematicians here, these are the Mathieu functions, but these are the quantum states of this device. So at the end of the day, by using superconductors, you end up with a device which is macroscopic. You can make it by fab, but nevertheless, the states that it can take up are purely quantum mechanical. We usually only deal with two of them. We call them 0 and 1. And, but this is not a single atom. It's typically a billion atoms inside this device. All right, now here's a fab device. It's one of Google's devices. So the qubit is here. It's actually got 3 control electrodes, which I'm going to describe. But the 2 quantum states are inside this device, and the operating frequency is somewhere between 5 and 10 gigahertz. All right, so the layout, the control layout of the device is, here's the qubit. It has an external control line, it has a readout line, and it has an entanglement line. So when you want to change the state of the device, you apply a voltage pulse here, an oscillating voltage at the frequency that mixes these 2 states. And then eventually you turn off this pulse and you leave the system in some big state. Next thing you might want to do is to entangle this qubit with its neighbor, a different device. There's a switch you can close, a superconducting switch, and it entangles these 2 qubits. And finally, at the end of the calculation, well, you want to know what state is each device in. So there's a readout electrode for each qubit. It's actually this line here. You measure the reactance, the frequency-dependent impedance of this line, and depending on what the frequency of the response is, you can tell which state the qubit is in according to the high-frequency response on this line. Okay. So based on these 3 elements, now there's been a huge and very exciting revolution in implemented quantum computing. You can buy an IBM Q1 quantum computer now. They work beautifully. IBM led the charge, but Intel has very nice superconducting quantum computing technology. Microsoft does as well, but it uses a different style of device that I don't have time to talk about. Rigetti uses the same superconducting devices that I described. And Google has jumped in and claimed the lead in that field by making 72 qubit quantum computer, again, made of these superconducting devices. Okay. So last year, from at least in the physics world, there was this detonation claim of quantum supremacy. This is John Martinez, who I know quite well. I went to graduate school with him in Berkeley. So he reported in Nature last year that they had built a 53 qubit quantum computer operating at temperatures near 20 millikelvin, which in 200 seconds could carry out a calculation which would take the world's fastest supercomputer 10,000 years. That's what they claim. And on that basis, they claim to have achieved quantum supremacy. Now, that's a contentious claim. And in fact, it's not really a scientific claim. It's more of a corporate stakeholding claim. You know, careers are involved, investment is involved, et cetera, et cetera. So I want to dig down a little bit and try and understand, what did these people actually do and why is it important? Putting aside the claims of supremacy or no supremacy, what did they actually do? So here's what they did. They fabbed aluminium on sapphire 53 qubits. So each one of these crosses is 1 qubit of this size. So each qubit has 4 neighbors. So now they're going to carry out a calculation using all 53 qubits. So we can't follow all 53. In fact, it's mathematically impossible for a classical computer to do that. That's the whole point. So let's just follow 2 qubits. This one I call Q, and this one I call P. And let's do some quantum operations on those devices, the same ones that Google did. So the first thing you do is, so here's Q and here's P. You send in the control signal to change the state of Q and P, like this. And after a little while, these 2 guys separately end up in 2 mixed states. So now P is in this state. P is here in this state, and Q is in that state. Now the next step is to entangle them together. So you open the gate between them and entangle them for some, nanoseconds, and then you close the gate and they're entangled. Now it's a complicated situation. You actually have to use this description to describe the state of these two qubits. But now after you've entangled them, you carry out the next step, which is sending in more control pulses here. And now that changes the state of these guys into a new state. And now the third step here is you're going to entangle one of these guys with its neighbor, with this neighbor, okay? Entangle just the green guy with the red neighbor. And at that point, I lose the capability to write down the state of this thing. The size of what we call the Hilbert space, the space in which data is stored, grows too quickly for me to keep track of it using this cartoon. But at the end of the day, I can still say, after all the evolutions are done, after all the calculations are done, what is the state of P? So I go down here to the end and measure P. I do that by measuring the frequency of the resonator. And I can measure the state of Q down here, measure the frequency of the resonator. And by making that measurement, I can say P is in state 1 and Q is in state 0. That's the answer to the calculation for these two qubits. But there's 53 qubits. So when you do one complete calculation, you actually get 53 binary numbers. So this is a bit stream as the output of one calculation. So now they did this billions of times. You repeat the same control sequence a million times and write down the answer. And you don't get the same answer each time because it's quantum mechanics. And now how do you know, is the device working? Because you get a somewhat random answer each time. But you can tell from statistics. You know what all the control sequences are. You know the theory of quantum mechanics. If everything was working properly, you can predict what would be the statistics of this set of bit strings. So what they showed is that if you just operate 10 qubits for 14 operations, then at the end of the day, you have about 50% fidelity. About 50% of the time, the calculation worked correctly as predicted, but 50% of the time it failed. If you go all the way out to 14 cycles, but taking into account all 53 qubits, then, at the end of the calculation, only about 1% of the calculations gave what appears to be a viable result. But the point was that to show that with a classical computer would have taken 5 hours of calculation. And then finally, if they take 20 data cycles for each qubit and 53 qubits, they can show that at the end of the day, only about 0.1% of the calculations worked as predicted. But to simulate that with a classical computer was said to take 10,000 years. So that's actually what they did. That's what passes for quantum supremacy in this business. Now, whether you regard this as supremacy or not, that's a personal judgment, okay? I don't have a strong opinion on that, but I have a very strong opinion on the following fact. They implemented a working, not a theoretical, not a hypothetical, but a working 50-qubit programmable quantum computer. It has more than 1,000 Schrödinger cat single qubit gates that work. It has almost 500 entanglement gates that work properly. This is all working in the 10 gigahertz range using homemade electronics to operate the system. This is a historical achievement in physics, and I believe it's a historical achievement in the development of quantum computing. It's the basis upon which we're sure that quantum computers of this stage, of this scale, can be built and can operate. So a brilliant achievement. Okay. Now let me talk just for a minute or two about my own interest in this problem. It has to do with quantum matter. So here's one of these superconductive qubit quantum computers. As Professor Staszewski said quite correctly, these things are massive. You have to build an extension on your house if you want to have a quantum computer at home. And they're incredibly expensive, many millions of euros per device. And what's inside one of these machines? Well, there's all the electronics, but it can be miniaturized. It's in the gigahertz range. I mean, it's in the lower range than 5G. It's not super advanced technology. But for the qubit to operate, you have to cool down to millikelvin temperature. So, room temperature is 300 Kelvin. Liquid nitrogen is 50 Kelvin. Liquid helium is 4 Kelvin. Deep space is 2 Kelvin. These qubit computers work at 100 times colder than deep space. That's why they're so expensive and difficult to use. Okay. But here's the thing. How did we get to this point? Well, it's historical. We use aluminium as the material, but aluminium is one of the lowest temperature superconductors. There are hundreds of much higher temperature superconductors, and there's no reason why we couldn't make a higher temperature superconducting quantum computer. If we could go from 50 millikelvin to 5 Kelvin, you would see a device like Professor Stadusky showed you. And if you would go up to 100 Kelvin, you could use a Cascade Peltier refrigerator. You would have something indistinguishable from a laptop. So this is the type of aim that I believe people should be aiming for. That means we have to study high temperature superconductors to make high temperature superconductive qubits. And this is the field that I work in, trying to understand high temperature superconductivity. Now, this is a deep problem of physics. People have studied it for decades. We don't understand how these materials work, and it's still a frontier problem of physics to understand and develop high temperature superconductors, but they do exist. I had been developing a technology where we can visualize the electronic structure of materials. Each dot here is an atom. It's actually a lithium atom on the surface of a high temperature superconductor. And with our microscopes in these materials, we can image the quantum mechanical waves of the electrons as they move around through the material. And this is a revolutionary way of diagnosing and understanding many materials, including superconductors. Well, we've used this technology to examine these superconductors, and although scientifically it was great fun, very productive, we were able to show that none of them really will work as a quantum computer. They have what's called a node in the energy gap. They're not going to work. However, there is another recent candidate, iron selenide. When we examined iron selenide, we find that it has all the necessary characteristics in its electronic structure to be a fully gapped S-wave superconductor, which is what's required for quantum computing. So we think iron selenide, which has the correct electronic structure and is completely consistent with existing fab, it doesn't require us to invent a new fab technology, represents an excellent candidate to make a high temperature quantum computer, which would be faster, cheaper, more compact, commercializable, and really the way forward, at least if we're going to pursue superconductive quantum computers, a way forward to a commercializable future. Okay, so the outlook is it took us 80 years, to get from here to here, and it's well worth the effort. So the question is, how long is it going to take us to get from here to a desktop quantum computer? If you go down the superconductivity route, you're going to have to go through high temperature superconductivity. In that case, people like me have some role to play. Thanks very much.
That was great, Seamus. Thank you. That was fascinating. Actually, I hadn't been making the connection between those monster machines that I've only saw pictures of and it being a superconductive materials.
Yeah, the idea that you have to have those huge machines is false.
Yeah. What's it? The ENIAC is a great analogy to it. What about? I don't know if this is your area of expertise, but actually before I get into it, so sorry, before I get carried away here, just to remind people that the Slido is still open. Please do load your questions for Seamus into that. And we'll get to them. But what about the programming of the thing, Seamus? And it looks like you're using microwaves at the moment to program it and read out of it. So is the input and the output device going to be as challenging as the actual computing device itself?
No, IBM has an open source, what appears to be a classical programming language, but in fact is designed to operate the quantum mechanical operations to carry out the functions. So the programming problem, as far as we understand, is already solved, and you can just download it from IBM. It's a solved problem. The difficulty here, as emphasized in the earlier talk, is the engineering of the devices and keeping them quantum mechanical for as long as possible.
Right, and iron selenide, is it? How do you deposit it? Is it sputtered? Is it a CVD technique? How do you?
So you can grow it as single crystals, which is how I study it, but it's MBE grown on strontium titanate to produce the best results at the moment.
Okay.
There are several major programs in other leading tech countries to implement iron selenide as a technologically viable high temperature superconductor. So at least in our business, that field, that frontier of that field is moving forward very fast.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And so you're obviously back in Ireland as a joint position. Seamus, what brought you, funding I know could be an easy answer, but what brought you back to Cork and to do this work? Because this is really, as per both talks today, actually, this is really cutting edge stuff. You're way out on the edge here.
Well, there's the personal motivation. I wanted to come home, but most people on this conference would understand that one. In terms, I was on sabbatical in 2016. I spent it at home in West Cork. I realized the scientific infrastructure in Ireland is so good that there's no reason why we can't compete at the world level at the frontier of our field. So I thought, in that case, why not just go for it? And it looks, modulo the fallout from COVID, it looks really like an excellent situation to me here in Ireland now.
Okay, so as well as I said to the Bogdan this morning, I think it's really encouraging to see that level of activity. It's Ireland has done well over the generations of various computing technologies to kind of be at the edge and to be kind of, in terms of the companies that came here and the work that got done here. And I certainly personally had a concern for a long time that we weren't addressing the quantum wave, but it looks like we're putting the pieces together.
We need to build up to a bigger community, but we're off to a good start.
Yeah, no, sounds very encouraging. Just having a look at the Slido here, I'm not seeing anything coming in. So listen, Seamus, we might leave it there then. Again, thank you very much. That was a great session this morning between yourself and Bogdan's work, just to give us a great view as to where we're going. Obviously, some huge challenges, but this industry's done it all before. I think it's probably the way to look at it. Just again, just to share with the audience, I'm mad jealous of the fact that you're down there in Dragona, West Cork, because it's where I spend a lot of my time, and I'm just mad keen to get back down there. So you're lucky to be living on a beach. But no, Seamus. So thanks very much, Seamus, and we'll leave you go there. Okay. So then to everybody else, we're now heading into our getting close to the breaks, to the larger break. But before we do, we're going to just remind you that we're now coming into 2 more breakout sessions now again. The first 2 seem to work quite well. So we're looking forward to you joining us for those sessions. Again, the link to the sessions is on the page here. If you go down the page, you'll find it. And if you get into that room, that Zoom room, then Jim will direct you to one of 2 rooms. Then to where one will be talking about the electronic systems skillnet, and Jerry Byrne is going to be there. He's going to welcome people and talk to the opportunities of that skillnet and what it's going to be doing next year and what people might like to see in it. So I think that'd be a very interesting conversation for anybody who's interested in training for yourself and your staff. And then we also have a breakout which I'm going to moderate, which is going back to what I said at the opening, which is really to look at doing another project, bringing a project next year under the MIDAS umbrella, using the MIDAS network to build a consortia with a view to potentially to proposing a project probably to the DTIF program, because that's one of the good ones to go with. I don't think it'll be on quantum computing, but I think that's well out there. But hey, you know what the hell? If you have an idea, why don't you join us and we'll have a chat and see where we can go from there. So to introduce the skillnet piece, I'm now going to welcome Jerry Byrne, who's our skillnet coordinator, and Jerry is going to describe the skillnet, electronic system skillnet. And then at 1 o'clock, we'll start the networking sessions. Then I won't speak to you again until 2:50. So if you do join the network session, it'd be great. If you don't, then we'll see you back at 2:50 when we start the afternoon session. So you get a nice long break there if you want to get your emails done, or you want to grab a bit of lunch or go for a walk, whatever you do in the middle of the day. And we've got some really interesting talks in the afternoon. One on technology and the arts. I think you're going to find that a fascinating talk. We've also got a guest speaker from California, in Hans Schwartz from Curvo, and a very, very interesting panel, which I must say I'm very, very much looking forward to. So, with further ado, we'll introduce Jerry to talk about skillnet.
Leonard, there's a slight delay here. You'll have to give me a moment to get Jerry's
okay. So
talk ready.
what's on the screen then? Are we?
We're still looking at you, Leonard.
Oh, I'm still talking. Okay, well, I'll just keep talking then. So let's see, what can we talk about? So we're just waiting to load up the piece with Jerry. It's actually a video piece that we pre-recorded, so we're just getting that ready to go. But just to say, I hope that people did enjoy this morning's session. Please do in the afternoon, when you come back with us, please do join in the questions. It really is a great way to try to interact and have a bit of chat, and even when somebody's presenting, we've actually done this during the MIDAS meetings, where people have interacted with each other on the chat. So please look to that, because it is something that we're very anxious to do, to try to do this networking, although it's difficult to do it virtually, because we can't be face to face. So that would be really useful. I think we've got another breakout session as well in the middle of the afternoon on one looking at innovation ecosystems, and perhaps we'll get into a conversation there about what I just mentioned to Seamus, which is how can we really build an ecosystem now in Ireland to go after quantum computing in the same way we did one for nanotechnology several years ago. Cloud computing is emerging as one we're doing now, or sorry, artificial intelligence, not cloud, is emerging as another potential ecosystem. There is some good ecosystems in Ireland and around smart cities. A lot of work going on in Dublin, or Cork, Limerick have something interesting going on there. So it's great to see those things being put in place, primarily actually for the SME communities, because I think they benefit much more from these opportunities to interact with larger companies. So that'll be a good, interesting session in the afternoon. And also we're going to do a thing on careers. It's being a challenge, I think, and most people know this, those who hire graduates, to attract graduates to this industry over the last number of years. And it more is a pity, because again, just the small snippets we saw this morning, all the way from Tauglass doing some world leading engineering, all the way to Seamus Davis, who's doing world leading materials engineering for a future of supercomputers. So this industry is as challenging and exciting as it's ever been, and yet it doesn't seem to attract the kind of quantities of people, of engineering graduates I would really like to see. Again, I often talk about when I was a lad, everybody wanted to do electronics, and now there's other alternatives. There's chemical, and there's chemical engineering. I know that's a big one in Cork, and I just think it's a pity. But and also, of course, you see engineers heading off to work for banks, and that personally breaks my heart. I don't know if anybody's got a comment on that one, but it just breaks my heart when I see mathematical and engineering and scientific brains going to work for banks and insurance companies, and of course I'm sure they've great careers there. But I just think it's just a way, for me, it's a loss that we don't get that happens, and maybe it's time for us to get back and see if we can attract some of that lost talent back into this industry, because there certainly is plenty of opportunities. Again, as I've described this morning, the companies are hiring. I mentioned 3 companies there that had job announcements this year, and and I know there's more, just the ones that I'm not aware of, growing as well. Because at one stage, I know maybe it was about a year ago now, but I believe the IDA was estimating that there was going to be 700 jobs created in this sector in the next number of years. That's a lot of deep tech jobs.
Okay,
really,
Leonard, I have Jerry ready to go now.
Okay, great. So that's enough of me ad-libbing. So we'll cut over to Jerry now and hear all about the SkillNet. Thank you, and we'll see you through this.
Thank you. This is Jerry Byrne from the MIDAS Electronic Systems SkillNet. I'm the network manager, and I'd like to provide an update about what the SkillNet has been doing in 2020 and our plans for 2021. So in the early part of this year, the SkillNet pivoted from being delivering courses on site to delivering everything in a virtual environment. All of our courses have switched to live online courses, and now we're bringing the best-in-class trainers virtually to Ireland and virtually into your own home. So we have presenters like Ken Deavy, Kofi McInwa, Tim Corcoran, Dick Gann, and many more who've been presenting slides like this, the one you see here, through some of the platforms that you're all well familiar with at this stage. After initial hesitance, we've had a very strong uptake. There have been 40 online courses delivered in 2020 versus a total of 26 courses in 2019, only one of which was an online course. That was Ken Deavy's analog CPD module. So we have transitioned so dramatically from on-site courses to delivery online, and the feedback we've been getting has been very positive. For example, one of the advantages of the online courses is the possibility of breaking the courses up to smaller sessions instead of having 1 or 2 days intensive on-site. We've delivered courses, for example, the 7 Habits course has been delivered across 6 days at 1.5 hours session each day. So the feedback we got there was the bite-size approach works really well for such an intensive and mentally challenging course. So while we appreciate that training in the same room with trainers certainly has advantages, there are also some advantages to delivery online as well. The SkillNet training is industry-led quality training. So what do we mean by that? The MIDAS members decide on what courses we actually deliver, and we do an annual survey this time each year, and we solicit inputs from all companies that wish to avail of the training. You can provide your inputs by following the link here in the slide, and it should also be at the bottom of the screen that you can see it there, that you can put in your inputs as to how many places you would like on a broad range of courses that we've proposed for 2021. We're also having a breakout session immediately after this, so you can join with me to discuss some of the courses being proposed, and maybe there's some ideas for courses that you want to suggest yourself. So all inputs are welcome. During the year, the SkillNet is directed by a steering group with 8 representatives from the 8 companies that you see the logos from here. That steering group helps to implement the training courses as directed by the survey inputs, and they also help to procure the best trainers for each particular training course to try and ensure that we deliver the best class training for all member companies. The SkillNet training is an expanding collaboration. So it's a collaboration at one level between SkillNet Ireland and MIDAS Ireland. SkillNet Ireland providing funding to make sure that the courses are accessible in terms of cost, and MIDAS Ireland is a contracting partner with SkillNet Ireland to allow the SkillNet to actually come into existence. We've delivered 40 online courses in 2020. That's a 50% increase, or more than 50% increase on 2019. We've had 430 trainees and 27 companies that have participated in the training. The SkillNet training is accessible and inclusive. So what do we mean by that? It's accessible because the training is generously supported by SkillNet Ireland grants, and that includes an extra COVID-19 grant to help companies that might have had some extra difficulties in the current environment. It's also inclusive in the sense that SMEs and startups get better than equal access to short courses and to the CPD, the Continuous Professional Development Module courses, which those CPD courses, the course outlines have been developed by the multinational corporations, but the SMEs and startups can piggyback on that and book a place as if it was their own private induction course for new hires. So we're strongly appealing to SMEs and startups to take advantage of the generosity afforded by the multinational corporations in being inclusive to all comers. The MIDAS SkillNet is planning a broader course choice in 2020. So apart from our main core topics of IC design, software topics, including Python, embedded C, C++, ISTQB for the quality software development, and many more courses that are not directly on about chip design, that are about the applications and so on, are being offered in 2021. We're also looking at the ever important management and soft skills space, and hoping to collaborate with the Institute of Management in Ireland, the IMI, to provide courses in that space in 2021. If there are other courses that are not listed here that you'd like us to run in 2021, please join the breakout session, or you can also propose a course on the survey that the link is provided for at the bottom of these slides. The MIDAS SkillNet is particularly proud of the continuous professional development modules that it has developed. To date, there have been 2 12-week continuous professional development modules developed, with the course content defined by the MIDAS member companies to suit the requirements of the companies in the sector. The first one was the Analog IC Design Fundamentals course, which was developed in collaboration with Waterford IT, with Ken Deavy. And in 2020, we've also developed the Digital IC Design Fundamentals course with Dick Gahan from TU Dublin. Both of those courses have been fully subscribed, and there's a waiting list for places. We will rerun them in 2021 between September and December, but please don't wait until August to book a place. It will probably be full long before then. You can book a place now, and it's only provisional at this stage. We're also looking in 2021 to develop a digital verification CPD module, and hopefully to run a pilot course then also in September to December 2021. One other project that we've done in 2020 has been a survey of resources and skills gaps in the electronics sector, which John Blake has completed, and there will be a report ready for discussion at the MIDAS SkillNet AGM meeting in January. So there are some very useful findings there that will help give us direction for the future as well. So how can you avail of SkillNet training? So first of all, here's a list of 9 courses that are already scheduled, 3 of them before the end of this year and another 6 right up to March of next year. Those courses, places on them can be booked immediately. You can go to the MIDAS Ireland .ie/SkillNet for the course outlines and details of all of those 9 courses. You can also join the breakout session immediately after this to discuss and propose other 2021 training courses. You can also provide your inputs on which of the proposed courses that we should run in 2021 by completing the survey form, and the link should be at the bottom of these slides. And finally, please email me if you have any questions, if you want more details about the courses that are listed in the survey, or if you wish to book any places on the courses that are listed here. So you should see this link and my email address at the bottom of the slides. And that's all for me now. So if you have any questions, then if you please join the breakout session immediately after this, then you can we can discuss any, or I can answer any questions you may have.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow. We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow. We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow. We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow. We live in a world.
What if the next industrial revolution made more fresh water instead of polluting it? What if robots made more jobs safer for people of all abilities? What if we made factories smarter and more efficient? We provide the technology and expertise that will make the next industrial revolution less industrial and more human. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
This is a land where innovation grows, a country rated as a strong innovator, where collaboration and partnership thrive, and people with a can-do approach ensure that new thinking flourishes in a business environment that nurtures and develops innovative industries. This is Ireland.
What if the most powerful thing in the world was a question? What if every discovery, every invention, theory and innovation, every great idea began by asking, what if? And what if that made us want to ask more questions? And not the easy ones. The impossible questions. The technical challenges of our most difficult human questions. What if we asked how energy can empower more people? Or how industry can open more doors of opportunity? We can ask the questions that make our lives in the world better. Because the true power of asking a question is in believing that there is an answer. All we need to do is find it. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
This is a land where resilience grows, where companies who have put their faith in us know they're on firm ground, know that the roots they've put down here are growing stronger again. This is a land where confidence grows as we continue to open doors for existing and new investors to our shores, though we open them to a changed world. This is a land ready for the future. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
What if we could stop diseases before they couldn't be stopped? What if patient zero was the only patient? What if precision sensing could enable earlier disease detection and help those who are sick get better faster? Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
What if the most powerful thing in the world was a question? What if every discovery, every invention, theory and innovation, every great idea began by asking, what if? And what if that made us want to ask more questions? And not the easy ones. The impossible questions. The technical challenges of our most difficult human questions. What if we asked how energy can empower more people? Or how industry can open more doors of opportunity? We can ask the questions that make our lives in the world better. Because the true power of asking a question is in believing that there is an answer. All we need to do is find it. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
This is a land where resilience grows, where companies who have put their faith in us know they're on firm ground, know that the roots they've put down here are growing stronger again. This is a land where confidence grows, as we continue to open doors for existing and new investors to our shores, though we open them to a changed world. This is a land ready for the future. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
What if the most powerful thing in the world was a question? What if every discovery, every invention, theory and innovation, every great idea began by asking, what if? And what if that made us want to ask more questions? And not the easy ones. The impossible questions. The technical challenges of our most difficult human questions. What if we asked how energy can empower more people? Or how industry can open more doors of opportunity? We can ask the questions that make our lives in the world better. Because the true power of asking a question is in believing that there is an answer. All we need to do is find it. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
This is a land where resilience grows, where companies who have put their faith in us know they're on firm ground, know that the roots they've put down here are growing stronger again. This is a land where confidence grows, as we continue to open doors for existing and new investors to our shores, though we open them to a changed world. This is a land ready for the future. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
What if the most powerful thing in the world was a question? What if every discovery, every invention, theory and innovation, every great idea began by asking, what if? And what if that made us want to ask more questions? And not the easy ones. The impossible questions. The technical challenges of our most difficult human questions. What if we asked how energy can empower more people? Or how industry can open more doors of opportunity? We can ask the questions that make our lives in the world better. Because the true power of asking a question is in believing that there is an answer. All we need to do is find it. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
This is a land where resilience grows, where companies who have put their faith in us know they're on firm ground, know that the roots they've put down here are growing stronger again. This is a land where confidence grows, as we continue to open doors for existing and new investors to our shores, though we open them to a changed world. This is a land ready for the future. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
What if the most powerful thing in the world was a question? What if every discovery, every invention, theory and innovation, every great idea began by asking, what if? And what if that made us want to ask more questions? And not the easy ones. The impossible questions. The technical challenges of our most difficult human questions. What if we asked how energy can empower more people? Or how industry can open more doors of opportunity? We can ask the questions that make our lives in the world better. Because the true power of asking a question is in believing that there is an answer. All we need to do is find it. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
This is a land where resilience grows, where companies who have put their faith in us know they're on firm ground, know that the roots they've put down here are growing stronger again. This is a land where confidence grows, as we continue to open doors for existing and new investors to our shores, though we open them to a changed world. This is a land ready for the future. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing. driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
What if the most powerful thing in the world was a question? What if every discovery, every invention, theory and innovation, every great idea began by asking, what if? And what if that made us want to ask more questions? And not the easy ones. The impossible questions. The technical challenges of our most difficult human questions. What if we asked how energy can empower more people? Or how industry can open more doors of opportunity? We can ask the questions that make our lives in the world better. Because the true power of asking a question is in believing that there is an answer. All we need to do is find it. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
This is a land where resilience grows, where companies who have put their faith in us know they're on firm ground, know that the roots they've put down here are growing stronger again. This is a land where confidence grows as we continue to open doors for existing and new investors to our shores, though we open them to a changed world. This is a land ready for the future. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
What if the most powerful thing in the world was a question? What if every discovery, every invention, theory and innovation, every great idea began by asking, what if? And what if that made us want to ask more questions? And not the easy ones. The impossible questions. The technical challenges of our most difficult human questions. What if we asked how energy can empower more people? Or how industry can open more doors of opportunity? We can ask the questions that make our lives in the world better. Because the true power of asking a question is in believing that there is an answer. All we need to do is find it. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
This is a land where resilience grows, where companies who have put their faith in us know they're on firm ground, know that the roots they've put down here are growing stronger again. This is a land where confidence grows as we continue to open doors for existing and new investors to our shores, though we open them to a changed world. This is a land ready for the future. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
What if the most powerful thing in the world was a question? What if every discovery, every invention, theory and innovation, every great idea began by asking, what if? And what if that made us want to ask more questions? And not the easy ones. The impossible questions. The technical challenges of our most difficult human questions. What if we asked how energy can empower more people? Or how industry can open more doors of opportunity? We can ask the questions that make our lives in the world better. Because the true power of asking a question is in believing that there is an answer. All we need to do is find it. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
This is a land where resilience grows, where companies who have put their faith in us know they're on firm ground, know that the roots they've put down here are growing stronger again. This is a land where confidence grows, as we continue to open doors for existing and new investors to our shores, though we open them to a changed world. This is a land ready for the future. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
What if the most powerful thing in the world was a question? What if every discovery, every invention, theory and innovation, every great idea began by asking, what if? And what if that made us want to ask more questions? And not the easy ones. The impossible questions. The technical challenges of our most difficult human questions. What if we asked how energy can empower more people? Or how industry can open more doors of opportunity? We can ask the questions that make our lives in the world better. Because the true power of asking a question is in believing that there is an answer. All we need to do is find it. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
This is a land where resilience grows, where companies who have put their faith in us know they're on firm ground, know that the roots they've put down here are growing stronger again. This is a land where confidence grows, as we continue to open doors for existing and new investors to our shores, though we open them to a changed world. This is a land ready for the future. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
What if the most powerful thing in the world was a question? What if every discovery, every invention, theory and innovation, every great idea began by asking, what if? And what if that made us want to ask more questions? And not the easy ones. The impossible questions. The technical challenges of our most difficult human questions. What if we asked how energy can empower more people? Or how industry can open more doors of opportunity? We can ask the questions that make our lives in the world better. Because the true power of asking a question is in believing that there is an answer. All we need to do is find it. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
This is a land where resilience grows, where companies who have put their faith in us know they're on firm ground, know that the roots they've put down here are growing stronger again. This is a land where confidence grows as we continue to open doors for existing and new investors to our shores, though we open them to a changed world. This is a land ready for the future. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
What if the most powerful thing in the world was a question? What if every discovery, every invention, theory and innovation, every great idea began by asking, what if? And what if that made us want to ask more questions? And not the easy ones. The impossible questions. The technical challenges of our most difficult human questions. What if we asked how energy can empower more people? Or how industry can open more doors of opportunity? We can ask the questions that make our lives in the world better. Because the true power of asking a question is in believing that there is an answer. All we need to do is find it. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
This is a land where resilience grows, where companies who have put their faith in us know they're on firm ground, know that the roots they've put down here are growing stronger again. This is a land where confidence grows as we continue to open doors for existing and new investors to our shores, though we open them to a changed world. This is a land ready for the future. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
What if the most powerful thing in the world was a question? What if every discovery, every invention, theory and innovation, every great idea began by asking, what if? And what if that made us want to ask more questions? And not the easy ones. The impossible questions. The technical challenges of our most difficult human questions. What if we asked how energy can empower more people? Or how industry can open more doors of opportunity? We can ask the questions that make our lives in the world better. Because the true power of asking a question is in believing that there is an answer. All we need to do is find it. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
This is a land where resilience grows, where companies who have put their faith in us know they're on firm ground, know that the roots they've put down here are growing stronger again. This is a land where confidence grows, as we continue to open doors for existing and new investors to our shores, though we open them to a changed world. This is a land ready for the future. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
What if the most powerful thing in the world was a question? What if every discovery, every invention, theory and innovation, every great idea began by asking, what if? And what if that made us want to ask more questions? And not the easy ones. The impossible questions. The technical challenges of our most difficult human questions. What if we asked how energy can empower more people? Or how industry can open more doors of opportunity? We can ask the questions that make our lives in the world better. Because the true power of asking a question is in believing that there is an answer. All we need to do is find it. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
This is a land where resilience grows, where companies who have put their faith in us know they're on firm ground, know that the roots they've put down here are growing stronger again. This is a land where confidence grows as we continue to open doors for existing and new investors to our shores, though we open them to a changed world. This is a land ready for the future. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
What if the most powerful thing in the world was a question? What if every discovery, every invention, theory and innovation, every great idea began by asking, what if? And what if that made us want to ask more questions? And not the easy ones. The impossible questions. The technical challenges of our most difficult human questions. What if we asked how energy can empower more people? Or how industry can open more doors of opportunity? We can ask the questions that make our lives in the world better. Because the true power of asking a question is in believing that there is an answer. All we need to do is find it. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
This is a land where resilience grows, where companies who have put their faith in us know they're on firm ground, know that the roots they've put down here are growing stronger again. This is a land where confidence grows, as we continue to open doors for existing and new investors to our shores, though we open them to a changed world. This is a land ready for the future. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
What if the most powerful thing in the world was a question? What if every discovery, every invention, theory and innovation, every great idea began by asking, what if? And what if that made us want to ask more questions? And not the easy ones. The impossible questions. The technical challenges of our most difficult human questions. What if we asked how energy can empower more people? Or how industry can open more doors of opportunity? We can ask the questions that make our lives in the world better. Because the true power of asking a question is in believing that there is an answer. All we need to do is find it. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
This is a land where resilience grows, where companies who have put their faith in us know they're on firm ground, know that the roots they've put down here are growing stronger again. This is a land where confidence grows, as we continue to open doors for existing and new investors to our shores, though we open them to a changed world. This is a land ready for the future. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
What if the most powerful thing in the world was a question? What if every discovery, every invention, theory and innovation, every great idea began by asking, what if? And what if that made us want to ask more questions? And not the easy ones. The impossible questions. The technical challenges of our most difficult human questions. What if we asked how energy can empower more people? Or how industry can open more doors of opportunity? We can ask the questions that make our lives in the world better. Because the true power of asking a question is in believing that there is an answer. All we need to do is find it. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
This is a land where resilience grows, where companies who have put their faith in us know they're on firm ground, know that the roots they've put down here are growing stronger again. This is a land where confidence grows as we continue to open doors for existing and new investors to our shores, though we open them to a changed world. This is a land ready for the future. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
What if the most powerful thing in the world was a question? What if every discovery, every invention, theory and innovation, every great idea began by asking, what if? And what if that made us want to ask more questions? And not the easy ones. The impossible questions. The technical challenges of our most difficult human questions. What if we asked how energy can empower more people? Or how industry can open more doors of opportunity? We can ask the questions that make our lives in the world better. Because the true power of asking a question is in believing that there is an answer. All we need to do is find it. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
This is a land where resilience grows, where companies who have put their faith in us know they're on firm ground, know that the roots they've put down here are growing stronger again. This is a land where confidence grows, as we continue to open doors for existing and new investors to our shores, though we open them to a changed world. This is a land ready for the future. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
What if the most powerful thing in the world was a question? What if every discovery, every invention, theory and innovation, every great idea began by asking, what if? And what if that made us want to ask more questions? And not the easy ones. The impossible questions. The technical challenges of our most difficult human questions. What if we asked how energy can empower more people? Or how industry can open more doors of opportunity? We can ask the questions that make our lives in the world better. Because the true power of asking a question is in believing that there is an answer. All we need to do is find it. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
This is a land where resilience grows, where companies who have put their faith in us know they're on firm ground, know that the roots they've put down here are growing stronger again. This is a land where confidence grows, as we continue to open doors for existing and new investors to our shores, though we open them to a changed world. This is a land ready for the future. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the MIDAS Ireland's 2020 online conference. I'm delighted you've come back for the afternoon session. If you're joining us just for the afternoon session, you're very welcome. I hope you've enjoyed what the discussions this morning and the presentations. I know for this afternoon, just to remind you, actually before I do go into the agenda for the afternoon, just again, I'd like to thank our sponsors, very generous sponsors. If you were watching during the break there, you would have seen some of their videos running. But the electronic skillnet handling devices, Intel, Infineon, Enterprise Ireland, IDA Ireland, and Xilinx. So again, thanks very much for supporting us today. So just very briefly, this afternoon session now, we have a little bit different to what we had this morning, in that we have a mix of types of presentations. So we'll be starting in a second now with Professor Huvia Kahan from Trinity College, who's going to talk to us about technology, what technology can learn for the arts, and we're looking forward to that. Then we'll be joined by Hans Schwartz, who'll be joining us from California. And Hans is with Curvo, which was, as I mentioned this morning, was the company that acquired Decawave this year. Then we'll go for our networking sessions. We had a number of these this morning. They work quite well, so hopefully you'll get a chance to join in there, and you'll see that on your screen there, towards the bottom of your screen, you see a Zoom link to join one of those sessions. We'll have two topics. One will be looking at the development of the innovation ecosystem in Ireland, and I will moderate that. And that'll be a follow-on to the conversation we'll be having with Hans Schwartz of Curvo. And then Nicola from MCCI is going to moderate a conversation on the electronic sector. A great place to build a career, but how to tell the story better, because I don't know if we're doing such a great job, as mentioned this morning, in telling that story to the younger members of the ecosystem in Ireland, and hopefully they will be joining us in this great sector to build their careers in the future years. And then our final session will be a panel discussion, and that'll be moderated by Dr. Patricia Moore of Mindseed. And she'll be joined by Dave Maloney from Intel Movidius, David Van Zuden, who's CEO of a company called Hey Diagnostics, and Jenny Mealy from Enterprise Ireland. So very much looking forward to that. So again, I'd ask you, please do participate either by joining one of those networking sessions, or indeed during the presentation itself. There's an option there to load up questions, or indeed just comments if you want to comment on what's been discussed. It'd be great to see those comments, and people can interact with each other through the chat. But really, please do take the time to do that, and also ask some questions of the presenters, which I can put to them then at the end of their talks. So, without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to our first speaker this afternoon, Professor Huvia Kahan, who's started off life in an agricultural commune. So looking forward to his story. He was his initial ambitions was to be an astrophysicist, but he ended up studying Greek and went on to become a Greek scholar indeed. And he has lectured in places like Oxford, Harvard, Northwestern University, and most recently joined Trinity College as professor of Greek there. However, he's a keen interest in physics, as where his life started. So today he's going to tell us about what the arts, what technology can learn from the arts. So over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much, Leonard, and thank you, Midas. It's really a wonderful opportunity and a great privilege to speak to you. Thank you all for joining virtually by Zoom. I'm going to talk very briefly about, as Leonard said, what technology can learn from the humanities and arts. Everybody see the PowerPoint, I hope? Yes. Yes? My shared screen. Right. Well, I want to begin by quoting to you from a fanciful children's book called The Little Prince by a French author called Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. And bear in mind, I'm a literary scholar. I'm just a student of ancient Greek in a room full of scientists and entrepreneurs and engineers. And so I beg you, indulge me for a moment. Here's the beginning of this book. I'll read it to you. Once, when I was 6 years old, I saw a magnificent picture in a book called True Stories from Nature about the primeval forest. It was a picture of a boa constrictor in the act of swallowing an animal. Here's a copy of the drawing, and I'm going to show you that drawing, perhaps with a little trigger warning, as it were. Some viewers may find this picture troubling. So here it is. Saint-Exupéry's book, I have to say, sold over 140 million copies. It's been translated so far into 300 languages, more perhaps. It may just have something to teach us. And again, I beg you, indulge me for just a little bit longer. So this image, which the young Saint-Exupéry saw, age 6, greatly impressed him, and it prompted him to create his own picture, which he called drawing number 1. And let me show you that. Our young artist then goes to describe how he shows the drawing to the grown-ups, in French, les grandes personnes, the big people. And he asks them if they're frightened by the drawing, a question which I could also put to you in the Zoom room. Are you frightened by this drawing? But the grown-ups simply reply, frightened. Why should anyone be frightened by a hat? Well, disappointed, the boy creates his drawing number 2, and here it is. We now see that Saint-Exupéry's drawing, I'll get to more familiar scientific drawings in a moment, but bear with me just for now. Drawing number 1 was in fact not a hat, but as he describes it, quote, a boa constrictor digesting an elephant. Very frightening indeed. So here's our first lesson about the literatures and the arts. What looks like an innocent hat can in fact be a terrifying boa constrictor. This is slightly more abstract, we can draw different pictures of the world and we can tell ourselves many stories about nature. But appearances can be deceptive and reality always has to be interpreted. Now, you will object. This is just a literary game. I showed you a picture from a children's book, a mere flight of fancy. Boa constrictors don't really digest elephants whole. This is not a picture from the real world of science or technology or the world as it really is. It's not a picture of a fact. So let me show you another picture. This time a scientific picture of the, quote, real world, a picture of a fact. A very pretty picture, I should add, with lots of colors. Here it is with our very own pretty little Earth smack in the middle. You will call this picture a fantasy too, of course. But let's not forget, it was considered scientific fact for a very long time. The great philosopher Aristotle, the astronomer Ptolemy, and many other serious scientists and students of nature right up to the 16th century, including, for example, the great Tycho Brahe, an astronomer who was wholly devoted to empirical facts. They all held this picture to be scientifically true. And here's a slightly more scientific version of the same picture. But you will say to me, this picture is simply a misinterpretation, a misrepresentation of the true astronomical facts. So Aristotle, Ptolemy, Tycho Brahe, they had no technology to help them study the heavens. And as we all know, with the advent of the telescope, early modern astronomers could see the truth and tell the true story of our very own heliocentric planetary system. Or as it appears here in the picture. But of course, this is a picture. Planets don't really have the lines that mark their orbits. They're rarely aligned, and they're certainly not drawn to scale. You wouldn't see this if you went out into space. Astronomy certainly depends on telescopes. But perhaps I should remind you, we should remind ourselves, that the great Copernicus, for example, one of the fathers, as you know, of our modern understanding of the solar system, made all of his observations with the naked eye, just like Aristotle and just like Ptolemy before him. Here he is, our friend Copernicus. In fact, Copernicus died 50 years before Galileo, in the 16th century, invented his telescope. There it is, as it appears in the museum in Florence, before he invented the telescope and that technology, which allowed us to magnify the image of the heavens and therefore provide further evidence for a heliocentric argument. My point is really simple. We almost always draw pictures, but very different pictures, and tell ourselves some very different stories, sometimes contradictory stories about the world. Technology, or its absence, plays a crucial role in helping us shape and revise these stories. But if we learn from Copernicus, for example, to think new thoughts, we do sometimes have to start off by simply imagining things, like children, by looking at things that we think we know in different ways, or looking at things that are not otherwise visible. And to think new thoughts, we somehow have to be dissatisfied with the stories which the grown-ups, le grand personne, tell us. So as a matter of scientific principle, we need to think that a hat might sometimes just be a boa constrictor digesting an elephant. Now that lesson of hats and boa constrictors comes in many forms, to children, to scientists, to professors of Greek, maybe, to engineers, to software designers, and to entrepreneurs. So to start off, what can technology learn from the humanities and arts? Well, it can sometimes be reminded that to read the complicated stories and pictures of our world, we sometimes need to look at things we cannot see. But let me show you another picture. And it also has pretty colors and lines. Now, this picture certainly tells a story, though, as many of you know perfectly well, it's not really about art. This is a solar spectrogram, a visual representation of the spectral absorption patterns, marking the elements, using these vertical lines, Fraunhofer lines as they're called. Joseph von Fraunhofer was an engineer, of course, and they mark certain frequencies along the visible range of electromagnetic wavelengths, just below 3 petahertz range, ionizing radiation waves, gamma rays, X-rays, to just above the lower end of the terahertz frequencies of microwaves and radio waves. Here split by an optical prism. Waves, did I say? Electromagnetic waves. Or should we speak of particles or quanta in good Latin, which is the plural of quantum, of course. The physical world out there is what it is, but it is not an open book. In order to read, let's call it the book of nature and the world, we, just like Saint-Exupéry, have to imagine little pictures, and we have to tell ourselves little stories. And these little stories, you could call them theories in science, stories about the nature of the world, they are not the real world itself. And they can be very different from one another, or, to quote from a very famous piece of work by Albert Einstein, and here it is, talking about waves and quanta, it seems as though we must use sometimes the one theory, this is waves, sometimes the other, this would be quanta or quantum theory, while at times we may use either. We're faced with new kinds of difficulty. We have two contradictory pictures of reality. Separately, neither one of them fully explains phenomena of light, but together they do. And being the literary scholar that I am, I will pick on Einstein's words. He says, two contradictory, and he says two pictures of reality. And of course, they cannot be reduced to just one version of truth. They're pictures, not truth in itself. What's more, it's precisely because scientists like Copernicus or Galileo or Albert Einstein or Max Planck, or to take a different example, Niels Bohr or Werner Heisenberg or Paul Dirac, because they were dissatisfied with certain pictures of the world. Max Planck, his teacher said, there's nothing more new to be discovered. And Planck said, well, I don't want to look at new things. I want to look at old things, but I want to understand them in a totally different way. So it's because they were dissatisfied that they were forced to read the world in totally different ways. Let's call the child by its name. They were forced to innovate. Now, innovation, you know, takes all sorts. Galileo and Fraunhofer were lens grinders. Max Planck and Niels Bohr were certainly not. They were theoretical physicists. Einstein, well, he did work in the patent office. He was a patent examiner in Bern, but he didn't create technological innovation directly. In fact, some of his arguments, it took quite a few years before they were verified experimentally or put to use in technological development. But that's simply to say that innovation is a hybrid process. Or in strict methodological terms, innovation involves, let's call it wild guesses, accidents, think of Marie Curie, the imagination, and of course, a lot of very careful engineering, electrical drawings, silicon wafers, laser etching systems, 3D printers, and so on. Scientifically, innovation involves what we call stochastic, systematically unpredictable change, and that's a strict scientific term, and contradiction, and observation, and careful analysis, and calculation, and application. Now, you will know far better than I ever will, engineers or entrepreneurs and scientists in the room, if you're working especially in microelectronics, you will know this little picture here, sometimes known as H. It's a precise or almost precise quantum that relates energy to frequency. It's a revolutionary, in that sense, innovative theoretical story about energy that forced us to revise the story of energy as waves. And again, you know better than me that Planck's constant is part of the stories that underpin, they may not be transistors in themselves, but it underpins transistors, circuits, computer chips, and so on. However, you can no more see quanta of energy than you can see the elephant as it's being digested in the gut of our boa constrictor. Quanta may be as real as it gets, and the elephant perhaps less so. I myself think it must be lying down rather than standing up if it's being digested, as it were, in the belly of the boa constrictor. But there's a shared principle here. There's definitely a shared principle. What's more, when it comes to innovation, I doubt very much that there is a single engineer or entrepreneur in this Zoom room who is fully satisfied with the pictures or the stories of the world as we know them today, or thinks that they are complete, absolute, not in need of change. Paul Dirac said that just because theories fit the empirical facts doesn't mean they're true. And while that may be very abstract, give it a few years, and I get this one from Leonard, and you can tax it. You take the development, it'll be applied, and then you can do just about everything you want with it. We do certainly have some reason to be pleased with our present achievements, with our understanding of technology, but the very people in this room prove that we absolutely have to innovate, and today, with COVID upon us more than ever before, we absolutely have to be, let's call it, critically dissatisfied with existing stories and pictures of the world. If we don't change the story, if we don't innovate, we don't survive. We don't have a future. That's pretty obvious, I think. And the arts and humanities? Well, Saint-Exupéry and his hat and his boa constrictor, they certainly don't produce technological innovation directly, nor the discovery of entanglement, or the notion of entanglement when it was first presented. But perhaps just a tiny bit, like Planck's work, which instigated our notions of quanta or quantum physics, or Einstein's 1905 paper on electro-optics, which took it a step further, or the paper from the same year on relativity, or many of you will know this, the 1935 paper with Podolsky and Rosen, known as EPR, on entanglement. Remember the title, Can Quantum Mechanical Descriptions of Physical Reality Be Considered Complete? That paper created severe problems, not least for Einstein himself, in reading the 1905 paper with regard, for example, to the speed of light. Made it very problematic and opened up a whole set of new doors. And of course, at that point, scientists differed, and reading the world differently will force us to develop different machines in accordance, and some of them will work and some of them, I'm not an engineer, so I'm venturing into territory that's well beyond my expertise, but as a general observation. Humanities and arts, then, are one of those disciplines that show us that we need to open up our understanding of the world. The humanities and arts, the study of stories and pictures and how different they are from the actual world. The study of, this is not a word commonly used in contexts of engineering, but I think at least, of representations. This is one of the fields of inquiry that tell us that what we see is not exactly what we get. And I think that Max Planck, I venture to speculate that Max Planck and Albert Einstein knew something, let's say, about hats and boa constrictors and elephants. In other words, the arts and the humanities, let me put it to you, are a science of critical dissatisfaction. And let me end by suggesting that, again, critical dissatisfaction is not innovation in itself. but it is, in my view at least, one of the conditions for entering the right frame of mind for innovation. And that, it seems to me, though I speak only as a professor of Greek, not as a technologist, is one of the things that technology, if it so chooses, can learn from the arts. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Ahuvi. That was fascinating. Lots of questions for you myself, but let me see if again, just I guess to encourage people to please challenge. I'm going to ask you to challenge Ahuvi now with a question as opposed to put one to him, because I think he certainly posed some very interesting points there. Let me start, Ahuvi, with the observation actually. It's interesting that the people you describe there, those incredible physicists from the early 20th century, sorry. We don't, as we say in Ireland, we haven't seen their likes again. And I wonder, is it that we have lost the ability to question? And in the world that we live in, that's so fast and information so readily available, but we don't question anymore, and because we just don't see those kind of people emerging in any field that I'm aware of to ask those incredible questions, because there's so much things more to be asked about, and where we just don't. Are we more accepting? Are we just less curious? Why don't we see the likes of Bohr and Planck and all the incredible scientists?
Gosh, that's thank you very much, Leonard. That's a big question. Whether I'm qualified to answer it, I'm not 100% sure. My inclination would be to say, give it time, give it time. We absolutely have to. We have to change our lives. We have to innovate. And it deals with absolutely everything. And those abstract questions, I mean, whether it's the environment, whether it's communications, whether it's the stars, whether it's AI. Remember that someone like Stephen Hawking thought that actually the greatest danger posed to our species on the planet doesn't come from these grave, and he was fully aware of the grave dangers that are facing us, of the grave challenges. But he said, AI, they're smarter than us, they're faster than us, they're getting faster every day. Where will that take us? We, in some ways, have to innovate to make sure we work together with technology for the benefit of everyone, perhaps for technology, for sentient technology as well. I mean, the curve this morning, one of our colleagues was talking about the exponential curve of quantum processors in order to reach the level of current computing abilities of supercomputers. Well, once we reach that, and once we surpass that, and I hope, I suspect, I'm guessing that we probably will, we'll have to ask ourselves, how do we manage that? And what do we do when these algorithms or programs become sentient and become part of our world? Actually, there are discussions in the humanities. I think they're outside of what most people in this room would be reading, but there are about one of the most influential commentators in the discussion in the humanities today about the relationship between the materials of our world and the human beings that inhabit it, is in fact someone talking about the questions of technology and physics, and they're deeply, deeply implicated. Is the speed of light the limit? Well, I suspect that quantum computers are related to that question. A lot of people would say, like Einstein, yes, it is. But some of the evidence, for example, from entanglement, starting with the 1935 paper, suggests that there's a complicated picture there. That's where we get into philosophical arguments. But at some point, again, I refer to what you were saying to me a while ago, that philosophical argument will translate into actual observations about the world, and then it will translate into technology. And when it does, it'll change our lives, I think.
Well, on a kind of related question, actually, because you mentioned AI there a few times. I mean, AI has it's I think it's become less scary for people, but and it shows great promise. And I guess that one of the positive things about it, as we've already seen, is that it's stripping away a lot of the mundane tasks that human beings are burdened by, and it's leaving behind then more of the human. That the person can be more human and use more human talents and skills as opposed to mundane actions. But with that though comes a great responsibility. And you mentioned the sentient machine. So who's responsible for what that machine becomes? Is it the techno? Is there a level of responsibility that's creeping into the technical runs? I'm doing this deliberately to debate the audience here, but is there a bit of responsibility that's creeping into the technology world that can no longer be ignored? That what they're designing has impacts and has unknown impacts. And we need to become much more aware of what they might be before we charge ahead with the next big technology thing.
I think it already is that case. If algorithms buy and sell equities at a speed which no human being could ever get close to, well, what are their considerations when they buy and sell? Will they buy and sell causing, wreaking havoc? Or will they buy and sell creating greater welfare for us all? If I had the answer to who is responsible, I think I'd be a better person than I am, and I'd probably be a richer person than I am.
You might be president. You can figure that one out. Okay, there's a couple of questions came in here, so let me just go to them. So from Alison, how can we get engineers and those in the arts to collaborate and work together? What infrastructure could be put in place to support co-working communication across disciplines? Wouldn't it be great if all engineers and scientists are encouraged to make a humanities course and vice versa? I think that's a great question. How do we make that happen, Louis?
With great difficulty. It's a step-by-step. I'm teaching, for example, a course, if you can believe it, on Homer in Greek to 50 students, none of whom are in the humanities. They're engineers, they're computer scientists, they're in the business school. I have to adjust, I have to speak to them, and I have to try and say to them why Homer matters, and I have to try and show them why that ancient language, which nobody speaks, it's been dead for millennia. Dead in the sense that people don't go to the corner shop and ask for their bread and milk in ancient Greek. So why is it relevant? Well, it's a complex, if you think of the word democracy, if you think of the word philosophy, if you think of the word technology, technology is a Greek word, technos, whatever, machine, technique, art, and logos, the way of thinking about technology. That's a Greek word. Well, why have we adopted it? I have to try finding ways of talking to people who do completely different things. And I'm not expecting them to reach out to me. I have to reach out. That's one of the reasons why I'm so delighted to have been admitted into this Zoom room. And thank you again, Leonard. Thank you, Midas, and thank you everyone in the Zoom room. It's beginning to happen. For example, as Trinity College Dublin is in the process of electing its new provost, the person who leads the college, some of these questions are on the table. No doubt with great difficulty, it'll take years, but perhaps the current problems are giving us just a tiny little nudge towards technology on its own. I love technology. I wanted to be a technologist, and it was just an accident of life that I ended up. Whether I would have been a good one or a successful one, I don't know. But I certainly wanted to be. Maybe the fact that I wasn't means that I wasn't a good one. But I think technology on its own can be greatly misused.
Mm-hmm.
Technology rightly directed, this refers back to your point, Leonard, can be the salvation of us all. And we need salvation because we need to live.
Mm. Okay, very good. Another good question here comes from Michael. Says, has capitalism taken over technology, whereas the arts has resisted?
Okay, I don't know. Is this appropriate for me to talk about that? Capitalism is a long discussion, and it clearly, like everything else, if anybody thinks that Athens in the 5th century BC was an ideal society, they need to look again. It was a great society. It invented democracy, but it also had more slaves, 10 times as many slaves as it did free people. Men could vote, women could not. It was a belligerent society. Capitalism can mobilize resource. And if you're going to get places, you do need to mobilize resource. You can't just sit in little islands. The question is how to mobilize resource and to do that in a way that doesn't leave people on the outside, that doesn't harm people, that doesn't hurt people, that doesn't kill people. And if the question is how do you do that, then the answer is with great difficulty, with very great difficulty.
Yeah, that's good. I thought it was a really interesting question. Back on just if I could, but back on education. I wonder, are we missing a trick in how we educate people? Because if you look at the way if you look at back again the history, the likes of the people you described today, the picture there of Einstein, because apparently he was a very accomplished, I won't say fiddle player, violin player. Morse code would be one of my heroes. Morse was an artist before he headed out on the path that he took.
Yeah.
So in back in that era, people were many things, and whereas today we tag people very quickly as a technologist or an artist or an academic, and there's very little room, and almost like there's less room to be more general. What we used to call previous life, we'd call people short, fat people as opposed to tall and skinny. But our education process lends itself to that. We start off as a very young child, learning how to color, learning how to be creative. And then you get into your late teens, into your 20s, and suddenly you're narrowed down to one particular piece. So, and is there a role there actually for universities? And I know that there's examples of what you just described, but to have more of a general education, as opposed to this specialist education.
I agree. One of the less fortunate things is that sometimes, at least, universities, while claiming to be spaces of great innovation, can have very conservative elements in them. It's always a trade-off between risk, the promise of advancement, and the risk of breaking up. So that's complicated. It's very complicated. As far as specialization, well, you certainly don't want to be, the best violin players among physicists and the best physicists amongst violin players, because you don't get to be Einstein like that. You could be the best of both and still a very average violin player and a very average physicist, or CEO of a company, or a microchip designer, or someone pursuing quantum computing, or wet computers, or things like that. A degree of specialization is necessary, I think, for production. It's a big question. It's a question that's been researched as well. You want just enough of the other stuff. To be, there is a reason why we have two eyes. and not one. When we have two eyes, we see two different pictures of the world with two different perspectives. And it's exactly that difference, parallax, yet another Greek word, incidentally, that gives us depth.
Right.
If we can see the world in three dimensions, we can run from the lions and hunt our prey and eventually build our microchips better than if we saw it in two dimensions.
Okay. The last is thing then, just to close, who is not so much a question as an invitation. So there's, you know, lots of people on the line here who are, well, largely technologists, people who hire people, companies who hire people, be they small companies or large companies. What would you say to them in terms of considering their hiring? Should they, or is there a case to be made to hire graduates from the arts, from the humanities, into their companies? Not a huge amount, but a sprinkling, just to bring the sort of storytelling, the depth, the questioning, the stuff you're describing. Is there a case to be made for companies to, or if you were to try to make that case, for companies to be brave and to hire the non-tech, the non-scientists?
That's a compliment. I mean, certainly when an engineering company or a technology company hires somebody, ideally they do want to have some math. You don't want to start teaching them math from scratch, because that takes time. And on the other hand, I'm assuming that companies of every sort would, at least in the longer term, be interested in those who can think, in the bright ones, in the smart ones, and not in ones who have any particular set of knowledge. It's not infrequent when in the world of the professions, somebody's done something in university, and then they go into business, or they go into law, or they go into politics, and they will be told, okay, forget everything that you've learned in university. This is real life. Now let's start from scratch. Well, you don't really start from scratch, and you do. You don't start from scratch because all of those skills, let's call them transferable processing skills, they are still there. And yes, life in many aspects is not the little lab that we have, the labs that we have in university. And sometimes it's instrumental and you can transfer it more quickly, and sometimes less. But in the long run, I would say, we want those who can invent. I'm not here to speak on behalf of people who know this better and have the experience, but I would say look for the ones who long-term can innovate and invent, rather than if all we need is the mechanical technicians. Those companies that break through glass ceilings and barriers, they don't do it by just hiring technical assistants.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so with that in mind, we leave that to the people who are making these decisions then, who are on the line. So hopefully they'll have a think about that, because I couldn't agree with you more. I think it adds a bit of diversity. So diversity is always a good thing. Okay, so we leave it there. Just to say thank you very much. I certainly found that enthralling, and I certainly from the questions, so it got people thinking. So that's great, and a good way to start our afternoon session. So thank you very much, Huvia, and hopefully you'll stay on, and we'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you. Okay, folks. So next we have a change now. We're going back to the technology world, and we're joined by Hans Schwartz, who's the corporate VP of business and strategy at Curvo. He's incredible background actually in this industry. Hans, he's worked in places like Fairchild, LSI Logic, Chips and Technologies, Xilinx, and now at Curvo. He's experience of Ireland indeed, beyond or before Curvo. He worked for Xilinx and other companies that had places in Ireland, so he knows about us. So looking forward to his presentation now this afternoon, and indeed to the chat where we follow. So we'll welcome Hans.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I want to tell you that I'm really excited to participate in the MIDAS Ireland Conference 2020. I would like to begin by thanking the MIDAS organization, as well as the IDA, for the interest in having me and the support they've given. So I've struggled a bit with the title of this presentation. Should I be more provocative? Should I be more controversial? Maybe it should be Greek themed, given the previous presentation. Well, you don't know me yet, but I'm very direct and pragmatic. So I guess that kind of fits a little bit of my German heritage. So a little bit about me. So I ended up settling on the title of Opportunity and Challenges of the Business Scale, partly because of consolidation going on in the semiconductor world, as well as merger and acquisition. I'll speak to this in the presentation. My agenda is short and sweet, talk a little bit about me, to give a short brief on Qorvo, and to give a short story regarding Qorvo's acquisition of Decawave. So a few minutes about me. I've been in technology 40 years, 35 of which have been related to semiconductors, all based in Silicon Valley. The key takeaways is that I've witnessed the dynamics and the evolution of semiconductors and technology. I've worked with large companies, startups, turnarounds, VCs, Wall Street, including having a position on a public board. Over these years, I've witnessed both sides of the spectrum of success, the failure and setbacks, thankfully at this point, mostly successful. I first joined a large company, Fairchild Semiconductor, when I got out of school. Got frustrated with the bureaucracy, lack of energy that exists in the company, so I ended up joining a startup called LSI Logic. And since then, I haven't looked back. It's been a tremendous learning experience for me. I spend much of the time as an M&A practitioner. One of the characteristics I honed is critical analytics for companies big and small, looking for hidden and latent issues. An example would be if you're selling a home and you're giving it a new paint, as well as putting new furniture and tidying up around the home. But what about the piping? What about the electrical part of the house? What about the heating and cooling? What about termite damage? Those are things that really need to dive into when I'm doing M&A, looking for the details. In addition to my M&A role, another aspect of my job is to help influence change in long-term thinking through exploring new markets, new technologies, and companies. As you know, many companies have become myopic in their thinking, focusing on what they have to do in generating revenues. And one small piece of, back up. One last thing I want to mention is 15 years ago, I was at Xilinx, and I had the pleasure to work with Kevin Cooney and the IDA and others to help establish Xilinx's Irish facility. I added this slide to provoke thought around the direction to take on which trade-offs to make. Some of these directions could be in conflict depending on the stage of the company. Some rub investors the wrong way. What are our goals and priorities? Are we an innovator or a fast follower? Can we achieve these goals? When can we achieve these goals? And what's the business outcome? What's the exit plan? So a bit about Xilinx at this point. So Qorvo is a result of a MOE, a merger of equals, combining companies Triquent and RFMD in 2014. Triquent was located in Hillsboro, Oregon, just outside Portland. RFMD was located in Greensboro, North Carolina. Frankly, both companies were very underwhelming, very poor performers. The combined valuation was $3 billion. They each had different critical technologies. However, both companies needed the scale to compete with the likes of Murata, Skyworks, Qualcomm, and others. So as a result of the merger, in the following 6 years, the last 6 years, Qorvo's valuation has increased to $17 billion, over a 5x change in valuation. The headquarters now is located in Greensboro, North Carolina. Qorvo has been focused on radio frequency or wireless products in mobile handset and telecom infrastructure. It takes considerable infrastructure to build products that conform to the world's wireless standards and requirements. Wireless technology uses both silicon and compound semiconductors, gallium arsenide, gallium nitride, silicon carbide, along with MEMS or micro electromechanical systems. Qorvo builds amplifiers, switches, and filters on modules that go on the phones, basically help you transmit and receive signals to your phone. Some of you may remember years ago, the days we had phones that were dual mode phones. Today's Apple iPhone supports over 50 bands. This has created a tremendous amount of complexity, and thanks to the improvements in RF devices, we can combine those all in one small device. More recently, Qorvo's branched out into power management by buying a company that does digital controlled analog power. Key talent coming from Texas Instruments in Dallas, with offices in China, Taiwan, as well as Vietnam. So why did Qorvo take this course? Well, clearly the world needs to do more with less power, and compound semiconductors, which we know quite well, such as gallium nitride and silicon carbide, are currently used in the RF world, could offer incredible conversion efficiencies, up to 99% if this technology is used. So is there a technology synergy? That's what we hope to find out. Back to the power device. We actually have devices and appliances and tools which are moving to brushless motors. This technology is critical to operate these motors. The other thing, other element is power tools are being stolen in greater numbers. So using wireless for geofencing is coming, so that if you walk off premise, basically the tool no longer works. So Qorvo is a mid-sized company. It's been doing well over the last 4 years. It's dealing in the law of big numbers in the mobile world. Qorvo shipped just last quarter 2 billion products to the mobile market, and there really is no other market of this scale. As the cellular complexity increases in 5G, adding more bands in the same space, in the same footprint, RF content will continue to grow, and that's where we hope to continue to grow. So Qorvo is truly a global company. Fortunately for wireless and power designs, we can have smaller design teams scattered across the globe. Some of these groups have been spun out of companies like Nokia that no longer need particular RF design skills. Qorvo also uses a hybrid manufacturing model. So we outsource silicon, we insource compound semiconductor fabrication. We also have insource of test and assembly, and that's done in China. But we also then complement that with outsourcing to other test and manufacturing sites throughout Asia. So Qorvo is constantly looking for new opportunities, especially around the wireless area. About 2 years ago, Qorvo gained insight into the rebirth of a wireless technology called UWB, or ultra wideband. Our CTO and I went on a mission to find the best solution. We reached out to Decawave a little over 1.5 years ago, specifically Kieran Connell, I think, who's spoken at this conference. We wanted to understand his plans and his challenges going forward. The challenge that Decawave had was scale. Market and technology could quickly be moving away to NXP, who they had supported at the expense of Decawave. So Decawave needed to get bigger and quickly invest to address the mobile and the IoT markets that were emerging quickly. So for 13 years, Decawave was pretty much the lone wolf in UWB, picking up where others have failed previously. In the early 2000s, there were a number of companies that were invested that had failed, and many VCs were scarred with these failures. So Kieran's team had to struggle with financing, but continued to have the passion and the vision to push forward. Corvo grew more interested in the technology, learning from customers, learning about the market, and learning from the team. The culture at Decawave was extremely open and transparent, which is surprisingly unusual. These are clearly positive indicators in an M&A deal. This slide is intended clearly to just expose the lineage of the management team. As you can see, some of these folks are Dublin locals, some are from France, but as an aside, much like university and research institutions, backgrounds tell the story about characteristics, culture, execution. Many of us have come from 3 or more companies and can understand the situation or have connections with their experience, both good and bad. A bit about UWB, which I call now 2.0, wireless solution or RF or radio frequency for location, security, and comms. As mentioned in the previous slide, this is a rebirth of technology and protocol. It existed in the early 2000s. It failed because it was focused on communications, bandwidth. Today, it's focused on location and security. Location accuracy is unmatched by any wireless technology today, and it also includes indoor accuracy, down to 2 centimeters. The technology has excellent security characteristics, including low probability of detection. Plus, it is very low power and is very inexpensive. Apple, with the help of Decawave, I might add, developed their own chip to help to basically help push UWB into the market. It was deployed in the iPhone 11 and will be in other mobile phones in the next couple of years. So as with other protocols such as Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and NFC or near field communication, Corvo, NXP, and Apple believe UWB will be the next wave in wireless technology that gets broadly adopted by consumers and industrial companies in a broad range of applications. I might mention notable links to learn more about this. Or Stephen Cooper has got a great video on UWB at the bottom, and Kenexon has a great summary of UWB and where it's used in actually sports performance. I encourage you to go check out those web pages. A little bit about the radio waves here. We've had Wi-Fi since 1999. We've had Bluetooth and Bluetooth low energy as basically the primary sort of linkage in wireless technologies. Near field communications is for your payments, and that next wave, the next radio wave, is really UWB, which can address secure payments, can address, of course, location sensing, and actually can also do communications if that's required. So the market is that will use UWB in some ways. In most locations, automotive will use it in key fobs. Industrial will use it in factory automation and warehouse automation. In safety, it's internal location and tracking. Medical technology, give you an example of patient tracking, consumer and mobile. What is fascinating are some of the emerging use cases. For example, we have an application that's Find My Stuff. So if you buy those expensive AirPod Pros for $250, I'm not sure what they are in euros, and you lost them in the couch or you lost them in the bed somewhere, you can actually use this technology to find your AirPods without having to go buy a new set. COVID tracking. So interestingly, badges are being made with this technology embedded to allow companies to track workers as they move through the factory. And what happens is if they happen to be testing positive for COVID or next to a person who has tested positive for COVID, we can easily, or they can easily track where they've been, basically quarantine those individuals and then clean up those specific locations rather than having to shut down the whole factory. Those are primarily being used in Asia right now, but I expect them to continue to expand their use. And then finally, another interesting use case is in professional sports tracking. Here in the US, it's used in the NBA as well as the American football arena. I believe it's also being used in the European football world as well. So a few more examples. The iPhone here, the point to mention is smartphone has really become the infrastructure here. So everything ties to the iPhone. And so you're gonna have keys, you're gonna have secure payments, AR, VR, location services, let your imagination roll with this. You've got all sorts of possibilities and use cases for this technology. Here's one interesting example. Here's an inventory control robot that's roaming the hallways of a grocery store. Of course, for ubiquitous success to happen, products have to interoperate and standard bodies have to be created. So we've been working to make sure that these products, whether it's built by Apple or Qorvo or NXP, can interoperate in any of these environments. So with that, Qorvo plans to invest heavily into UWB, which includes Dublin, as I believe we're already looking to expand our downtown Dublin location. I just acquired a French company, a software company that supports Decaway's UWB technology. So we're on a growth path. Needless to say, we're very excited to have Decawave on board. I'm happy to again to be working back in Ireland, with this technology. So to wrap up, I would like to thank the MIDAS organization for the invite and the opportunity to speak with you all. Thank you very much. Take care and stay healthy.
So thank you, Hans. That was a really excellent presentation, and I'm sure everybody enjoyed it. And I hope now we're going to see some questions from the audience, so we'll watch those as they come in. But I'll just get started myself, perhaps. So again, thank you for joining us today from the West Coast. Lots going on in America at the moment, so in good and bad. But I'm sure you're busy with lots of things. So thank you for joining us. But I did note there from something that you said as well, and what I've read, that as a company, Qorvo has been very much on the acquisition trail over the last while, including, of course, Decawave. So we're delighted that Decawave has found a good home, but it does seem to be a trend by companies now, and just asking you based on your own experience, that there seems to be less of a reliance on R&D for companies to do the research, do the innovation, create a new product, and instead of going out to acquire other companies that are ready to be absorbed in. So is that do you think a trend that's going to continue to the detriment perhaps of the in-company R&D, or is there something else going on?
Yeah, so I don't think it's going to be a detriment, and I think the way I look at this is it may seem that way, that acquisitions are replacing R&D, but in reality, acquisitions are trying to fill gaps. The larger acquisitions are more trying to be transformational of the company, trying to grow scale. Back in the 90s, I would say Cisco had a strategy to basically just continually acquire. That was their R&D strategy, right? Just to continually acquire. What I have noticed is that longer term R&D has been sort of changing at companies. And it's migrating more to a 1, 2, or 3 year sort of window for internal R&D. And it's trying to align more to customer needs, trying to align more with the products that they're doing. So, what ends up happening is, in the case of Decawave, you realize that you have a gap. I mean, these large companies, as big as they are, have to focus on those particular areas and build a strength around that. But I think what we look for is, and what I continue to look for is new opportunities, new innovations, new creativity that can help Qorvo create differentiation, right? Create some leadership, create some growth. So, I would say, look, I mean, there's also the challenge in semiconductors has been there's been fewer and fewer investors getting into the market because of the risk, because of the amount of capital required, and so you don't have as many smaller companies out there that are merging with products and revenue, at least in the semiconductor space. It's different in the software. But I would say, again, coming back to your question, R&D is being more focused near term, and then acquisitions are more related to either transformational aspects or filling gaps that they have in their strategy.
Okay. And what about the bigger ones, though? I mean, we've seen some really big ones again recently. The close to home here, Maxim Integrated and Analog are getting together. The bigger one, of course, was the 40 billion NVIDIA acquisition of ARM, which again is fairly close to us, they're across the water. In fact, ARM ARM is a member of MIDAS in Ireland, the place in Galway. But is there more consolidation coming? I mean, there was a rumor for many years that the big software, the big companies like the Facebook and the Google and the Apples could consume some of the semiconductor companies. Is that a possibility?
Yeah. So for your audience, one of the things that I engage often with is bankers. Bankers are sort of the marriage brokers, if you will, of companies. And I constantly interact with them. I mean, you have a hub in London, you have a hub in New York, you have a hub in San Francisco, and then in Hong Kong. And they're constantly pitching sort of consolidation that's going on in the industry. And I constantly see it. Some of them don't make any sense. They're trying to make their money, right, and doing a deal. But what I do see, again, coming back to my original point, is some of these companies don't have the full portfolio of products or technology, and they want to expand. And they also, one of the more expensive parts of a startup, as you develop the technology, is building out the channel, getting a good reputation, building out the quality. If you're going to deal with an Apple, you have to build scale, or no one's going to engage. It's Apple. There's the flip side of Apple, meaning they're going to do their own internal development. But on the other side, they can squish you if you're a small company. So I do see consolidation. I mean, and also in the backyard, my old company Xilinx and going with AMD.
Oh yeah.
And that's a strategy, right? The theme that's driving that is data centers, and of course AI and machine learning. And do these companies have all the technology to bring to bear to offer a data center or an AI process and software? And so that's and then AMD for decades really has been struggling with scale, right, compared to Intel. Right, they've been really the small guy. Right. So I do expect more consolidation. I think in the NVIDIA ARM case, it's a case where Jensen wants to expand into some other areas. You need to have not just GPUs but CPUs, and they'll probably get into telecoms as an example. In the case of Xilinx AMD, AMD is not into the communication sector. They want to get in there, and Xilinx offers that channel into that space. So
okay, actually, we have a question here, an unrelated one from Darren. This could be from my brother, so I better ask this one. Given that your own exposure to Apple, you actually just mentioned that in passing there, given your own exposure to Apple, is that driving your diversification plan?
And it's an interesting question that comes up all the time. As a matter of fact, at the board level, there's the challenge of should we diversify?
Yeah.
And in the mobile space, as you saw in the presentation, 2/3 of our revenue comes from the mobile space.
Yeah.
If you think about it, there's, and I think I mentioned it briefly in my talk, is that there's really no other market that size that exists that can replace that opportunity. So it's a bit of, you're dealing with really a dragon here, and that tail can whip around. But it's to find a replacement or diversification is really hard to plug a gap if we so choose. Now, that said, we constantly look outside. We're expanding into the power space, as you saw, but our core skill set is around, wireless technologies. And that's one of the things that excited us so much about the Decawave acquisition. Was, in a way, it's RF, it fits to our skill set, but it's a bit of a diversification. It not only has a mobile play, but it has an IoT play. And I just want to say that it's really hard to diversify here. And, just buying another company that's completely diverse, doesn't necessarily leverage, your core skill set, your strengths, your channels. One of the things you look at in an acquisition is what they call synergies. What are the savings the financial people look at? What are the savings between the two companies?
Mm-hmm.
And if they're very different markets, and you have to have, different sales channel, different support, you don't have the kind of savings. So you're paying a lot of money for something, then you're not getting the corresponding savings back, which is what investors are looking for. But, again, just to summarize, we look for diversification, but it's really hard when you're dealing with the biggest markets on the planet right now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So the last one then, Hans, if I could just maybe a more local kind of question. So you're familiar with Ireland, apart from this acquisition. I know you've been here before and you've seen the businesses here. How would you view Ireland Inc., so to speak, and how is Ireland Inc. positioned for future success? And is there any advice that you would give to Ireland if you were speaking to the Taoiseach, another good Cork man?
Yeah, so one of the things that I do want to give kudos to is the IDA. The IDA has done a tremendous job. I would put them up there against the Singapore's EDB group. Okay. They are probably the benchmark out there in terms of working with companies. But the IDA is, when I was dealing with them at Xilinx and now with Qorvo, just a tremendous group and very supportive, very proactive sort of folks. Look, you guys, Ireland has attracted some wonderful top tier, companies. I think the struggle, when I call up the IDA and say, look, I would like to visit and I want to speak with the universities, I want to talk to innovators, I want to talk to startups, I would sense a weakness. So I think if in a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 being the best, like Silicon Valley, if you will, and although that's kind of coming down a bit, I would put Ireland on about a 6 scale. It's been moving up, but the secret sauce in Silicon Valley is just hard to replicate, but it's a lot about the ecosystem that exists. So, I would say that it's headed in the right direction. There's some great opportunities. I think the VC area needs to improve. In Silicon Valley, a lot of companies have spun out of bigger companies to create new opportunities. But look, I love Ireland. I love what they're doing, and patience probably is one of the key elements here. Okay. I know I'm running over here in time.
Listen, Hans, I know you know the meeting to get to. So listen, thanks very much. That was fascinating. In fact, that topic that you just touched on there, we're going to get into in our panel discussion. So that was a great lead, and thank you for that. So thanks again, Hans. You're very generous of your time.
All right.
Indeed, I'll also thank IDA on your behalf, because it was IDA to you. So
thank you, Leonard. Thank you, everybody, for having me.
Great. Thanks, Hans. Have a good day.
All right. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Okay, folks. So we're now moving into a networking session again, or a break, just depending which way you'd like to do it. So we've two networking sessions for you to join, a choice of two. Again, the link will be further down there on your page. You'll see a link, a Zoom link, and you go in there, and Diarmuid will direct you into the networking session of your choice. There's two topics we're going to touch upon. One is this actually a follow-on to what I was just chatting to Hans about there, so it was a good lead-in about just the ecosystem in Ireland and how well is it positioned and what could be done to make it stronger and better, and maybe to move us up that scale there from 6 to higher number, as Hans just said, in terms of comparing us to Silicon Valley, which of course would be the poster child. And also another one we wanted to spend time on, and Nicola from MCCI is going to moderate that one, is a really important topic to us, is around something that came out of this report that I mentioned earlier today, the Digital Skills and Resources, looking at the perception, how this industry is perceived in Ireland, because that perception does govern certainly a lot of decision making that might be made by young engineers who are deciding where to go work, or indeed maybe young students deciding what course to pursue in college. So I really value your input on how you think we may be able to improve that or make it a bit more interesting and attractive. So Nicola will lead that charge. So with that, we'll leave it then. So hopefully we'll see you in one of those breakout sessions, and if not, we'll see you back at 4:30. When we'll have a panel discussion, very much on where we're just leading in there. How do we go? How do we create more startups? How do we really kind of build out the ecosystem in Ireland and see more successes like Decawave or indeed Movidius, which we're going to talk about as well in that panel. So look forward to seeing you all back then.
What if the next industrial revolution made more fresh water instead of polluting it? What if robots made more jobs safer for people of all abilities? What if we made factories smarter and more efficient? We provide the technology and expertise that will make the next industrial revolution less industrial and more human. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
This is a land where innovation grows, a country rated as a strong innovator, where collaboration and partnership thrive, and people with a can-do approach ensure that new thinking flourishes in a business environment that nurtures and develops innovative industries. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
What if the next industrial revolution made more fresh water instead of polluting it? What if robots made more jobs safer for people of all abilities? What if we made factories smarter and more efficient? We provide the technology and expertise that will make the next industrial revolution less industrial and more human. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
This is a land where innovation grows, a country rated as a strong innovator, where collaboration and partnership thrive, and people with a can-do approach ensure that new thinking flourishes in a business environment that nurtures and develops innovative industries. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
What if the next industrial revolution made more fresh water instead of polluting it? What if robots made more jobs safer for people of all abilities? What if we made factories smarter and more efficient? We provide the technology and expertise that will make the next industrial revolution less industrial and more human. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
This is a land where innovation grows, a country rated as a strong innovator, where collaboration and partnership thrive. And people with a can-do approach ensure that new thinking flourishes in a business environment that nurtures and develops innovative industries. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
What if the next industrial revolution made more fresh water instead of polluting it? What if robots made more jobs safer for people of all abilities? What if we made factories smarter and more efficient? We provide the technology and expertise that will make the next industrial revolution less industrial and more human. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
This is a land where innovation grows, a country rated as a strong innovator, where collaboration and partnership thrive, and people with a can-do approach ensure that new thinking flourishes in a business environment that nurtures and develops innovative industries. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
What if the next industrial revolution made more fresh water instead of polluting it? What if robots made more jobs safer for people of all abilities? What if we made factories smarter and more efficient? We provide the technology and expertise that will make the next industrial revolution less industrial and more human. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.
This is a land where innovation grows, a country rated as a strong innovator, where collaboration and partnership thrive, and people with a can-do approach ensure that new thinking flourishes in a business environment that nurtures and develops innovative industries. This is Ireland.
The world is constantly changing, driving continuous innovation from the cloud to the edge. Data growth is relentless, and ever-changing market dynamics are making it harder to get your products launched ahead of the competition. You need Xilinx. Today's applications demand a new approach to computing, one that seamlessly adapts to your constantly changing environment and handles complexity with ease. That's our adaptive platform, and it's redefining the way the world thinks about accelerated workloads. Xilinx delivers the powerful tools you need to build the adaptable, intelligent world today, and the flexibility to adapt to whatever the future may bring. Don't just imagine the future, create it with Xilinx, because a better world can't wait. Xilinx, building the adaptable, intelligent world.
Good afternoon, everybody. And let me start by quickly introducing myself. My name is Patricia Moore, and I'm the CTO of Mindseed. We're a Dublin-based ICT company. I hope you agree that today's conference has been very interesting. We now come to the closing session of our day, and one that I've been especially looking forward to, where hopefully we'll all learn the secret sauce needed to become a successful entrepreneur. I'm sure many of us at some stage have felt that we had a really good idea that could be the next big thing. But it takes a lot more than a good idea. If it was that easy, we would all own successful businesses. However, as we've already seen today, there are those that make great successes of great ideas. And here to tell us a little more about how it can be done, the challenges and the opportunities are our panelists: David Maloney, Principal Engineer at Intel Movidius; David Van Zadam, CEO of Head Diagnostics; and Jenny Melia, Manager of the High Performance Startup Unit in Enterprise Ireland. So perhaps to get started, maybe I could ask each of you to briefly introduce yourselves, and perhaps we could start with David Van Zadam, and you might tell us a little bit about yourself and Head Diagnostics, please.
Yeah, sure. Thanks very much, Patricia. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is David Van Zadam. I'm CEO of a company called Head Diagnostics. At Head Diagnostics, we are currently producing a handheld medical device that will look at your eye area to help diagnose neurological disease and neurological injury, for example, concussion. On the disease side, we're looking at Parkinson's and multiple sclerosis. Our company started as a spin-out from Trinity College a couple of years ago, and we still have some of those original founders involved in the company. In terms of myself, I'm an ex-corporate guy. I've having worked for Microsoft and Flextronics and Accenture, and then I decided to take the move into the startup world, which I'd always wanted to do in my career. And hopefully at some point we end up having a very successful company in the future, like others on this panel have done. And thanks very much, Patricia.
Okay, thanks, David. And perhaps moving to you, Dave Maloney, you might tell us a little bit about your company and your role.
Yeah, I'm David Maloney. I'm Principal Engineer currently with Intel, part of the Intel Movidius unit in Leixlip. We basically started Movidius in 2005. and basically took that through multiple rounds of funding as a fabless semiconductor company before we were acquired 4 years ago in 2016. So we've kind of been through the whole mill, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have related to that experience.
Thanks, David. And over to you, Jenny. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about your experience in Enterprise Ireland and your role in the High Potential Startup Unit.
So I manage the High Potential Startup team. So high potential startups, what do we mean by that? So they are our fastest growing startups, export led from the get-go, investing in R&D, typically fundraising. And I think it's fair to say, you know, led by very ambitious promoters and founding teams. And we provide pre-seed funding, seed funding, and then we're with the company on their scale-up journey, whatever that looks like, Patricia.
Super, thanks for that, Jenny. So before I jump into maybe specific questions for each of you, you know, I know that you all have very diverse experiences of the startup community and sector in Ireland. And maybe just before we get into those individual questions, maybe each of you could just give me a little bit of your take and your experience of the startup ecosystem here in Ireland. So perhaps maybe we'll start with you, Dave Maloney, this time. You know, maybe you could give us your take.
In terms of the startup ecosystem, I mean, we found that other entrepreneurs were very supportive, and also a lot of the academics. I mean, as our technical advisory board, we had Steve Collins as a technical advisor, former founder of Havoc and Swerve, and now turned gamekeeper or turned poacher in Frontline VC. We also had David Gregg, professor in assistant professor in Trinity College. Plus, we had international people but we found, you know, very much that it's a very giving community. People are definitely prepared to spend time to help you and answer questions and so on. So the main advice I'd have to people is don't be afraid to ask. You'll find that 9 times out of 10 or 99 times out of 100 people will be very willing to help.
Thanks, David. And maybe over to you, David Van Zedem. Has that been your experience in Ireland? And as someone who's moved from large corporate into the startup, have you noticed any differences between the levels of support or that's coming from the ecosystem to your startup now that you have that experience?
Yeah, look, I was pleasantly surprised coming out of the corporate world, and the route that I followed was through the university route. So I think if you look at the startup community, it's the university route where the innovation is being designed and developed. And they look and try and match it with founders like myself. And then you have the existing idea that you work on as a CEO on your own without any university support. Going through the university route, I mean, there's a close link there with Enterprise Ireland, who do a great job in matching good ideas with founders through their business partner program, which is a route I went through. And I was very pleasantly surprised to find how professional it was, how supportive it was, how good the universities are at working with the founders to promote them, whether that be with the VCs, introduce them to other startup communities, and also cross-collaborate across the different groups. So we in MedTech, and we are cross-collaborating across other areas in the universities. So I was very, I suppose, intrigued how it all worked when I started making the move out of the corporate world. But for the last couple of years, I've been in the startup community and thoroughly enjoying every minute. Not to discredit any part of my corporate life previously in Accenture and Microsoft, because I think there's a great book called The Elephant and the Flea written by Charles Handy, and it's about the move with the big corporates and getting a lot of information, intelligence, and then taking it to the startup world, which is what I've tried to do.
Okay, super. Thanks, David. And maybe just moving to you, Jenny, you supposed to have a bird's eye view over the high potential startup sector in Ireland. So what's your take on the ecosystem? How is it doing here in Ireland?
So it was one of the key parts for us, Patricia, when we launched our new HPSU strategy last February at our annual showcase event, in terms of developing the ecosystem even further. So funding is one element of it, but a really important part, and David referred to it, is around the connections that you help people make, linking them to peers that are at the same stage and the people who have gone before them. And this year now we would have announced 2 new strategic partnerships as well with 2 of our large IDA clients, in terms of using their expertise and their development supports to help our HPSUs to get to the next stage. And of course, we've another few lined up for 2021 as well now to roll out.
Okay, super. So it seems like, the general consensus will be that Ireland is a great place to start a business, and that there's a lot of support out there, and generosity of spirit in terms of people giving their time to help. So go for it and ask for help seems to be the consensus view. So given that there is such a supportive network, maybe David Van Zayden, you're at an early stage in your startup. Maybe you could talk to us a little bit about what's been the biggest challenge that you've had to face so far as a startup, and maybe what are your biggest concerns going into the future now to grow your company?
Yeah, I mean, thanks, Patricia. Look, I mean, we all know a lot of businesses have faced the COVID challenge. I think something that was, no one knew it was going to come, came out of the blue, and immediately had to prepare yourself for it. So we're in the medtech space, we're in life sciences, we're looking to do trials, we're an early stage startup. We had a plan, and COVID hits in February, and we've had to put our plan on hold. So it's, in terms of the challenge, it's been able to rebalance everything and focus on product development as opposed to purely going into the trials, repurpose where your funding goes, and make sure that you don't spend too much and that you spend wisely. I think that's always going to be a challenge in these times. And getting through every day. I mean, the startup, you're going to have challenges from whether it be in finance or doing preparing for a trial, product development, etc. But it's about being positive and motivated right to the end, because it's a long journey, especially in the health world, health tech. It's a long journey to get to the end. And I think for any entrepreneur or startup CEO, it's about bringing that company forward every day and being able to motivate your team with you and bring them right to the end. In terms of the future, how that might hold and what our concerns are going forward, I mean, I guess it's about when COVID's going to change and how it's going to change and adapting to that. And that might mean an adjustment in your product or even diversifying a little bit. And I guess for us as startups, funding is very, very important. And it's how the VCs are going to support startups in the future. Funding already down for VCs between 1 and 5 million is down 20% year on year. And it's finding how we're going to get that next level of funding in the Series A, which we're planning for next year. So I guess it's a mixture of challenge, concerns for the future, but there's a lot of good stuff going. There's a lot of support coming from government, as we know, and employees. There's support from VCs to a certain extent and trying to help you through. I know some companies having second rounds done more easily, not so much for the startups, but for companies that are in their second round with certain VCs, there's help there. And obviously with Enterprise Ireland, there's a lot of supports as well. So it's about finding those supports, trying to match them and trying to grow your business at the same time.
Okay. Thanks very much, David. While we're on the topic maybe of COVID and the challenges that's presented for your business, maybe Jenny, you could talk about maybe your bird's eye view again of the general startup sector. Are you finding that high potential startups are struggling with COVID? Are there some that won't survive, or equally, are you finding that some have emerged and taken advantage of new opportunities in the new world and the new normal, as they say? So what's your experience been of that?
So I think the very first thing we saw, Patricia, when COVID hit in March was liquidity issues in terms of sales stopping for some companies, cash flow crunch. And our biggest concern at the time was that some of the teams would start to disband. And these will have companies that have worked hard to put these excellent teams together. So our first priority was to sustain our existing HPSUs and support them with equity investment and get that money into them as soon as we could. And like I said, that was key for us. In terms of the new companies, our investment pipeline held up pretty well until about the start of August. And then we saw a softening, which you would expect, because really for the people who were closing off their investments up until the mid-year, they had done a lot of their conversations and their engagement with the investors prior to COVID kicking in March. So I think next year for the first half, it will be the new entrepreneurs coming in to talk to us at that stage will have been working remotely for pretty much a year. We've brought all of our training online in terms of helping people with their pitch investments and so on. We've supported the companies 100% financially to put new financial plans in place. And so basically, so they can put these plans in front of ourselves, the investors and so on, when they're working through with follow-on funding. I think what's really stood out is just the level of innovation and resilience across the startup community. And you're absolutely right. Some of our companies have seen what we call a COVID uplift, where opportunities that weren't there before, it has actually helped them speed up their business plan And what we're doing there is not working with them to sustain funding, we're working with them now in a new growth plan.
Okay, super. So where there's a drought, there is usually opportunity that goes hand in hand with that, I suppose, which is good
There's
to see.
money needed either way, Patricia, whether it's growth or whether it's sustaining and capability development. Absolutely.
Exactly. So not to dwell too much, I suppose, on the negatives of COVID either. Maybe David, you come from an area, Dave Maloney, you come from a very challenging sector in the semiconductor sector. And I was just wondering, could you maybe guide us through your career to date even and the challenges you faced as a startup, growing Movidius, and ultimately to its acquisition by Intel, and what were the biggest challenges you faced, and if you could go back in time and give yourself some advice starting out, what would it be?
I think the biggest challenge is always funding. I mean, they talk about ideas and they say it's 99 in 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. That's definitely true. So I mean, you can take COVID for sure has been a shock, but it wasn't. It was kind of long overdue. We hadn't had a pandemic for a long time, and despite it being called many times, we kind of got lucky with SARS the first time and so on. It's eventually come back to bite us. But if you look, it's not that different from 2009 when we had a massive economic shock to the system and the whole thing shut down. And when we were doing our A round, we were very lucky to have very good angel investors who stuck with us right through until the company basically was sold to Intel, and those people are absolutely key. The big problem in funding here in Ireland is that it's quite difficult to get angel funding, and it's difficult then to cross the chasm to get to an A round. There are some players here, but there aren't a huge number of them. And I would say we're suffering from that in terms of valuations and so on. There have been a number of companies that have gone directly to the US, for instance, and have sought funding there and have had much higher valuations as founders. So I don't know that you can fix that because particularly in semiconductors, it's very capital intensive. It's similar in many ways to healthcare, and it also takes a long time. So you need a lot of patience as a founder, and you need very capable people in terms of your CEO and your CFO. We were very lucky with Sean Mitchell, who's super CEO until eventually things changed through funding round and he had to move to COO. But I mean, Sean was always there in the background, and John Burke, our CFO, who was really phenomenal CFO, and I always referred to him as our financial engineer. Everybody in the company was an engineer, and John was the financial engineer, and he's very much the same way in companies that he's dealing with now. So funding was a big issue, but funding, if you can manage to get funded, it's almost like a snowball Earth scenario where basically you had the Cambrian explosion following the snowball Earth 600-700 million years ago, and all the life forms that we see came from that. Well, if you can survive these kind of times and you can make the funding last, then you will find a much less encumbered landscape. The other thing is, as Jenny says, there are opportunities. Kind of opportunities that I see are things like voice technologies to avoid touch, because obviously touch is a big vector for transmission of infection. But equally, look what we're doing now. We're doing this conference online, and there are huge opportunities there on the front end in cameras and microphones and so on to try and enhance the working at a distance scenario. And I think that'll become, in many ways, the new reality. I think we will meet and we will work together, but it'll be much more fluid situation and possibly, maybe more balanced in terms of, the numbers of hours you spend in the office and commuting versus how much you get to spend at home. Probably won't mean working less, but it'll mean more working around the other things in your life that have to be managed too. I'm an optimist. I think anybody who starts a startup is by definition an optimist. And I think, good team, good idea, good team, and really strong on the financial side, and don't give up. Stick with it, and you'll get through it. I mean, if you get through it, as I said, a huge amount of natural selection comes to bear on startups through times like these, and the good ones will survive and will have a more positive funding environment once they exit that.
Okay, thanks for that, David. So a little bit of luck along the way, but really coming across very loudly that the importance of the people that you put around you, the team, is something that's very important to a startup and its growth. And maybe David Van Zayden, maybe you could talk about the challenges of putting good people around you at an early startup stage and attracting the right people and the talent that you need to grow your company.
Yeah, so certainly. I mean, good team's very important. Having been a rugby player for a number of years, it was always about the team. And you made sure you had the right captain and the right team, and probably went to the right school. So you picked the right school to go and play rugby as well. But just on the more serious note, in terms of team and talent acquisition, we did have the luxury of coming through Trinity College, and they obviously have a very good selection process with their researchers, who they get to do their research and innovation work. So we started with a good team. We still have those two founders involved. One is full-time and one is on an advisory capacity. In addition to that, then I had to look elsewhere for who we're going to bring on as a CMO, a chief medical officer. And in terms of network, it's funny in life, and even through the rugby network, you meet a lot of different people. The particular CMO came through a colleague. Referred to us. He operates out of the UK in the University of Warwickshire and Coventry hospitals. He actually went to a local Irish school, immigrated a number of years ago, and that's our CMO. So it was through the network, through the conferences that we had, through friends that we know. That's how we got our CMO. The next colleague we met was actually through LinkedIn. So I think LinkedIn, not touting Microsoft at all here, but LinkedIn has got the most fantastic tool for online networking. Not only do you see people's interests, you see what companies they work for. You can ping them straight if you want to. A lot of people may not like that, but if you pay 55 euros a month, you get the premium service, and you can email someone directly and tell them about your idea. And we just picked up an ex-Philips employee from there who's going to be specific in our handheld diagnostic space, and they've agreed to join as an advisory. So that was the other key hire, or not really a hire, an advisory member to our board. The additional team members, a very good network of med conferences and through the universities where we identify people like regulatory, for example, quality experts. But there's a good mix of international talent that are living in Ireland, that are involved in the med sector, obviously with Galway being a med tech hub. And in our area, we look through the universities, both north and south, and then also into the UK. And then you've got the old traditional interview route. If you haven't found someone at that point, you have obviously the HR companies that will always find you someone well to join your company.
Super, thanks, David. And just maybe to come to Jenny for a moment. I guess the medtech sector is one that seems to be doing very well at the moment, especially in light of the global pandemic. But another sector, I suppose, that maybe is facing some challenging times is the semiconductor sector specifically. And I wonder, Jenny, could you give us your take on the startup sector with specific reference to the semiconductor startup sector?
So I guess, Patricia, in terms of companies that we're working with at the moment and companies that would be on our investment pipeline for next year, the type of areas I would see the companies in, they have semiconductor solutions for what I would call the med tech and the ag tech sector. And I think there's some of the ones that we're really seeing coming to the forefront. And linking back into the funding conversation, those companies are successfully raising what I would call fairly significant funds now for the stage that they're at. So I think that's one piece for us. I think the work that's constantly ongoing at the third level in terms of sponsoring the students to come through, things like the commercialization fund, find more business partners, I think, in your industry. David referred to it in terms of, head diagnostics and, maybe the opportunity to develop a program, if it was there around the industry, and see how do we immerse people in the industry so they can find the problems that need to be solved. And you referenced MedTech, and there is a program in that space called BioInnovate. And what that has done is taken experienced professionals, immerse them in a hospital and clinical environment so they can actually talk to, I guess, what you would call, you know, the surgeons and the consultants firsthand about what are the real problems, and of course, what are people prepared to pay for? What kind of price point are we talking about? And then you can work through in terms of, like David Maloney was talking about, you know, from your concept and so on, and what you need to do from the regulatory environment. But certainly I think, you know, if there was something we could do around that immersion piece, and I was interested as well in your student competition, and looking at the projects that had come through, and including the chap from Carlo IT, you know, who was working there as part of his army project. And, you know, how do we actually take those ideas and build a team around them? So there's two ways to come at it. There's taking the person out of the college, but as well, how do you actually build a team around the idea that's in the college? And I think the one thing, I think there's still great enthusiasm to do that. And I know certainly in Enterprise Ireland, if we have good projects, we won't be found wanting in terms of funding.
Super, thanks for that, Jenny. Maybe we're kind of coming short on time, so but I just like you've spoken about the growth, the startup, the talent acquisition, and the support that Enterprise Ireland can provide. But maybe taking back to David Maloney and your experience of the acquisition by Intel, it's my understanding it was a huge success. But maybe you could just talk a little bit about the challenges of, you know, being a startup and going to a bigger entity and then being acquired by an even bigger entity. How did you integrate you and your team into such an organization?
Yeah, I mean, for sure there are cultural challenges between a big established company and a startup. However, I think that depends a lot on the maturity of the startup founders and whether they embrace this as an opportunity or not. So, I mean, myself and Sean and the other founders, we very much saw this as a glass.
You're on mute, David. Okay, we seem to have lost David briefly. You're on mute, David. Okay, perhaps David Van Dam, you might just give us your thoughts on what's your goal when you start a business. Do you when you start up, do you plan maybe a big acquisition in your future, or do you plan to grow your company as an independent entity, longer term?
Well, with Jenny on the call, it's definitely all about job creation.
Fast answer, David. Fast answer.
Yeah. So look, we want to create jobs. We want to create an entity that we think is going to be very successful for the future. That's our ultimate goal. If a big med tech like a Johnson & Johnson or a Philips, etc., decide to get interested in us, obviously we'll have a discussion with them, but with the view that these jobs will continue and it's just not going to be swallow up the acquisition and the innovation and then move on to take some out of the market. So very much focused on being successful, driving every day towards that success, and also having a societal impact. Like what we're doing in the med tech health sector, we look to improve people's lives. We want to help people with Parkinson's, with MS, having traumatic brain injuries, so there are better patient outcomes, and ultimately saving costs for the healthcare services for the payer, reducing costs. So multiple different targets, ambitions, key performance indicators that we aim for every day. But ultimately, just enjoy what you're doing every day is easy if you're doing something that you actually like. And that's what we're all about.
Super. And the question I was actually going to throw at David Maloney, but actually perhaps Jenny, you might be one to take it, is about Enterprise Ireland obviously invests a lot of money in supporting startups across the ecosystem in Ireland. Is there a responsibility for big corporate as well to play a role in supporting startups, to support you and Enterprise Ireland in your role? Can big corporates help, and what can we do even as a sector and as people and members of MIDAS to support you in your role in supporting startups across the sector?
So I think we talked about the ecosystem at the start of this discussion, Patricia, and what would be really key for us is that all of the parts of the ecosystem in Ireland work well together to make Ireland a great place to start and scale a company. So that is our corporates who have joined us from overseas locations. It's our large Indigenous SMEs and our large Indigenous companies, it's our academic environment, and then it's the government partners and so on. And I think, you know, in terms of the strategic partnerships that we're building out, absolutely, you know, one of the steps for us along the way will be looking to see, you know, what kind of additional funding and intelligence can we bring to our startups to help them accelerate even faster. So I think it's one of the things we always focus on. It's not just the funding, it's also the intelligence and the smart money that's coming to the table as well.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jenny. Maybe just a topic that's come up like several times in the course of the conversation is the power of networking and the value of networking. And perhaps David van Zedam, maybe you would have some views on, is there anything like formally that we could do to, you know, benefit startups like yourselves? What do you need in terms of networking support? You mentioned things like LinkedIn and valuable tools like that. And coming at it from a maybe more MIDAS perspective, like what can we do as an organization to support the networking, you know, and deliver what startups need? And you'd have a good perspective of that, given that you're coming from an early stage startup.
Look, I mean, I reiterate the networking piece in the corporate world, just starting off with that, was always super important. Even in companies like Microsoft, if you ever wanted to get something done, deliver a new project or build a new team out for something, you had to network internally. So it was embedded in my DNA and still is that you need to network to get things done. In terms of supports and where we could help, you know, I think just a thought, and it's in the health sector, you know, there's quite a few medtech companies, startup entrepreneurs out there. The HPSU Founders Forum is great. It's 8 people that get together in a group, and the HPSU starters are mixed innovators from medtech or, you know, other industries together. And it's actually a great forum because you learn so much. I think expanding that into maybe something specific in different industries, whether it be in manufacturing, whether it be in life sciences or energy or whatever the kind of technology, and bringing those groups closer together with other key core partners. So you could build these nice little mini ecosystems, so to speak, that could add value to one another. And I heard just a group the other day, their medtech group, they got together informally. They meet once a month and they share ideas. But it's just an informal group. It's not formalized at all. So I think maybe formalizing these kind of networking groups in specific sectors would be really, very value add, where they do it online now through COVID, and in the future, you know, meet at hotels, etc. So the networking piece to me is very important for success in Ireland. But then you've got the whole international play as well. So we were invited recently to a Japanese conference by Enterprise Ireland through the network, through the international conference day they had the other day. And now we're going to be presenting to a whole of Japanese companies through the Enterprise Ireland network. If we hadn't gone to that conference, we would have never been heading out to Japan online in February, March of next year, which is all the top companies in the Japanese health sector. So I think always looking for the opportunities where you can network is never a bad investment, certainly for the free ones. And even the ones that are not free on the online services through the different sectors, if you pay $200, you can get some pretty good conferences for networking. But certainly key in finding people, looking for new ideas, identifying other people's patents, and things like that is super important.
Super, thanks, David. So get out there and talk to people.
Exactly. Get out.
Sorry, Tricia. Back now. One of my kids went into meltdown there. So
that's okay, David.
Hit the mute button. I was answering your question in terms of, you know, there's obviously cultural fit is an issue, but I think if you, as a management team, if you decide to see the glass as half full, then that makes the difference, because, you know, you can't, let's say in our case, we've, you know, also start, you know, a 10-year-old startup merging with a 50-year-old company, and the 50-year-old company is not going to change in the timescales of a smaller organization. So I think you can do that. The upside of kind of being positive and embracing it means that you can grow much faster than you could ever grow organically. You could never raise the money to do it and so on.
Thanks, David.
That would be my, you know, advice is basically, well, in that kind of situation, you have to basically be mature and adult about it, and do what needs to be done to make the relationship work.
Super. Thanks, David. If we have time for one more question, one I would like to ask you is your view, this is to David Maloney, on, you know, corporate responsibility in terms of supporting the ecosystem. And I know iTrem around Mindseed both benefited from the Intel Movidius Incubator program, but how important are programs like that in supporting
I think it's very good for people in the team, because otherwise you're just doing IP or chips that make it used by a customer on the other side of the world, I mean China or the States or Sweden or whatever. It's a totally different proposition if you know that you've got local companies that you are, maybe you even know the people that you're interacting with, and these people are critically kind of dependent on you. I think it shows, it allows your team to learn much more about how the chip is being used, and about the kind of service and product that you're providing, stuff that often can be very difficult to get out of a big corporate client because there's so many layers to go through. So I think it's a positive. I mean, Noel Murphy, in fairness to him, came up with the idea of the incubator program. We've gone through 2 iterations of it, and I think it's been very successful. I think the people certainly in my team who were supporting that, they all really enjoyed it. Not to say that it didn't come with its challenges as well, including, let's say, preparedness in terms of a multinational to deal with this. But I think we fixed a lot of those problems, and it's all kind of gone back into the mix in terms of future product.
Yeah, just to add, Patricia, one of the guys involved with Head Diagnostics actually went on the incubator program that Dave's referring to, and we ended up with using the Myriad Intel chip, or MIDAS chip, sorry, in a piece of our technology that we might use in the future. It's still TBD, but it's an AI. It's essentially an AI chip, and when we look at the eye, now we can use that chip to identify when to take a good reading or not. So all these new innovations, startups, we couldn't even thought about it in the old days. With obviously the MIDAS chips, and also with FPGA coming out, we can now design on chips, which small startups could never do historically unless you spent millions of dollars. So great program, David. Thanks a lot.
Don't thank me.
Super.
Thank Noel Murphy.
Thanks for that, everyone. How are we for time, Leonard? Do we have any questions from the audience, or I know we're over time a little bit?
No, Jenny, we're good. So if you'd like to just wrap it up there, because we need to get people out for their cup of tea, and Dave's got to take. So it looks like he's got to take the kids for a walk. So.
Absolutely. So key themes, I suppose, that came out of today really are, to be brave, go for it, perseverance, networking, really important, and putting the right team around you and using your network to do that. And key steps, and engage with Enterprise Ireland at an early stage. It would seem that you can benefit from lots of support from their high potential startup office, and indeed their other offices. So, I think we've learned a lot today about the startup ecosystem, the challenges, and the ways to overcome those challenges, and a little bit about the challenges we might face in the future as well. So hopefully everyone enjoyed the panel discussion and the day, and thank you all, our panelists, for participating in the panel.
And thanks to you, Patricia, for chairing the panel. It was great. So lots of interesting topics there. Something I'd love to come back to, actually, maybe next year in our plans.
We could talk forever.
There's lots of good stuff there, about sort of drinking our own champagne as well. So I think there's a lot we can do as a sector to help our own sector to create the kind of Movidius that have shown the way. What can be done, So really great stuff. Okay, so we'll close down the panel there, folks. So thank you very much for our panelists as well, to David and Jenny. We do appreciate your time, and hopefully you've enjoyed this panel, and indeed if you've got to join other parts of the day as well. Hopefully you enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
So it's just then left to me, I guess, to close out the event. Again, I've thanked our sponsors today. Again, thank them very much. I suppose we had quite a range of speakers from this morning, all the way through. We've touched on, my goodness, so many different topics, from quantum computing to IoT to startups to so many other topics during the day. We've even had a lesson in Greek mythology and so forth. So hopefully you've enjoyed it. Thanks very much for joining. If you're not a member of MIDAS Ireland, by the way, and you've enjoyed the day, please do look at our website. It's a very easy process to join. We're always delighted to see new people. So just to finish then, what I would like to do actually is thank the production company behind today, who've made it all happen. So to Diarmuid Lynch and to Richard Jolly, thanks guys. You've kept us going. Done a super job, and for any of you who are considering doing something like this, and I recommend their company Switch. It's get this right, Switch New Media is the name of their company. Highly recommend them. I've used this company twice now, and they're really just excellent. Fantastic guys to work with, and they do a super job on the day. So really do really highly recommend them. So with that, we'll leave it there, folks, for until 2021. Hopefully we'll be back in a hotel, having pints of Guinness and a glass of champagne after the reception. So unfortunately, you're on your own this evening. So please do go make yourself a nice cup of tea, have a gin and tonic, whatever you might have, and we look forward to seeing you all again next year. Bye for now.
What if the next industrial revolution made more fresh water instead of polluting it? What if robots made more jobs safer for people of all abilities? What if we made factories smarter and more efficient? We provide the technology and expertise that will make the next industrial revolution less industrial and more human. Analog devices, where what if becomes what is.
We live in a world that continuously reinvents itself. A world with visionary ideas, inspiring concepts, and smart answers to key questions of our time. How can we preserve our environment? How will our mobility needs be met in the future? How will we communicate? And how can we protect our data? Microelectronics gives answers to these questions. They are the link between the digital and the real world. Semiconductors from Infineon enable technologies to achieve more and consume less, while being accessible to everyone. Our values capture this mission. Commitment, innovation, partnership, performance. We make life easier, safer, and greener for a better future. Infineon, part of your life, part of tomorrow.